Alright, hello there guys. I hope the mic is good because I've been having issues with the mic in the past. I think it has something to do with the positioning of the mic, but yeah. This is gonna be a guide. Hopefully I actually make a guide in Spanish as well for this, although my guides tend to be pretty long, so I hope I can work something out. But yeah, this is gonna be a guide on how to do the game entirely damageless. The route we're gonna be taking, it's a bit of a mix of what I normally do, and we're gonna be also including some of the strategies that I think are really important to note from other runners like Hunt, Fede, and obviously Jack Knights. Although we'll be using mainly Fede's sort of route. Even though the Fede and Jack Knights are basically the same, there's some changes here and there. I think Jack Knight doesn't go for the Reaper. Anyways, to start here, I will quickly mention is that there's 20 shell shards you can get here. I don't really go for this. This is something that the other runners do. So there's, if you want shell shards, you can get those, although the way we're going to be doing things, we're not going to really need those 20, but it's nice to have actually. Moving here, you can do like what speedrunners do, which is like do pogos. You speed things up. And then starting here, you can actually go either bottom or top. I usually go top. And then after this, you just drop and do double pogo. But anyways, yeah, the money route, basically the entire route that I'm gonna be sort of showcasing is gonna be like the way I'll do it, and then I'll try to like really show different options so you guys can have like things that you might want to get or do or not do, because it's every player is different. That right there, we picked that up. If I'm not mistaken, that's 30, so we all get that. The Marrow changes slightly, not too much. And then there's a couple of things here and there, that you might see. I think every single runner that has gotten this run so far does like the intended route at the beginning for the sake of money, but so they don't do the skip in the early where you actually don't do the first battle arena. But there's a runner by the name TH Donnie that actually is not doing that, it's actually doing the skip, so I'll do my best to sort of like explain what would you want to do if you actually do adopt that sort of route. Also, I'm going to be using the debug menu as well, and the debug is not the most enjoyable thing at times. So, and that's not that it's not the most enjoyable thing at times, but mother. Is that if you get hit on the debug, the debug actually stops working correctly. So, where's the, yeah, there it is. So yeah, you have been warned. There you go. So most mother, if you want to actually fight, get into the fight quickly, instead of blocking it, you can just hit this, like hit one of these things, and the fight starts immediately. So there's a couple things, ways to like do the Must Mother. I'm not gonna really go really deep into it because it's the first boss. You'll probably find your way of fighting it. But Hunt actually decides to not do pogos. So what he does is that he does an ascending basic attack and then a falling basic attack. And so it's just constantly doing that up and down, up and down, up and down. I guess the more intended way of actually doing this boss fight is just going for a pogo and then basically, falling with a basic attack and then rising up. You can do that as well. The other thing about the boss fight that you need to be aware is that if you basically attack the boss fight after like doing one of these attacks, the boss will is more likely to attack way sooner than normal. So you have to you have to be careful about that. And then if you got these little guys, that could also happen. 4 hits here after stagger. You can go for a 5th one, but if you try the 5th one, you'll start. You'll be entering sort of like a risky sort of thing, where you will probably get hit. So there's that. 1, 2, 3. Then 2 will fall. And then you can actually go for the punish if you want to, or just kill this. I think the boss will die. If you're not as aggressive, the boss will probably die the next 3 to 4 hits. So there's that. Not a super complex boss, you know. It launches itself up in the air to land rocks or extra enemies, water enemies. Before stagger, you will only see like one little enemy, and then after stagger, I think that's where the second phase kind of initiates. The boss will drop 2. So yeah, they got the falling rocks, enemy spawn. You got the dash, and so that's pretty much it.
Orala.
Da, fenestra.
Torodano.
Frank.
Mimiro.
Hasbin?
I'm going to also be sort of like trying to mix, showcase strategies through video, because some of them I might not be able to perform them well, so it's actually better if you see it from the source. Again, you can do these kind of things to like speed up. Don't do it too low to the ground, because if you do it too low to the ground, you kind of stop, and you don't want to do that. Normally I just jump here, don't really care about speed that much, but yeah, you can do this and it helps a lot. After this, you can start walking normally, if you don't like doing the pogo stuff, but there's that. Do have in mind that using sort of like pogo movement, the cycles here will be a little bit different, so if your movement is inconsistent, then the cycles here will be a little bit different. You're gonna have to like, it will be harder to get used to how the cycles is going to look as you're getting here, right? So like, some of these enemies are constantly moving, and so if you pogo very little, then this enemy will be like at the end here, but if you pogo a lot, you might see the enemy actually sooner. So those kind of things you want to pay attention. Now the first and foremost, everybody gets this. There's a 60 here. This first one here, you can hit it and pick it past it, or go back, whatever you want. Don't really commit to it. So hit, and then go in. I like to be on the left side just in case some of these beats kind of like leave. So, because I have lost some of them in the past. But yeah, you get full 60 here. And then at this point is where you can actually go down and get the extra 43 that you're gonna get if you actually do the fight, or you can do what Donnie does and the speedrunners do, which is a skip. And I really haven't really fully performed the skip as much, but basically it involves bringing this little guy up here. And if the little guy actually has trouble getting up to you, then you can sort of taunt and get the enemy up here. So basically you need to get the enemy sort of like around this level here. Let's see if I can get the enemy first up here. Don't think I really need to explain that much, but a little bit, like maybe a little bit lower than that. As you can see, I don't really do the skip, so it's a little bit difficult. But around, I'm trying to like get the right height so you get an idea of how to do it correctly. So around there, I think is the height you want to have for the enemy. First and foremost, let me. Oh, I didn't use Wiimote, so it's gonna be difficult to do this. Hold on. Something like that. Something like that. I almost got it, but there you go. Just like that. Like I said, I don't really do this. So we're not gonna go up, but this actually just skips a good chunk. Once you get down the right sort of like height, it's fairly consistent. I think Donnie hasn't missed that much. When I actually did it first before continuing the current route that I do back then when I was routing this game, I was able to pull it off without any issues. So you know, it's not super difficult, but if you do feel a little bit intimidated by it and you don't like resetting to the early, because you know maybe you're having issues with the pogo, then honestly just don't do it. You know, maybe like a couple minutes, like maybe a minute or two, I don't know, extra plus 43 rosaries is totally worth it if you want consistency. So there's that. So coming in here, I'm going to explain how I do this one. I actually stand up here, and this is a bit of a slow sort of strategy, but I actually loop them up all the way to the top so that way I can go under, and I do that. Then these ones pretty normal. And then here's where I will show what I do, and I think I will show Fede. Fede actually has a way to kill these next enemies in like 3 hits, because it basically double kills them. So I actually stopped here so I could make one of them get stuck on the top right platform, and then I can deal with the other one while the second one comes down. So I run here to manipulate them, and from here you go 1, 2, 3, and then this guy bites off, right? And so that way you can sort of like have a bit of a 1v1. It doesn't always gonna play out like that, but the chances are really high that you actually get this 1v1. And then 3 hits on this guy and it's over, right? And so before continuing, I think I have it here.
Bueno, aprovecho.
And so we'll go a little bit forward here to showcase where it is. I think it's just right about around here. So out of the current 4 runners that actually have gotten this, I think actually not everybody does it. I was gonna say only Fede, me, but Hunt also does this route. Anyways, let's go a little bit back here. So first start here, just go for a 3-piece here, just wait for the enemy to go to the left and go for a 3-piece. These enemies deals with them like normal, but then here Fede stays right in the middle where they actually clash and goes for an attack as they're clashing. And then they kind of move into the right side. Now, have this in mind. The reason they actually move a little bit to the right side, to my understanding, based off like everything that I've been testing out throughout the like 29 days playing this game, is mainly positioning. So I think Fede's Fede was like dead center, and they both chose right side. But if anything, being slightly on the left will help, because that forces them both to actually go to the right side, as opposed to like being on the right side. You know, the one on the left will go to the left, and they will kind of separate. So that may be something that you might take in consideration. If the Fede strat doesn't work, it might be your positioning relative to the enemies. So again, we're gonna see a smack here, and immediately moving to the right. So if you're actually having consistency with this, might want to consider being a little bit more to the left. As I come down here, then Fede goes for a second one, and then a third one, and kills them both. The rest, just same thing, not a big deal. But a really good strategy nonetheless to like have to not deal with them, because they're kind of a bit of a pain in the ass, to be honest. And you guys may not have that situation, but I have. I do that for fun. I may have lost some runs against them. I hate fighting enemies in this game. Anyways, if you do not do the skip, then you actually have an extra 43 rosaries here, which gives you to a total of 103. The target number that we're going for is 320. So we can actually buy the crafting kit, and so we can also buy the stink shard. So we'll do that later on. These guys die in 3 hits. You can actually attack them from the top, from the sides or from the bottom if you want to. If they're pretty high up, you can also ignore them. At least the second one can be ignored. This guy actually gets up, if I'm not mistaken, if you smack it sooner, he gets up sooner. So have that in mind. And then this guy up here can actually be lower sometimes, and you can like bait him down here. And then do this. Like non-stop. If you're just moving and jumping and you hear the aggro, you can just go for it if you want to. Pogo here. And now there's enemy here. Smack it. There is a tool to the left here. Also, let me lower the audio. I think if we're like, we don't really need it. Okay, my bad. So there is a tool to the left here that actually increases the shards that you get, which helps if you are really concerned about shards, but honestly it's not that needed, so you don't really need it. You can bait this guy over here and then deal with him. If you mess up, don't worry, you can fall back down here and you'll be fine. So you have, just remember that you have literally a platform directly under you. If things don't go well, just drop and then go this way and then boom. Right. A little minor time save that I never knew about until I watched these guys runs. By the way, when you're smacking this, you want to like move to the left, so that way when the beats sort of ricochet off, they don't fall into the spikes and you get them. But yeah, minor time save here that I guess is like obvious to everybody, but it wasn't to me. Is once you hit this, you can keep moving to the left. I used to go to the right, go over, and then you know, do the thing. But you can literally just go over here, full hop, and then pogo, and there you go. You don't have to do what I was doing in my run. So I've never bought any of her maps here, but I press B just in case I actually ever do that. So you can mash A or B to advance the, you know, to advance the dialogue. Use B in case you actually end up purchasing, because that's 40 down the drain. Right, so I'm gonna be showcasing a bit of the changes. There's actually the money route that Hunt Hustle does that you can adopt, which is basically the route that I do, but we get an extra rosary thanks to like what Hunt does. So if you do that, you don't have to kill these enemies. I mean, you can kind of do like what Donnie does. I think that Donnie is the only one that does this currently, which is like you just ignore and you don't kill any enemies in here. The downside is that there's gonna be enemies here, so you're gonna have to like go through the right side when you're going down versus going through the left. And I'll explain why I'm going to the left is not that bad of an option versus going through the right. So if you want to kill the enemies, hold on. I mean, if you don't want to kill the enemies, yeah, my bad. This is the only bad thing about these. Temp. I'm gonna call it temp. Actually, and we'll use temp. That's the right. So let me reset the room. So if you don't want to kill any enemies, you're gonna bait this guy back, then go over, and then as you're jumping here, smack this, and basically just smack it and smack again, and be careful with the right, like that. And then walk away, and then you go over, and so that way you don't have to deal with any of the enemies, and you can go up, or since you're actually not gonna visit this room anymore, you can get these, and that's about it, right? If you're doing the kill route, then what you want to do with this enemy is that you want to stop as soon as it's jumping backwards and then move forward when it's shooting, so that way the distance between where the projectile is gonna land, and the enemy is far enough that you can go under safely without too much trouble. Right? So first time you smack it, it goes back, and you let it go back, and you walk forward. And the reason you want to do this is because you want to aggro the second one right here. Instead of dealing with this guy here, we kill it, and then now we move forward, stop, move forward, smack, stop, move forward, smack, stop, move forward. And there you go. And then you kill this guy. This dude here lasts in 3, dies in 3. Be careful with the lunge. Lunge is actually deceptively longer. And then this guy, again, under, and you'll be fine. If we do that, we move on. And so now, since you kill all the enemies, now you can go down the left side. And by doing so, you don't have to pick this up. You can pick this up later. I guess we kind of did pick it up. That doesn't make any sense. I think the mod messed up a little bit. I think we will be fine regardless. Yeah, the mod's messed up there. But basically, you can ignore that and pick it up when you come back down. We're gonna pick the Choral Commandment. Super important. It's a lot of money. You don't want to let it go. If you're holding right, you don't get hit by this. Trigger the enemy here, and then smack once, twice, walk back, and then smack again, it dies. That's a free 5. And we do kill all the enemies here just so we can add up, though, because we need the money. Come here, just walk forward, you'll be fine. Smack once this guy, and then 2 smacks after he jumps. Get another 5. And then here, what you're going to do is you're going to actually attack under to trigger them to start moving. And then 1 here. And then 1 here again, and they both jump into the spikes and then die. If you stand here around the right side, you might be able to get all the rosaries before they go to the right. You do not want to you do not want to go over here and overextend, because you'll have this. And if you're, it's not really that big of a deal. It's just 1 enemy, so if you want an extra 5, you can get it. But yeah, it's something to be completely aware. Is definitely that. I think I took a hit, and hold on. Do I have Wiimote on? I hope I do. If not, then I might have to put a Wiimote on. Alright. So after this, you can go left or right. Now here's the issue. If you choose to go right, there's not that much of a real benefit more than anything, because you do need to go to the left so you can pick up the rosary. Now if you're not picking up the rosary, you can just literally forget about it and go to the right. So Soak Spear that, Soak Spear this guy for convenience, walk to the right, pick this up, and then from here we go down left side. You can go to the right side as well, but if you kill all the enemies in the bottom here, then going to the left side is actually good. It's not a bad thing. If you didn't kill all the enemies, then you might want to go to the right side and hope that you actually pick up all the rosaries over here, right? So the dropping to the right, if you're dropping to the right, pick these up as you're going up. If you're dropping to the left, you can pick these up as you're coming down, if you want to, right? Because everything's gonna be dead. The enemies with rosaries only spawn if you touch a bench, although if you already played the game, this should be pretty obvious already. Especially since if you die a lot to the enemies, you're gonna be trying to find ways to farm them, and you're gonna realize that the only way they spawn is by doing that. So jump again. Right. So full basics here. So you can have at least 1 Soak Spear. This boss in particular has a jump attack, has one that he also emerges kind of from the ground and then sort of moves forward. And then it has the one where it comes out of the ground with 2 bells. There's different ways to like do. There's the punish game for this boss is like not super different, but at least for one of them, it's somewhat different. If you're watching speedrunners, they actually have a pretty good punish game when it comes to these bosses. But honestly, like they're pretty good at punishing all the bosses, but in exchange of like consistency, right? So I'll show you how I punish this boss more than anything. With a slight variation from the other runners. So this right here, you can do this and then do that. You can also like basic attack pogo and then go over, which I have done as well. It's a little bit tight, but you can do that. So this and then like that. That's slightly more precise, but you just have to like attack sooner, and it's not that difficult to pull off. You can do that, and then if the enemy comes out of here, you can basic under and then jump over. And then if the enemy jumps, you can go for 5 hits right there. So that's 2 hits going up and then 3 hits when it lands. You can't do that in the second phase. I'll teach you how to do second phase a little bit. And then as the enemy's gonna come out, if you did enough damage, it's gonna enter second phase. If you do it good enough, you can do basic attacks and then a silk spear, or you can do basic silk spear, basic 1, 2, and then silk spear. And then here comes the transition. And so the transition, if you want to actually hog to either left or right, you don't want to be in the middle because a lot of the projectiles are going to be landing around the middle. Doesn't mean you're completely scot-free out of this. You might have some bells close to you, like this one in particular. And so you can also basic attack them to move them away from you. Although if you mess up the basic attack, which is, you know, it's not that super difficult to get hit by, like you can just basic attack and you'll be fine. But if you don't feel like doing that, you can just let them take their course and go under. After a few ones, you kind of want to start moving into the middle, and then from here, same thing as second phase, but now you have to dodge the extra bell, as you can see. And you can always want to go under, and if the bell's going in the opposite direction, just let it and just go back to center, right? So same punish window here, and then for this, I'm gonna wait for it to do the jump because I might end it here. For the jump is the same thing. You can do 1, 2, and then when it lands, you can do 1 and then silk spear. 1, 2, then and then silk spear. Because if you try to punish more than that, you're gonna have to deal with this thing that just fell down, and it might be pretty bad. So he punishes just 3 basics, 2 in the air, 1 as they're falling, then silk spear. But if you see where the bell is actually falling, you can actually be a bit more greedy. If you want to conserve silk spear and just wait till so if it's possible, you can just go for like, 2 basic stops and then 2 basic as it's falling. I mean, when it's touching the ground. And if you see that you can go for silk spear, do silk spear, right? So there's that as well. Things that I didn't mention. You can actually be in the edge here. And if the enemy comes out jumping, you can actually pogo and then land over here again. So if for some reason you actually do decide to be in the corners when transition, and you kind of mess up, and you see the enemy kind of coming, like jumping out of it, then just full hop pogo and then land back where you were, or do same thing for the other options as well. So have that in mind. Just because you actually messed up and you didn't get back to center, you still have a chance. You just need to like really do a full jump and then pogo and you'll be fine. I believe that if it does the jump, a full hop might be enough because of the trajectory, but that's something that I really haven't tested. So I could say like the money route is fairly similar, but here's the one part where I believe Hunt Hustle is the only one that does this, and honestly getting this 30 is actually not a bad idea. So the benefits of getting the rosary that we're gonna get is that it's 30 rosaries, and the enemies that you kill I think amount to somewhat around that amount. I think it's like 5 per kill, and I think there's like 4 kills you do total. Also resetting this actually brings us back up. We sit on this bench because we're gonna need it to quit out once we get the rosaries. And instead of going to the right, we're gonna go down. But yeah, anyways, like not killing the enemies, you looks like 20 something, I believe it is. And so we can if you don't kill the enemies because you don't want to, speed or whatever, then you go this way. And you want to immediately smack a second time, so that way the next 2 hits actually land on these little guys, and then once you have enough, you can still spear the second one. And drop here, grab the rosaries, and then quit out. And that's an extra 30. Like I said, if you don't want to kill the enemies, then this is a really good substitute. Especially if you're doing the skip. If you're doing the skip, you want to get the rosaries and might have to kill the enemies. Potentially. Not really. This guy, you can actually do a full hop to go over him, or you can go under if you want to, whatever you want. I actually like full hopping. It kind of feels like I'm just like sort of dabbing my homie, like we're both jumping at the same time. But you can go under if you want to. We're gonna need some silk spear here, double silk spear. So we kill that enemy, kill this guy too, and then kill this next one. And then you're gonna drop here and immediately silk spear once, and silk spear twice, and we get 21 here. Actually, a bit more than 21 actually. And then this is something that Hunt also does. You can do that. You can do it as well. Here, I just drop down and kill this guy. 3 basic attacks and then basic to the left. You can basic attack. I think it's like bait the guy. Basic attack. Let me see if I can do that first. Like that. There you go. And then the only downside is like if you don't do it well, you gotta have to like basic attack this guy. So I prefer since I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, I prefer to like do basic attack the guy 3 times and then get in here, basic once, and then silk spear the guy that we just killed. But if you time it right, there's a way to kill that little guy with explosion. Nothing important here. Just attack upwards, so that way you don't get pushed back. Or if you don't like that idea, you can just get as close as possible at the basic attack 4 times, and then you'll be the exact distance where you can grab the item. So let me kill this guy here because I want to show you something. So this enemy actually has a bit of like a sort of like a dash attack, and then it curves up. And so by the time you get here, if you're doing it the way I normally do it, which, you know, not the way that I showcase with Hunt Hustle, more like basic attack the guy 3 times, open the area, silk spear, and basic the second guy inside. You'll usually find this guy actually going to the right, and what you want to do is you want to sort of like shimmy the enemy. So walk in and then walk out, and that way the enemy kind of moves up as you go under, right? And then GG, right? If you're kind of curious about this, I guess I'll showcase here so anybody knows. But this is basically Hornet's hitbox. As you can see, that sort of yellow triangle. I mean, triangle. The rectangle is the hitbox. You can see that to the sides there's nothing, and then the head actually only covers a bit of that hurt box. So things can go through your head and not actually hit you. They can land pretty close to the left or the right. You won't get hit. So it's a good visual to have. As you can see, when she's falling down, you're gonna see that she's hit. Hornet tilts the head forward, but the hitbox stays the same. I mean, the hurt box stays the same. So that's good to know. In case you're wondering, that's how it looks for Hornet. Once you're entering this room here, you kind of just keep moving right, and then you drop in and you get this. Now here I like to smack and then move to the left just in case things fly out. You don't need to do this if you don't want to. What you lose is like maybe 1 to 2 rosaries, not a big deal. And then go this way and then get in here. Right, so this enemy in here, actually, I think I'm the only one who kills it. Actually, me and Donnie probably kills it, nobody else, but it drops to 15. So basically you want to hit basic once, basic twice, and then silk spear. Now I already had silk spear, but that's because I smacked a few enemies before that, but normally you won't have silk spear to do that, so you need to smack it a couple times. If you don't like that idea, funny enough, you can actually kill the enemy from below after you open the gate. So you can open the gate and then start smacking from down here, and it works according to Donnie. Anyways, that'll pogo when you get down here, and then grab here. Here, if you actually pick the other tool, here's where you put it. And now you have this. There's 2 ways of going down here. Normally, I just take the normal way of doing it. I just drop to the left, just hold left, and then hold right, and then jump, and jump again. But I believe Hunt Hustle. I think every the 3 runners that actually got this run, the first 3 actually just pogos to the right. Like they drop and then pogo to the right, double, right? Double pogo to the right gets you here, basically. I can try to showcase it. Maybe it works for me. But yeah, like this, like that, right? And so you want to be holding right because this is where you kind of land You want to keep holding right as you're falling, so that way you land a little bit later than that. But messing up the timing, it's kind of scary, and so that's kind of one of the reasons I don't want to do it. But from my understanding, it shouldn't be that super difficult to pull off. At this point, you should have around 310 to 320. If you need a little bit more, you can get it from the guy up here. This guy put up 7 rosaries, and so there you go. You got 322 at this point. If you kill that guy, you'll have this guy close to the center of this area. If you don't kill that guy, you move, you keep walking, you're gonna have this guy in the entrance, so be careful with that. And then here, just pogos for movement. One thing I will say is be careful with these things. That explosion right there. If you're like pogoing this and you randomly hit it, you might get hit by that. Now, so here's where route actually kind of sort of changes a little bit. The way I actually do this is I actually do Deep Dogs Arena first, and then I go to Hunter's March. I believe every other runner, including Donnie, actually does the one on the top. Now, it's a bit of a choose your own poison kind of thing, because the difficulty of these two battle arenas, whether you choose one or the other, is just the flying enemies. It's just one particular wave, right? Some people may think like doing dashless Deep Dogs Arena is actually pretty scary, but it really is not. You get used to it with time. The dash just really gives you another movement option, just in case when you're in the air, you can kind of like not get hit if things are below you. So there's benefits to that. But if you actually do the Deep Dogs Arena, then Hunter's March becomes a very scripted fight. So there's, again, it's a choose your own poison kind of thing. I guess the better of the two would be probably doing Hunter's March, because, you know, the flying enemies from Hunter's March don't throw projectiles. So that may be to a benefit. But here's what I'll say about this. If you do choose to do Hunter's March first, then it might be a good idea to just not even do Deep Dogs until you've gotten past Widow, and you've gotten the upgrades for it, and then you can kind of backtrack into Deep Dogs and do this. And the reason I say that is because you can pretty much do the entirety of almost all of Act 1 without Sting Shards. Sting Shard does have their benefits, so you kind of want to get Sting Shard, but it's more of like a convenience thing more than anything. Where Sting Shard really shines is on the Hunter's March fight, and then after that, some of the other fights you don't really need Sting Shards at all. So if you don't want to pick up, if you want to do that and you kind of want to increase the consistency of the Deep Dogs Arena, you can sort of do Arena after Widow when you've gotten the second level of the Hunter's crest plus the upgrade, and shoot, maybe even Sinners if you already gotten the barb, you know. I believe Donnie actually does it right after getting to Act 2, so there's that as well. If you want to do it there, you can also do it there, but you will be entry missed without the Sting Shards. If so, then just get in here, get this, so you can teleport back in here. For later, I believe Donnie actually doesn't do this, and he just goes from Marrow all the way to here. Bit of a longer track, but you save money, which is not really that big of a deal, I guess, but yeah. So yeah, either go top or bottom. I will try to showcase both, especially because Hunter's March, I could do it after Deep Dogs as if I never had anything else. So we're gonna go down here. We're gonna do the Deep Dogs Arena first. Now, I will say that I've been talking to Donnie about this, and I've been saying that Hunter's March might be like the better option, just because Deep Dogs Arena is kind of sucky, just because of these two enemies. But I got really good at it. So yeah, so maybe it might not be that bad of an idea once I explain it. Anyways, drop here, and you can get up here and get this. And this is a shard bundle. So before, actually in my run, if I'm mistaken, or actually before the last run that I did, I used to not pick up shard bundle, and I would buy shard bundle after the Deep Dogs. But now that I get this one, I don't really buy any shard bundles, so that's extra 50 or that you save. There's more shards here. You can pick up the shards if you want to from here. Get close here and then up. do attack up, because I think this thing drops a, oh no it doesn't, but just be careful with those things. Just get here and just do an up or attack. You get extra shards there if you want to, and then we go in here. Okay, so let me do this real quick. Now let me just make sure, because I don't know if there's something. I actually have notes for like how other runners do stuff, and I don't know if there's something in particular that I want to showcase from other runners. Let's see. No, I already thought show that. Silksong trying to flying enemy hunter. No. Thinners, whispering. Yeah. So nothing I want to showcase here from other runners. Just the way I do it. Okay. So we're gonna walk in here, and then we're gonna use the background right, like where my mouse is. We're gonna stand right here, and so you kind of want to be slightly to the left here, because you want to make sure that the enemy, you're able to hit the enemy, but also you want to influence the enemy to walk away from the one in the center, so that way you can kill it. It dies in 4 hits. So you want to walk around here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then from here you're gonna do pin and then silk spear. So pin, silk spear, kill that guy, go to the right, having to the left, and then kill this enemy. You kind of want to be around the center when you kill this guy if you want to. If not, it doesn't matter, but just try to make sure that you're ready to be here. And then once you're here, you're gonna we're gonna put ourselves in the same position. We're gonna basic attack the one on the right, and then go left, basic attack the one on the left. And this is like the sort of like hard part in a way. Your decision making is actually based on like when they throw the projectile, because the projectile's explosion, I feel like it might be somewhat random in the timing, but what you're looking for is like the right moment to do silk spear. So we're gonna do 1, 2, and they both attack, so I can immediately do this and then walk here. Sometimes one of them won't attack, sometimes both of them will. Sometimes one of them will attack as you're like sort of doing silk spear. The idea is that you can at least capitalize on one of them. If you kill one, it's good. The other one can be attacked under and you'll be fine. So more importantly than anything, if you can double kill, go for the double kill, but prioritize trying to kill at least one of them. That's why we basic attack, because silk spear does triple the damage of our nail, or base nail. After that, left here, and as this enemy is going to come down, you're going to wait for him to actually get lower, and then you're going to walk to the right, go under, basic attack as you're walking under, don't jump, and jump over the other enemy. So basic attack, jump over, and then you're gonna walk away. He's gonna go up and then go down, and then you want to do a silk spear as he's coming down. Now don't wait too long, because once he gets pretty close, it's going to throw projectiles again, so pay attention to that. But basically you want to get away from it, because the enemies in this game tend to have a bit of a pattern in the way they move. They go like up, down, so you kind of want to have like know that sort of predictable movement. After that, kill this guy, and the next position we're gonna have is on the left side. So 1, 2, this enemy dies in 5 hits, by the way, so next hit should be a kill. And after this, silk spear into pin. You can kill this guy if you want to, and if you feel like fancying stuff, you can do this. And then, you know, also kill it from that side. Whatever you want. This is the moment where I actually consume the rosaries, but again, I got the shard bundle, so you don't need to consume it yet. You only need 320, and we already have 320. So we buy this, and then we buy this. Now since we have 3 of this, which is total 90, you can choose what to skip through the things that we did. So you don't have to kill the enemies, and you can also do the skip, and you'll still have enough to be with these 3 rosaries. And this is the reason why, like, I show you the route that I do where I get 320 without consuming a single rosary string, but picking up these 3 gives you flexibility of like where you want to, like what you want to do, right? So you can skip stuff, you don't have to kill everything, and you'll still have enough to be able to get to 320. That's the benefit of this, right? So you pick and choose, you can do whatever you want. You can do the route that I do, where I get the 320 normally without having using any of the rosary strings, or you can just skip a couple stuff and then use the 90s that you get from this, or you can even skip the one the Hunt also does, because you might not need it. The goal is 320. You don't need more than anything after this. You can just, like, the rest of the money that we're gonna need, we're gonna pick it up as we go. So there's your flexibility when it comes to money. Max the lever, sit down, consume the sharp bundle, and then we put this thing short. Okay. Now you go up. Since I'm using Sing Short, I'm not gonna be able to showcase strategies with the pin in the next arena. But if anything, I'll probably show how, I think it's Fede that does it. You can do that. If you are low on Silk Spear, because we're gonna need it, you can smack this guy. He dies in 4. If you need more than 4, you can just hit him a couple times and then reset. So that, look up. 1, 2. If you think he's pushing you too hard, then go here and then go through that. If he's still pushing you, you can go down and hit him from here. If he's still pushing you, you can just transition here and reset and do it again. So you got options to get away. You don't have to force a fight if you don't need to. Okay. There's actually a speedrun strat where you can do the skip without actually lifting this up. If you want, if you fancy that, you can also do that as well. It's up to you. And then this room here. I think every runner actually like kills all the enemies here, but you don't really need to kill the enemies in here. So what I do is I wait for this enemy to go from left to right here, and then I start moving. And you kind of want to maintain the sort of like going to the right so that every cycle is around where you want it to be. This enemy that we're gonna see here actually can be high, can be low, and this sort of like the sort of difficult part of this section is just this guy. So if it's too low, you're gonna want to ledge grab. If it's pretty high, then you can just do it normally. This time it's pretty high, so I can just go normally. So you're gonna do a short hop here and then there. This enemy in front of me can actually stop randomly, like at this point here. So all you need to do is just full hop and then pogo. And it covers both options, whether it jumps over you, I mean it keeps jumping or not. And if it stops, the pogo actually, you know, you pass through that. This guy here, you kind of want to do some little short hops, and as soon as he gets close to you, you're gonna full hop in place and then move to the right. Full hop in place and move to the right. And then this next guy can tend to stop here, so you're gonna smack it, let him go towards you, and then you're gonna full hop over it. And there you go. And by I mean full hop, I mean like the entire jump. Like if you held the button without letting go, that's a full hop. Short hop is this. Obviously, there's different, like, you know, this is a short hop, whereas this is also a short hop. So yeah, smack that, go under, and then go to the right. Now here, I actually want to reach this room because I do not kill the enemies in this room. I go by cycle, so you might not need to do this if you want to like do a specific cycle, but I kind of like to do it like this, right? So let's jump here as well. Grab on, wait here a little bit, and then grab on, and then jump over. That's how you want to do it. Simple as that. Now, I think it might be for the best that I just do mine and then I showcase the way Fede does. The difference between me and Fede, or I think it's me and Hunt also, I don't really know, one of those two, is since I actually have sting shards, you need to fight these enemies a little bit different. So I'll showcase mine and then I'll showcase their video on how they do theirs. So temp here. And so we're gonna start with Silk Spear when it comes out. Silk Spear again. Same old for everybody. You can do right, left, whatever you want. 4 hits, kills. Since you actually do 4 hits, you get all your Silk Spear back, so don't be afraid of using Silk Spear. And then from here, this is, since I have Sting Shard, this is what I do. I'm going to throw one on the right and then throw one on the left. So one here, and then based on like where I throw it, since it's not always the same, I kind of want to manipulate them so that they don't go over it. So by staying in front of the enemy's not going to want to go over you, they're going to want to land close to you. So in this case, I kind of want to be closer to this one. Smack once, smack here, go to the right, go through once, twice, go this, smack, and then dead, right? Simple as that. Slingshot is incredibly strong in this game for lock fights. There is not only as damage as utility, because the thing about Slingshot is that it pulls enemy to a center, and so if you're having trouble with sort of silk spearing an enemy because it kind of moves too much, you can use a Slingshot to make it easier to land, because at that point all you need to do is like silk spear the Slingshot, because it's going to pull the enemy to the center, so you don't have to worry about too much about aim. So Slingshot, not just as a damage dealing tool, it has utility, which is really, really strong. So have that in mind. It holds enemy in place, and it actually lets you attack for free, or not for free, but it lets you attack without having the issue of the enemy actually moving forward and you like miscalculating your distance. So there's that about it. Let me see. I think it's Fede that does it. Let's see Fede first real quick. I think actually I have in my notes. Silk Shadow left enemy hunter. Yeah, so it's Fede. So we're gonna watch how Fede does this particular fight here. And go here. Also, if you don't feel comfortable doing the way I do it, you can just kill the enemies in here. It's not a big deal either. I think every runner does it. I believe every single runner does it, including Donnie. So the only enemy that I don't think they kill is this one. They just don't jump over it. But the flying enemies, you can kill them if you want to, if you don't feel comfortable with your platforming. Right? So let's move a little bit forward here. The start is going to be the same. The only difference is just how we deal with the flying enemies more than anything. So starts by doing double silk spear. By the way, something I didn't mention. If you watch Hunt Hustle's fight for this, you'll notice, if I'm not mistaken, that's how it went down, because I was like 2xing it, so I couldn't really see it, but it has happened to me. These enemies might not go underground. You can actually like double silk spear the enemy without ever going to the ground, and so you have to be prepared for that, because it might catch you off guard, and you might see the enemy attacking you, and it's like, oh shoot, I thought you actually needed to go under the ground. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes you just need to double silk spear, but you have to pay attention to that. So get used to like how the animation looks like when they're going underground and when they don't. But anyways, do that and then fight these enemies normally. Left, right, doesn't matter. If you want, you can just attack the one that comes out first, so it's easier, you get some hits early. And then here's the difference. So since Fede doesn't have Sting Shard, then Fede goes to the left side here, full hops, and then goes for a basic attack, and then it dies in the next one. I mean, goes for a silk spear and dies in the next one. And after this, just, 4 basic attacks, dead. Double silk spear here, stay under, so that way you get some free shots. You want to stay under because when the enemy comes out, this is a free hit, and then this is another short hop that you can do, and then you can kind of like chill afterwards, right? The enemy does have an attack as it's going down, so you need to make sure that you have that in mind. But the distance traveled is like not that much, so there's that you want to have in mind when fighting these enemies. Drop down here. What you want to do is you want to you see this little spike here. You want to use this as a reference. The spike that's under me. You want to use that as a reference to drop into that platform. So you're gonna drop off, move to the left under that spike, and land there, and then land on the next platform and hold left. I believe the speedrunners just hold left, and if you do it right, you'll just grab onto the ledge. You can do that if you want to. I don't really know what's the margin for error on that, but I think it's a very normalized thing if you know exactly how to do it. It looks spooky, but in a way, I guess it's more of like a calculated thing. So if you want to flex on that, you can do so. And I can actually showcase that, I guess. So temp. So basically land here and then hold left. And there you go. Right? If there you go. If you don't like the idea, then land here, and then hold left, and you land here, right? Also, I believe it's here where there is a rosary here, but as you can see, the cost of getting this rosary bead here is that you need to fight these guys like I said, if you adopt the sort of route that I showed you, you can kind of play around with not getting these beads, and so you got 90 extra. You don't really need to get this extra here. Trust me, you're not gonna need it. After you buy this thing short, the rest of the money that we need, we'll get it along the way. We don't really need this, so I feel like this might be too much of an extra. You don't really need to grab that one, so have that in mind. But if you do plan on, like, you need 30, I guess you can grab those. But basically, I basically have an extra 120 out of nowhere that in my run I wouldn't use, because again, I already have 320. But this just gives you flexibility in places you want to grab the money and where you don't want to grab the money. Show you this so you can kind of pick and choose your own path of things you want to do and not want to do. You know, maybe things you want to pick up if you do the skip. Right, swift step. I don't know how long have we been here, but this feels like an hour. Yeah, an hour in and we still have a long way to go. Jesus. Oops. So let's try that shit again. So we go over and over and over, and then here we drop smack and we go continue. Okay. There's also shards here you can get. Again, smack up here. Don't do a normal smack because it doesn't show here, but there might be. It happened to me once. There might be a fireball there that you don't want to deal with. Forgot the name of it. So always be careful of these things. Right. You can either walk down if you want to, or you can just run, drop, and then run again and dash. You can do that if you want to. Now, Lace. When it comes to Lace, Phantom, and Lace 2, I wouldn't say I have the best punish game. I actually played them a little bit slow. So, for bosses specifically, more than anything, I might encourage you to actually watch as many runners as you can, because everybody actually approaches the boss differently, and you kind of want to find where you're, a perfect balance of, like, if you want to be, like, not too aggressive, but also not too passive, or if you want to be hyper aggressive, The other runners definitely have a more hyper, or not hyper, but they have a more aggressive approach to the bosses. So their punish game is going to be way better than my punish game for sure. But I'll teach you, to anybody who's actually interested in or has a bit of my style, my play style. I'll teach you the ways I do it, and hopefully that helps in some way. So Lace 1 is all about footsies. She has, I believe it's like 3 attacks, and then on phase 2 she adds another one. So has the 2-hit combo, has the dash attack, and has the 2-hit combo, dash attack, and has the sort of like the dive attack. And then after that she can do like a big AoE, and that big AoE happens after the second stagger, so you'll know when to do it. Silk Spears, we do use Silk Spears. We actually do Silk Spears on dives or on AoE. I try to actually not use Silk Spear until the second phase, where she actually does AoEs, and that's where I punish. So that's sort of my game plan. But if you want to be very aggressive, you can use Silk Spears from the beginning. After a stagger, you can actually hit her 4 times before she does anything. So stagger, hit 4 times for free, and then walk away. If you're gonna introduce Silk Spears, you can do two basics and then Silk Spear. I don't know if 3 basics and Silk Spear is safe. It might not be safe. Definitely after the second stagger, you don't want to do 3 basics or 2 basics and a Silk Spear. You get caught in the AoE if you're not fast enough. So have that in mind. Remember that these suggestions that I'm giving you in terms of like the stagger and everything highly depends on how far you are from the enemy when you get to the stagger. You might have to run really deep into it. You can actually do the basic attacks. So 4 hits is not always going to be the best you can do. I mean, the most you could do, because you're probably too far away. So you have to have that in mind. Too far, you might only be able to do 2 or 3. Okay.
That's fine.
So, you can just walk away, and then basic attack her. Jump over this, and then you're gonna notice that she actually does some sort of poses after every attack. So for example, that's one pose, and then the other one's where she kind of like lifts her weapon up. That actually has a hitbox, so you don't want to walk into that. If you want to walk into that, make sure you're smacking, so that way you either hit her or you clash with her weapon. Okay, so if he does that, this is a free to hit, as you can see, and you're gonna have to jump over her. If you want to, you can actually bait this more often than not, so that way you're constantly getting 2 hits. So you walk in front of her, she does this, jump over, 1, 2, and see, I think she does it now. No. Huh. Maybe not in this one. I mean, in Lace 2 is much more predictable, but here she's not doing it. But basically, if you get this, just hit him once. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can walk away. She didn't do it there. She didn't do it there, so yeah. So this Lace in particular is not a predictable parry. So I guess don't play around that, but if you do get a parry, that's easy to punish. Okay. But you kind of want to play footsies with her. Just walk away, punish in. If you have no space, just get out. And so the idea is that you use macro and you immediately start walking away, because maybe your reaction time is not that good. And so walking away creates that sort of space where your reaction time is good enough to actually do something about what she's going to do. Always remember that you have a dash. That's something to have in mind. Here I actually stagger and I wait a little bit, so I might not be able to do 4 punishes. I might be able to only do 3. And the other thing is this is the second one, so I think she actually answers you and does the AoE. So 1, 2, 3, and then you walk away. You see? So I could only do 3. If you try to go and greed for the 4th one, then you might be in trouble. Thankfully, it's not a very committal attack, so you can just walk away as you're attacking and you'll be fine. Once she lands, Silk Spear, go over. That attack in particular, you can also like deflect it like that. But I'd rather not do it in this one. Lace 2 is much better than this one, personally. Here, 1, 2, 3. And then go over. And then go over, 1, 2. And there you go. Right. Again, the purpose of this is not to showcase me doing a Hitless. It's more to showcase all the things that could happen. So I have that in mind. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna switch into pins. Pins are really good. And I'll explain to you why in a bit. For just one particular thing more than anything, you're gonna run here and then you're gonna do a full jump here. You're gonna run, stop, and then move to the right. That's how you kind of want to traverse this part if you want to, and that way you don't have to deal with any of the enemies here. And then this next part, Donnie actually recently told me that this is not safe. So, let me just really quickly do this. So the normal way of doing this next room is you just jump over, dash, and then continue. I don't really know for sure if the reason why it stopped working for Donnie. Oh wait, I guess I have to like redo the template. Yeah, I guess I have to redo that. That's interesting. I'm guessing the reason it actually didn't work for Donnie, maybe Donnie did like something like this, right? And that's what caused it to get hit. Normally I just jump over and I immediately dash. So I've never got hit like that. The specifics I do not know. So you might want to kill this enemy if you want to, right? So you know, get Silk Spear from these guys, and then I think it was Silk Spear into pins kills it. So there you go. You can just do that and kill the enemy, right? That's extra rosaries as well. But the reason we pick it up is for this part. So this guy in particular here, we don't really know where he's gonna be always, so it's nice to actually pin it 3 times. And you can hear the shots from far. And then after that, he's dead. Jump here, not too high of a jump, a bit of a high short hop if anything, and then just run. And then dash in when you get down here. And then I like to do this, but other runners might want to like slowly hop over, just in case you don't feel comfortable with this. The reason I kind of like it is because you can like you can jump and then dash, and you'll end up, well, I let go there, but you'll end up basically in the middle, as you can see. So it's like hold and then dash, hold and then dash. Like hold forward and jump and then dash. Right? You'll see that the distance is sort of the same. Right? So, right? But if not, you can just do this. I think this is totally fine. Right? Up here, what you're gonna do is you're gonna start running. Jump over here, and then stop, drop, run again, and then grab onto this, and then run this way. And there you go. Can believe that we're this deep and haven't done much. It's looking like a long tutorial. There's pretty much not much you want to talk about this part. This part is like do whatever you want. But I guess I'll just do it for the sake of doing it. But basically drop here. This is extra money that you can get here as well. Again, this is more like a nice drink that you can get. I actually don't even consume these on my runs, funny enough. You got that. You can wait for this enemy to get close and then jump over. And then kill. Now, this enemies. The reason we actually get sting shards, this is something recent that I was also showed through like searching shorts. Is you can use the I won't use it on this guy, but you can use sting shards to actually get more out of them, because usually you're killing them and some of the spikes actually land in places you can't really get. So there's that. If they're really close, you kind of try not want to smack them from here, and that's fine. Like so. Same thing with this guy, just, 3 hits and he's done. But let me just showcase it on something that has way more than that. Although it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So here, throw that, and there you go. It's not super consistent, but it drops them all. If you don't want this enemy here, you can also kill this enemy. But Sting Shard is like really useful for that because it speeds up the process of collecting this. So, bit of a rest and sleeper for some. This one in particular, if you smack it and then you smack here, you get this, right? You can do that for every single one. But that's the downside of it, which is why I'm fearful when I do it. But yeah. And then this, if this is actually more to the left, it's not gonna show here, but if this was more to the left up here, what you want to do is you want to jump and do a falling aerial attack. You don't want to attack as you're going up, you want to attack as you're going down. So once you touch the floor, you're able to grab it because it might drop onto the lava. Okay? So have that in mind. Same thing here, Sting Shard if you need to or if you want to. And there you go. Maximum health. And now we save quit and get out. Right. Don't really know the specifics of how the Sting Shard works with that particular enemy. Sometimes you just don't get that. And it's a bit of a waste of Sting Shard. Alright, fourth chorus. So that, funny enough, there's actually different ways to... You have different choices based on what you want to do, which is a nice thing. But for us Hitless runners, I will say that there's probably only 2 out of the 3, I guess, that doesn't feel as scary to do. Which is like number 1 is normally fight them, and then number 2 is a skip. Also, we go this way so we can get a bone scroll. But yeah, for 4 chorus, you can either skip the second phase. You can do like what I call phase 2 skip. you can either fight it normally or skip the fight entirely by doing what speedrunners do, which is a bit scary. Now, here's what I'll say. If you're doing modern hitless, which is the hitless that I go by, the hitless that you actually see emptying hitless, falling into the lava doesn't invalidate the run. You're totally fine with that. And for those who actually sort of like have never been explained like what really hitless is, I'll explain right now. Hitless, or at least modern hitless, the one that you see emptying hitless, the one that I do, if you actually watch my runs, you'll see what I do. It's called modern hitless. What that means is it's enemy damage, right? That's what hitless is. Is a no enemy damage run plus traps, right? So based on that premise, what it means is that as long as you don't get hit by an enemy or a trap, you're totally fine. You fall into the lava, you're totally fine, right? If you're doing classic hitless or damageless, then it's a no-go. You're screwed. You fall into the lava, it's GG. Right? Up here, cloak up here, you can get this. You get full silk. And then falling down, this is a normalized sort of drop. You just dash forward and then boom. The game likes to sort of correct the character's position when it hits the ledge and push it a little bit closer to here, right? So if you do it right, no matter what you do, you'll just land there. Okay? So as you're walking to the right, dash, hold right as you until you hug the wall, and you can just let go of the directional and you'll be fine, right? If you hold the direction for too long, that's what happens. So just let go and you'll land here. Simple as that. The one thing that you have to be careful though, because it could happen, is that you might hold left and you might die after this. So have that in mind. Maybe walk a little bit to the right and then jump like that. Okay. Also have in mind that the dashes of your character is dependent on where she's looking. If you decide to like dash to the left and then turn around, if your input's order is wrong, you will dash to the right and you will die. So have that in mind. If you want to do this, make sure the input is first to the left and then you dash. Right? Let me create a save here. There you go. So fourth chorus. I'm not going to teach you actually how to do the fight skip, because I don't really know how to do it. But you can watch a speedrun for that if you actually fancy doing that. You can have multiple tries, but do have in mind that it's a little bit scary to pull off, and yeah, a bit more of a swag strat. But I think it involves doing a coyote jump while running, and doing a bind last minute until so that camera kind of catches up, and then you do a float into a dash, and you should be out. Probably with a bit of practice, you'll be able to nail it. The things that you could probably do is sort of like normalize it. But what I mean about normalizing is you can kind of have like a fixed position here, and you can do multiple dashes, right? And then on that certain dash, you can just do the dash jump, because you can sort of buffer a dash jump, right? And then what I'm saying is you can normalize a coyote jump where it's the optimal distance, and you'll get it. Normalizing is the thing. Might be a new concept for a lot of you guys. I'll be talking about normalizing in a bit, so because we use it for platforming. This guy, sink shards. You don't need it really in the early. I'm gonna see if I can actually teach you how to do the phase one skip. I actually have a hard time. I only put in like a half an hour, and I was able to do it like 2 times in a row. And I did pull it off in one of my runs. Sadly, that run died. But basically, the visuals that you want to have is like, for the first one, which is the easier one on the right side, you can use the lava waterfall in the background, and you align your character with the edge of the left side of the lava, and that's where you kind of want to hit after the pogo. And the other one will be on the left shoulder of the boss, around like here. If you pogo, you can hit the top one. You actually have 3 tries to hit them both, like 3 tries total, because it only takes 3 pogos to get to the top. So the boss actually gets staggered in 11 hits. So 3 pogos for one, 3 pogos for the next one, and if you miss one, you have 3 more pogos for the other one, and then 2 extra pogos if things kind of look weird. But have in mind that, you know, you might mess it up. This is probably not the best I'm not the best to actually speak about this tutorial. Hopefully there's a tutorial out there for you guys for this, but I'm just trying to explain that here. The way we actually do it is we stand in the middle and we're looking for the overhead that is closest to the center, and from there we do a full hop pogo once it goes up, and then pogo to actually get higher, and then pogo once it goes up so we can actually go for it. So I'm gonna see if I could try to get this, but we'll see how it goes. So 1, 2, 3, and there you go. I hit the one on the left, which is like the hardest one, and then you want to stay in the middle again also to get out, and then wait for this full hop, float, boom, boom, and then hit, and then I got it, and there you go. So oh wait, not again. Imp. Right, so that's how you want to do like the phase 1 skip, if you want to do that. Oh, I do have it. Why didn't it work before? There you go, infinite health. Okay, so doing the boss normally. Sting shards, you can do one in the beginning if you want to, but no need. So the boss actually takes 11 hits to stagger on the first one, and then 25 on the subsequent ones. You can actually fight the boss till the end, finish it without even touching the rocks on the top, and you can kill it there if you want to, but it's a little bit longer, so maybe not. And then, you know, the intended one, which is like float up and then take the rocks down. There's actually 2 variations I'm going to show. I'm going to show the way I do it for the last phase, and then I'm going to show the way Fede does it, because it's more optimal. It might be safer as well, potentially. I think it is safer, in my opinion. But anyways, let's talk about how to properly fight this boss. This boss is actually one of my bigger walls, so I'll do my best to sort of like explain how to properly do it. So, first thing I'll tell you, actually we'll talk about it when the rocks start falling off. So, 3 hits here. Well, let me start that again. I'll show you like the normal way I do the beginning. The beginning, it's not fully scripted, but at least the way I sort of get some mileage in. If you want to speed this up, you can throw a Sting Shard. That's 2 hits, 2 no hits on a Sting Shard. Right. So 1, 2, 3, prepare to dodge. Silk Spear. That's already 3 more, so that's 6. 1, 2. You gotta dodge again. And I don't have Silk Spear here, so I do that. And once the enemy falls down, you can kind of optimize a little bit by throwing a Sting Shard all the way to the top, and then smack him as in the bottom. So free you can do 5 hits and then a Silk Spear. Optimize, you can do 6 hits and then a Silk Spear. You gotta do a short hop for it though. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Silk Spear, and then 4 hits here. 2, 3, 4. After this, you're just asking to be hit. You gotta wait for these rocks. Now, these rocks, if I'm not mistaken, there you can stand in the edge here, I believe, and you might not get hit. I could be wrong, but I tried this in the past, and you can kind of stand the edge. Obviously, not recommended. You kind of want to be in the middle. So, the proper way of fighting this guy is always want to be in the center, right? The difficult thing about this enemy is when it layers the rocks with the attacks. Thankfully, the hardest part of fighting this boss is when those layers exist, and it only exists for one attack. So when that moment is happening, you don't want to focus on damage. You just want to focus on dodging, right? So he's gonna bring on rocks from the top, and then he's going to do an attack, and that one particular attack you want to dodge it, you don't want to attack, and then after that you can sort of attack afterwards. The way I do it is that I use Paul strats. So he's gonna start with this, we're gonna dodge, and so the way you kind of want to make it the easiest for you to sort of like deal with it, you want to be looking at up here. This is where your eyes want to be. Okay, if you ever play shoot 'em ups to a certain extent, you'll know that the best way to deal with something is being able to look at it way beforehand it gets to you, right? Normally, you see players looking around here where the character's at, and it's really hard to react and see what you're gonna do if you have it over down here. Because the reaction time is way less. But if you keep your eyes up here and your peripheral looking at your character, you might be able to like react way before the attack gets to you. So you kind of want to have your eyes up here. Okay. So looking up there, staying in the center, and as soon as he's going to attack, I pause. And here I can see what he's going to do. If the hand were to be in the center, then I can choose right side, or I could try to go left somehow, because I think in a couple of seconds we'll have the platform again. But obviously either right or stay in center. So now that I know it's staying in center, I can stay. I mean, now that I know it's hitting right side, I stay in center, right? And then 2 hits here, Silk Spear here, and I remember it's 5 hits for this space, 25s for this space. So pause again. Now I know I can go this way, and then wait. Silk Spear. You don't need to really count them. If you're not gonna be able to hit him, throw one here, and that's free damage right there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Silk Spear. And as you can see, I was a little bit slow, but like I said, I've been able to do 6 hits into a Silk Spear. Super optimized. Maybe not worth doing it because I just lost 3 extra damage. Right. Again, center, looking up, pause when he does the attack. I know that's gonna be on the right side, so I move to the left. And then after that, if it doesn't do this, you can choose to attack. But now that it does this, I gotta wait another one. So there you go. Over here. And this is probably one of the more scarier ones, because you're gonna jump over, you're gonna hover, and there's a chance that a rock might be falling onto you, and that sucks, right? So I don't think I'll be able to show you, but this is like the hitbox, and you can see how the box actually is like a little bit tilted. If it comes from the right side, it's tilted to the right. If it comes from the left, it's tilted to the left. So that's something that you kind of want to have in mind. I actually will show you how they looks if you're like that. So this is how the hitbox looks when it's like this, as you can see. So sadly, you can't go under, but basically it's not as big as it looks visually. Okay. So there you go. Silk Spear when it goes down, and then smack it again. Center, you'll always want to play center if you can, and because it gives you options to left and right side. And then pause when you see us doing this, and the way I'm seeing it, I can go to the right. So I go to the right, and then proceed to play end as normal. And then yeah, normally fight him. We got all the platforms, so I'm gonna pause there. There you go, we go this way. And that was a mistake by myself. I actually didn't do this, it's not a good idea. I just jumped to attack them when the rocks were falling. After he initiates rocks, the next attack you do not want to punish, right? You do not at all. So after this, the next attack you do not want to punish. Okay. That movement already showed me it was going to attack on the left side. 3, 4, 5. Actually, this is the last space, so you don't want to do anything. So we go up, and I like to play this extremely safe. So I got hit by trying to hit the rocks and then falling into one of his hitboxes. So the way I want to do it is I want to attack the rocks as soon as the boss is actually attacking. So, but kind of hard to do it when you're like pausing and unfloating. But after one of the attacks, you kind of want to do it. And then just float a little bit to the left here. And then wait for the next attack. And then you transition to the other side. And then here you kind of want to wait. And then stay on the right side and you'll be fine. Right? Now, again, I think Fede showcased this. I hope I didn't miss anything from Hunt. No, I did show the rosaries from Hunt. And then the rosaries before Dash. The rosaries before Dash. Oh yeah, I did show that as well. Okay, so we're good. We're Gucci. I got my notes on this side. So this is something that Fede showed me that could be done. So again, we're going to showcase the strategy. So the first strategy that I showed you about this boss is the one that Hunt does. Funny enough, I was watching both of these runs today, and I noticed that that some of the stuff that they do. So yeah, so you can actually do specifically this, right? Just go up fully, like from the beginning, go off fully, and then get close to this, and then smack it. And so that way you hit both without any issues. The one thing you have to be careful with is dropping. The way Fede drops here, as you can see, Fede is dropping as soon as the enemy is about to attack. And if your timing is not the same, you might have different results over here. And so you don't want to go down with the boss potentially doing an overhead over you, right? That's something you need to pay attention and be very careful about when going down. So yeah. Hopefully I leave in the description the runs of all the, like, both Fede and Hunt and Jack Knight's runs, so you can see what they do. And probably in the future, if Donnie ever gets a run, I'll probably link Donnie's run as well. And the reason I say that is because the beginning, Donnie actually does the majority of Act 1 without Sting Shards, so it's just Sting Shardless, basically, kind of thing. So have that in mind. Pick this up, and we move on. Like this. Pretty self-explanatory stuff. I will say, if you plan on coming back to actually get pouch, personally I don't think you need pouch, but if you feel like an extra tool will be nice because, you know, you might mess up, or you actually have a specific strat that utilizes more than what you currently have, you can get this, so you can go up the next time you come back and buy the tool pouch, because once you're in Act 2, you'll have enough money to potentially buy the tool pouch as soon as you're done with the the Whispering Melody, right? So that's the tool pouch is 2020, but you need to enter the place where you buy it, which is 30, so 250 total, right? And like I said, I already have rosaries, so I technically have the money for it. If you do get a lot of rosaries, you'll have the money for it. Anyways, smack this, enter here, so that way things are faster. And let me go up. I messed this up. You don't even need to move at all. You just need to just hold A and you'll be fine. And once you get up here, just, you know, let go, hold right. The pouch is in here, so you need to put money to enter, and then there's a merchant inside. Do have in mind, I won't be able to showcase this, but do have in mind this enemy in particular. That one becomes an enemy later on, so you might want to enter full experience the shit out of it. Yes, you've been warned. This rest is like, you just do it as intended. The explosion makes, I think the explosion makes Hornet, well, I'm gonna have to kill both. The explosion makes Hornet sort of like do a bit or something. I don't know why that happens, but it happens. Those enemies right there, if they're pretty high up, you don't even get to fight them. I kind of moved in a really weird way, and so I aggro both of them. This right here, you can smack and wait, and then jump, and then go back in. Jump and float, go back in. You'll be fine. Have that in mind. And now we're gonna go on to the rest of Greymoor. Enemies here, you can initiate with a dash attack if you want to. I never do that though. And then you smack them like normal. This guy go under. And there you go. Be careful with the bell, sometimes the bell can fall on the right side. And as you're walking out, you'll get hit. I never gotten hit, but I've had that experience twice, and it's like, oh yeah, let's make sure that doesn't happen. Anyways, bone scroll down here, totally safe. You don't get any hit, you don't get hit for picking it up. That's 90 rosaries. By killing all the enemies here, you get enough here to do a double silk spear here. For free. And then if you intend on using Sting Shard, then you might not even need to touch this bench. Unless you actually use a lot of Sting Shard, then you might need to. So there's actually two ways of doing this. I normally do it with pins. I don't use Sting Shards for this next fight. But Hunt also actually does use Sting Shards. So I'll show you how Hunt does the fight with Sting Shard. If you're doing the start that I told you, which is like you do Deep Dog's arena way late, same way Donnie does, then you're definitely not gonna have Sting Shards. So there's that. Anyways, I'll do it with pins, and then I'll show you how Hunt does it with Sting Shards, which I think is the better, actually. I think it's the better one of the two, because it's a way safer option than doing it with pins for sure. Sting Shard is just too good, honestly. But yeah, just basically attack these guys. So if you're actually fairly far away from them, they'll dash towards you. If you're close to them, they won't be able to dash towards you, but they either attack or dash backwards. Right. And so at this point, you kind of want to kill one because they're like too close. And what I'm actually doing here is I'm trying to get Silk Spear for this. So I can double Silk Spear this guy if I want to, but honestly, you don't need to. You just only need one. So use more pins to kill these guys if you want to. One here, and then start spamming pins, and then Silk Spear when it comes out. And there you go. Right. There's gotta be moments where this enemy is not gonna go under. There might be moments where you might not be able to Silk Spear a second time. So just pin until it's dead. Right. Coming out here, we're gonna do a dash. We're just gonna run, drop, and then dash again, and then float. Right. So run, drop, dash, and then float. And then around here, you can just do a pogo, and you just keep moving. That simple. Right. And then here we get a bit more money. You can get this if you want to. Again, since we have the rosaries, this is a bit of like not worth getting if you want to, but that's 18 plus the ones you get here. That's 21, so it's a good chunk of rosaries, to be honest. It's not entirely that bad for just a little bit more of your time. But that's another option you can pick up there. And then here, this is a bit of a cycle that we're trying to get to. So pogo here, then dash, pogo dash. If you didn't miss any of this, you'll make the cycle before the rat comes down. You can go under. If you messed up the cycle, then the rat's going to be in your face, and you might want to jump over or just wait. Waiting is good. You won't get hit by waiting, but you can also go over. Get up here, smack this, and then pogo dash, dash downwards. Dash here, pogo dash, boom. We're out here. There used to be a strat for this next boss fight where you could actually just stay here and cheese the shit out of it, but apparently got patched and it was extremely slow. So probably not something that everybody wanted to do, but maybe somebody who felt compelled to actually cheese the shit out of bosses because they hate it so much might not be a bad idea. Right. So Greymoor, a not super tough boss fight. It's a pretty simple boss fight in a way, or at least it's a very fair boss fight. Let's just say it like that. There's way more punish opportunities that I actually put onto this boss. I try to keep it simple, just so I don't make any mistakes. But if you want to see like optimal punish game, you can watch speedrunners. They actually have pretty good punish game for this boss. If my mind serves me right, and I wasn't watching the wrong thing, because I've been catching shorts of like people doing beast claw stuff. So, but to my understanding, I'm pretty sure this punish, and this is like me speculating, I guess, or assuming, because speedrunners, they sacrifice, hit their life for speed. So if you're looking for like the most optimal punish, even at the cost of taking damage, you can watch them and you can sort of like, how do I say this, tone down the aggression until you find a consistent sort of way of fighting the boss that you don't get hit. That's what I mean. So if you're interested in watching, you can just definitely watch Hunt, Fede and Jack Knights. They might have better punish opportunities than I do. But here's what I'll explain. So the boss fight actually triggers after this ball that's behind me, or in front of me. This is my reference to the middle of the stage. My goal is to avoid getting into the corners. Now, if you fight this boss normally, the chances of you getting to the corner are very slim. But I have been in the corners a few times because I don't know, the way I fight the boss kind of leans, gets me into a corner. And I didn't like that. So we're going to use this as a reference to maintain ourselves in the center. And there's one particular move that you use in second phase to maintain that sort of thing. Okay? So, you can jump over that in Silk Spear. And this is 3 hits here. If you make it. Pogo. Silk Spear. 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's the sort of optimal punish, I guess. Or the good punish. And then, same thing here again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 3 8 hits that you can get. And when the enemy does this, you do want to pogo into Silk Spear. If you don't have Silk Spear, you might want to float your way down. When the enemy does this attack is the one we can use for side switching. So right now I'm in the left side. I'm actually in the center of the stage. I don't really want to side switch, but I'll show you how you side switch. Just walk into the opposite side. The boss lets you do this because of the way it moves. It starts to move forward. If you don't want to side switch, just walk back a little bit and the boss won't actually force a side switch. And then again, right? Dash away if you want to do that one. The runners are a little bit different. Now that I'm actually on the right side, I kind of want to move back into the center. So slowly move back into the center. Right? Now we side switch because I want to be close to the center here. And then this one you can double jump over it and walk a little bit back so that way the thing doesn't hit you. This is the other variation of like how do you want to deal with this. And you can do this if you're kind of looking to be a bit more aggressive if you want to. And also, like, maybe you want to have more control over the fight. Again, side switch if you want to, float over it. You can double jump as well. I mean, just... Well, I did it badly there, but you can... Let's see if I can show this to you. You can just... Come on, buddy. Give it to me. Yeah. So you jump here and then jump again. That's how you do it, basically. Or float, right? The other thing is you can also side switch with that one as well, if you want to, and then you can punish after, right? But you probably will be able to do like 1 to 2 punishes. You can also, which I don't really play around with, but you can in the side switch you can also like punish that from the bottom. So you can do this. You can probably go for 2 hits, 1, 2, and then float there and you'll be fine. Like that, right? Just be careful with exactly that. That's probably one of the reasons you might not want to do it. But if you're coming fresh out of a stagger, then you could definitely go for this kind of things. Now the enemy might be close to dead here. Yeah. But there you go. That's you know, that's your options for how to deal with Greymoor. Not a super difficult boss fight. Probably might be like the second easiest boss fight of the run. So yeah, there's that. Here we want to refill the pins because we're going to be using it. I believe there is a runner that does it with sting shards the next fight, so you can do that if you want to. I don't know what happened there. I had to press F12 to like fix my character there because it was, oh, it's doing it again. F12. That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that, but okay. Just in case things get weird, let me just, haven't done it in a while. Yep, there we go. Great. Right, I forgot. If you take damage or whatever, the debug model gets weird. So let's reset this area. Oh, doing it again. That's weird. Guessing he's gonna do it again. Yeah. So here you're gonna do you just kind of want to dash and jump out of it, and then you kind of want to hang out here. And so the idea here is that you can either wait for this guy to kill one of them, or you can see it go under the water, and immediately you need to perform like. You need to get out, right? So you can either do this, which is dash, jump, dash, and then grab ledge here, and then input a dash into a buffer jump, and you get to that, right? Or I'll take the hit, no big deal. Or you can also do this like that, but that requires you to do a is it gonna happen again? It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again, sorry. Yeah, that requires you to do a bit of a short hop. So short hop there and then float and then boom, right? So you can do that if you want to, but it really is a bit scary. The other thing that I wish was consistent, that I guess I could showcase, but it's like really, you don't really go for it, is you could do this like that. Front side, there you go. You can do that, but the thing is, like, the enemy is not always going to be there, and so that's the sad part of it. But a bit of a sort of optimized way of doing it, I guess. Not optimized, but more of like a strat. Anyways, dash, jump, dash. We do it right, grab ledge, and then do a dash into a buffer jump. It is a bit of a motion input that you want to do. The dash jump is delayed, but you know, the good thing is you can buffer it, and you will always get that sort of jump at that timing, which is good. Being able to buffer jump is really good. There's multiple ways to traverse this area, actually. If you go through the top route, just, you know, hold dash and then glide here and then boom. There's actually a bottom route through here, I believe, or the other side. I don't really know for sure, but yeah, this is the route that I pick up. I believe there's like two options you got. So dash here, float, and then hug left as soon as you touch the wall. And we arrived at the next arena. Oh, shoot, that sucks. Okay, well, we're gonna have to do this again. Apologize. Also, don't be super scared about that enemy's attacks. It doesn't actually cover that much distance if you're in the right distance, so just keep moving. It won't. That attack, I wouldn't say it undershoots, but it just feels like it just usually undershoots the attack. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, like, in the future change that. Anyways, down here. So you can go for one hit, wait for the explosion, and then go for two hits. You can go for two, and then wait for the explosion and go for the last one. You could probably even go for three if you start from the bottom. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is the other variation. And then you're gonna actually be on the left side here, and when the enemy comes out, you're gonna silk spear into two pins. And as you see, you kind of, the timing for the silk spear is when the enemy kind of gets out of the ground as it's falling from the air, right? Too early, you'll miss a silk spear. Too late, then it might not be super bad, but the second pin might not hit. So have that in mind. For this guy, we do need silk spear. So dash away, dash attack in, dash away, dash attack in, dash away, and dash attack in. Or you can actually get him into the corner. Like that. Dash in and then smack him. So up to you, basically. But, and the thing is, I'm actually looking away when I'm dashing, because you don't want to make the mistake of like, oh, I'm gonna dash, but you're looking at the enemy, and you want to dash away, but you dashed in, right? Now, this is the part that I think it might be better to be on the right side, just because you start with the enemy that we started on the previous wave, which is easier to kill before the other one. So this one is a bit more risky. It starts closer to you, so you might want to start on the right side instead of the left. I always do left, because I never dare try the right side. But same thing here, is just a bit more precise, if anything. So 1, 2. As you can see, I hit the second spear pin as it's about to hit me. Dash forward. This 1, 2. I dashed forward too far in, but basically around here, you do max distance silk spear, and you kill it before it even attacks. I just dashed forward. I just went too far in, so that's not something you want to do. There you go. So yeah, if anything, just figure out distance and then silk spear from the correct distance, max distance you hit. Silk spear travels a lot. I think the distance is like half a screen, half of your monitor screen, so it just covers a lot. I think we could showcase, I think, the one that Hunt does, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see, where was it? Oh shoot, did I showcase Hunt strategy? Oh, my bad. Hold on. My bad. I did skip that. Hold on. Yeah, so let me show you Hunt strategy real quick. On this one. I guess we can show both. So he uses stings here. So one here, one there, basically where the enemies are at. And then they wake up. 2 basic attacks kill them. You can dash attack, which is good. The only scary thing about dash attack is that if your distance is not the right one, you might be dashing into the enemy as the enemy is dashing towards you, and you might get hit before your dash attack initiates. So have in mind that is a thing. Don't dash too close to the enemy. Try to go for like max distance dash, assuming the enemy is going to dash towards you. Okay, and then you want to throw a slingshot here, and I think a second one here as it's coming back up, and then a silk spear, and then another silk spear if you want to, and that's GG, right? So double silk spear gets you there. And now you're wondering, based on the way that we've been doing the whole thing, where do you actually get the silk spear if you don't have any enemies over here? And that's where talking to this guy comes in place. You buy one of the items that it sells, and you get silk from this guy. So you can do that. You can do that if you want to. Okay, have that in mind. And then the rest you can get it from these guys, like the rest that you need. Now you don't have to have full silk. Like for example here, because you get 9 silk when it's full, but silk spear only consumes 4, which is something I didn't explain. So if you're like missing 1 silk, you can still do double silk spear. Have that in mind. But anyways, let's move on to the other arena fight, and we can showcase how Hunt does this arena fight real quickly. Also, there's another Frayed Rosary String here that Hunt picks up, so we can showcase that real quick here. So right here, I already showcased me going through here, but I pretty much didn't pick this up. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is where I went. Or maybe I went through the right side. No, this was it. Yeah. So you can pick up this Rosary String. And then here. Actually, hold on. What did I think about it? Right. If you go higher, you can make this jump here, actually, without having to do the pogo to the guy. Yeah, so there's that. But yeah, you can pick this up here. And then we go up. And now let's watch the fight. So as you can see, Hunt starts on the left side and can get 3 hits here. 1, 2, 3, and that enemy's dead. And then the sting shard on left side, sting shard on right side. Jumps over, and then basically a basic attack and silk spear. That's the only thing that I would say that you might want to do something slightly a little bit different. In the sense of like, you don't want to be between 2 enemies because it might be a little bit scary. So maybe set up shop before you kill the last enemy, and then immediately go to one side, double basic attack, and then silk spear, if you want to, or something like that, right? If you rather do that, you can also pogo like Hunt did here, and then silk spear as well. Again, some of these strategies, like I said, is completely based on playstyle. If you're a very aggressive player, and here's something I will say: if you're a very aggressive player and you can back up your aggressiveness, then then by all means adopt these stuff, right? But if you want to be aggressive but you can't really back it up, then it might be a good idea to tone it down. Don't be too hard on yourself. Just because you can't perform some of these stuff doesn't mean you're less of a player. It's some people are pretty good at performing in such ways versus other. That's pretty much what it is. Okay, I know players who actually play a very lame game and they are way better at other players that can do the same thing, right? So there's that. Have that in mind. So it's all based on playstyle. Just look for something that... Don't look for something that looks cool. Look for something that gives you consistency. Unless you're in it for the long run and you don't care about spending a good chunk of your time into the run, then yeah, by all means, then adopt whatever you want. Play it how you see fit. Now, here's where I do things a little bit differently. I actually buy this. Normally, I used to not buy that bench. Normally you don't buy that bench. Not a single runner does that. I'll explain to you why I buy the bench in a little bit. We're gonna go down over this and then float, dash in. And so this enemy in particular, what runners do is they actually wait. But if you pay attention, this enemy actually aggroes as soon as you get close, and you can use that sort of aggro to trigger the animation that allows you to go past the enemy before the enemy can do anything. So walk forward, trigger the animation, and then go over it. You don't need to wait for it to attack. I don't usually even wait for it to attack. I just run. But there's a chance that you can get hit, a really bad timing where the enemy is throwing as you're going under it. So walk forward, trigger the aggro, and then go over, and you'll be fine. Okay. And I think I guess I can kind of showcase it if I can. I don't know. Oh, well, that's great. I'm walking in there. So you can see the undershoot that I'm talking about. Let me see if I can show you here. Alright, let me see now. Yeah, so there you go. So this enemy in particular doesn't have too much range, right? Doesn't mean you shouldn't do anything, but what I'm saying is that his attacks tend to be a bit of an undershoot. So have that in mind when you try to deal with this enemy in a really difficult situation. Jumping is just the best solution you have. Just jump over it, you'll be fine, right? Walking backwards also is a good idea. Anyways, moving forward. Full jump here, pogo, you'll be fine. If you land down, you hit water, not a big deal. Yeah, I really need to sit on a bench or something and reset this thing. Oh. Hit temp again. This part, so once you get to a certain point, there's gonna be enemies coming out. The way I normally do it is I do a full jump and then I dash into the ledge, to the platform. And you do that twice or 3 times, and then you keep on pogoing. Okay, so pogo, dash, pogo, full jump, dash, full jump, dash, full jump, dash, full jump, dash, and then pogo, full jump, dash, and then you can go under here, or you can go do this and then grab here. Your choice, whatever you want, but have that in mind. Okay. Here we do the skip for this boss. As soon as it gets low enough, you drop. And once it gets past this point, you can dash in and dash again. Do a second time, go over, and then keep taunting from here. And then maybe 2 more. You're gonna stand here. And so runners just kind of do. I think they kind of. I don't really know if they have a certain sort of visual cue for this, but I personally like to sort of make sure that things are consistent in a way. So put yourself here, and once this enemy actually touches the foreground, that's when you want to go for it, like that. I did it a little bit delayed there because I'm pausing and explaining, so it's a little bit difficult, and I kind of made a mistake there. I almost got hit. Because I didn't do a full jump and I didn't poke on the peak, but basically you kind of want to wait for it to go touch that sort of silhouette in the foreground, and then from there just press forward, full jump, and then pogo once you get over the enemy, and then jump, dash, and then here you can do whatever you want, honestly. So this enemy here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically full jump, hit twice, and then hit under. Nothing super scary. And oh, look at that! We did it again. That's so good. All right. So this enemy here, what I usually always do, and I can understand people's actually being scared of this enemy in particular. I'm also too about it. But since I'm always entering this area at a consistent sort of pace, then I kind of do this. But I can see how this could sort of end up badly. So I can totally understand not really wanting to go for this, but you can just do you just dash and jump in, and then last minute dash in, right? So like that, and then deal with the enemy as it's here, right? So we're gonna kill this enemy, and as it's coming to me, I can just do this, jump, smack, and then kill it again. There you go. And there's this enemy from the bottom. You can do this, and there you go. Full jump, dash, and then over here, attack upwards so you can get pushed back, and then pin here, and then do a delayed attack there. And then if you actually dash low, then this enemy is gonna react late. So 1, 2, and then smack there. That's 4 hits total. Full jump here, glide, and then pogo the middle one. Happening again. Look at that. I really need to like quit out. Right, so the intended way is to go to the right, but I think every single runner except me, every single runner goes to the left. I got my reasons why I went to the left, primarily because like 95% of the entire routing that I made it by myself without looking at anything, so I wanted to keep that sort of thing. But the optimal way is actually go down here, right? So instead of going to the right, I could kind of explain the right side if you want to, but honestly, it's like it's not the better spot. You just going to the left here is like way better. But I guess I could sort of explain it real quick. So let's go to the right. You're gonna have full silk after acquiring the new ability. So let's jump here. Short hop. Kill that guy, and then you're gonna look down and wait for the 2 guys to actually be close, and once they are, you can just go over, and then better boom myself. All right, and that's all you do. But what the other runners do, which I think is a much better option, is, and it's a much safer option actually, is we go to the left. So I haven't really like fully tried this out or study it. So once you drop off the slush, you can dash downwards. So like here, and then land over here. I kind of did that poorly there, but basically dash downwards, and then do this, and there you go. That's how it looks. We're gonna go to the right side here. Oh, not again. Gonna go to the right side, and we basically end up. Actually, no, it's not here. I think it's the next room. Yeah, probably the next room. I don't know. Anyways, in this room, just full jump, keep running, don't stop. That enemy's gonna come out really late. You'll be fine. Oh yeah, not again. Yeah, we're doing it again. Okay, cool. Every transition. Anyways, go over here, and then you can go under this enemy. And right here, you're gonna go back into the bench, right? If you go to the right side, you'll basically end up here, and then up there is the. I talk too much. I need water. Up there is the. I'll showcase it in a bit. Let's go. I'll showcase that in a bit. But basically, you get in. If you go to the right side, you're gonna have to end up here because we need to go into the bench regardless. So this is not a bad option. Right, sit on the bench, and we're gonna refill our pins. That's the main purpose of this, is so we can get our pins back. Okay. Some of these things are completely trivial, but I think I kind of want to do right by everybody to make sure that I cover everything, just in case people are interested in doing something different. But yeah. So you go to the right side, you're gonna end up here. Basically, this is where you end up, and then you go to here, and then from here we need to go. Oh, hold on. God damn you. God damn you. From here, you can just full jump and then float, and then drop down. And then from there, you go to the left and go down to the bench, right? So if you're going from the right side, because you don't want to drop on the left, which I don't see why not, it's better to go to the left. That's what you take. Now, you're going to want to float onto the left here and go up here. And if you don't like doing this, you can just hold left and just press a dash. And then from here, you're going to grab this. Now be careful with spikes and everything. But this is a shard bundle. And I believe you can now dash and then hold left. You'll be fine. And why we picked the shard bundle is because we're going to get... technically, you get a shard bundle once you get to Act 2. Like, I buy another shard bundle. But if you get this one, that's another shard bundle you don't have to buy. So you save yourself 50 more rosaries for later. Okay. These things you can dash attack into do basics. You're gonna want to do this on. Okay. Well, let me quit out. Let me quit out real quick. Thank God we actually touched the bench. Okay. Guess we go back up. Righty then. Well, quit out. Oh, it's actually fixed up a few things, I think. Thankfully. Right. So that's taken to do basics, especially here. And then you drop, dash here. And so right here, there's one enemy in particular that has multiple places where it could spawn. The ideal one is either up here in front of me or down on the same side, right side. If it does on the left, then we have an option, a way of doing that left. So let's see what we got here. So we got left. This is good. So we're gonna wait for it to go left, break this, and then jump here, and then just wait to get past you, and then boom. That's about it. You're Gucci. If it spawns up there on the right side, then you just go down. You're free. If it doesn't spawn up there and it doesn't spawn down here, it means it went to the right side where it currently is at, and you're also fine. So yeah, you basically have a 1 in 3 chance to actually get the wrong spawn, which is not that bad. It's pretty good. So anyways, once you get here, you're gonna wait for this guy to completely disappear out of the camera, and you can count like 1 second and then drop. 1 to 2 seconds and then drop, right? So 1 and then drop, and you're fine here, right? And as you can see, the top enemy actually got close to you, but you saw when it started getting close to you. If you feel like you're being pressured, you can drop a little bit sooner. But yeah, hold left as like a second later after it drops down, and you'll land here. Once this enemy's body reaches here, you can now drop to the next one and hold on the wall. So drop, hold wall, and then boom. Here, very important, do not dash. If you dash, you're gonna hug the wall on the left, and the things that are going to fall, you're gonna get hit by it. Just hold left. And that's about it. Just hold left. No dashing. Just hold left. Okay? And now we got to Widow. The Widow has 2 phases, and or I'll explain the second phase later. But in first phase, you just stay center stage, and you play center stage. There's a couple attacks that Widow has. There's a couple do's and don'ts about Widow that you have to have in mind. If you want to have a better understanding about how to fight Widow, I suggest you start learning to fight Widow on a corner, the left or right corner. to sort of get an idea of like how the bells kind of work. I think it makes the fight a little bit harder, but for some reason it felt easier the first few sessions I had with Widow over being in the center, because there was too much happening in the center, and so you kind of control a bit more how Widow behaves when you're in the corner. Once you fully understand it, you can actually go to the middle and you realize that you have more space to dodge and do stuff, but now you have this newfound knowledge of like how Widow functions when doing some of the attacks. And so it's a little bit easier to understand Widow if you already sort of went to the corner in a way. It's a very weird thing. It feels easier because you lack the full proper understanding of Widow when you're doing the corner, but once you fully understand it and you go into the middle, you realize that now it's much easier to be in the middle. So Widow, you can actually like get over here and force the fight. You don't have to be in the middle. A good way to start, if you have Sting Shard, is just put Sting Shard where the boss is going to appear, but I'll explain why Sting Shard is not a great idea here. Unless you actually get a memory locker early, which you also can, by the way. Get a memory locket, and now you have Sting Shard and pins, because we do have the money for it. I believe we do have the money for it, but you don't really need it, to be honest. Sting Shard does somewhat of a good job because you can get some extra damage, but you know, not fully need it if you don't want to. Anyways, Widow has a couple of attacks. It has one vertical attack that can either be single, like she can Widow can initiate with that attack and do nothing. It could also be a follow-up. It could do a diagonal into a vertical sort of bell, and it also has the triple bell. And the triple bell actually is a very sort of the way in it falls down in terms of timing is predictable, but the distance where it falls from each other is not. It could be really far apart from each other, and they can also land on top of each other. So there's something to pay attention to. I can probably show you how to dodge that triple vertical bell. If you actually have those space, you need to dodge under them. I apologize, because you can dodge under them. Besides that, there is diagonals. The Widow can do a double diagonal. Widow can do diagonal into vertical. And to my understanding, I think Widow cannot do a vertical into a diagonal, if I'm not mistaken. There's one particular attack that Widow cannot do in reverse, or like the opposite. And I think it might be vertical into diagonal. I think Widow can only do diagonal into vertical, if I'm not mistaken. So let's do the fight and we'll try to explain a couple of things that I do against the Widow. You can actually dodge here and do a dash attack if you want to, or you can just dodge and dash and just do a normal basic instead of doing a dash attack. This is the vertical. When Widow is doing an attack early, you do not want to dash into Widow aggressively for a basic attack, because Widow can move forward the same time you're dashing and you will get hit. I've seen this runners get hit by this. I've gotten hit by it myself, so be careful with this. The other thing I will say, I don't know if it applies to every single attack. I think it does, but it's much scarier when Widow does the triple vertical bell, is that if you are aggressive against Widow, Widow is more likely to attack way sooner than normal. And now you turn something that is somewhat complicated to something more complicated, because now you're going to have triple vertical bells being layered with a diagonal attack. You don't want that, okay? So there is the diagonal into a vertical, not the other way. This one you want to dash under. If you can also, I show you two variations. You can dash under and then sort of put yourself here. If you want to actually go for a double punish, full jump, float, pogo, immediately dash after the pogo, and then you can do either a normal aerial attack or another pogo. So I kind of missed it there, but I'll show you in a bit. Kind of hard to do when you also there. You see, I actually attacked and she immediately queued another attack, right? So you don't want that. So let's see if I do it right this time. There you go. So you can do a double pogo on that. You can, instead of doing a second pogo, you can just dash, and as your fall, you can also attack. If you do it fast enough, you can go for that. This attack in particular, you can also go for a double pogo, but it's a bit more difficult to go for some reason. It's kind of weird. But the normal thing to do is just pogo and then get out of there. But here's something else that you could do. You can hug the opposite wall in which Widow is not on. So if Widow's coming from the left, you can be on the right side, and vice versa. And you can either basic attack him, attack Widow, or Silk Spear. So, and that's free. Widow is not gonna hit you from here. Wall jump out and get into the center. Then walk away from the diagonals. And I was in a bad spot there. But yeah. No, let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you. I don't want to do too much damage here. What do I want to show? What do I want to show? Oh yeah, okay. Let's see what Widow gives me here. Okay. So I did it wrong there. Let's see if I get it again. Yeah. So basic attack there. That's the thing you can do there. No. Double. Okay. So yeah, here. So when it's doing the triple, this is not super consistent just because again the one bell can fall on the same spot, but basically you want to go under the first bell like this. If the bounce is really low, you're gonna have to. It might suck, but basically, I'll see if I can do it again because without pausing, because pausing it makes it a little bit difficult for the timing. But I'll show you. So let's see if I can get it. Again, as you can see, diagonal into vertical, not the other way around to my understanding. Full jump here, and then you can pogo that way. So that's another variation, that another way to punish it. You can just full jump away and then go for it. You can also like dash away and pogo, but you have to have in mind your positioning. If you're in a corner, you're not gonna have those options. You're gonna have to wall jump out, right? 1, 2. Oh, so there it is. You see what I mean? So this is why it's not super consistent, right? The double bell falling down. I'm glad that it did it, so you can see it. Again, what I'm trying to showcase is if you're in a position where you have no choice and you have to dodge under them, I want to teach you how to do it. But this is the reason why I don't suggest doing it if you have the option to not be under them. It's because you can have both bells falling at the same time. But let me see if I can actually get the proper triple here. So I can show you like how to do it if you're in a really bad spot. Another thing about this particular thing that I forgot to explain or tell you is that you can also like punish by doing a Silk Spear as you jump over. So you don't really have to pogo. You can actually attack as is above you, right? You can go under, attack as is above you, and then jump over and do a Silk Spear. Right, so like right here, I jump over. I can just press B and Silk Spear right here. So that's another punish you can get, right? I don't like doing Silk Spears here because you can actually punish the boss with Silk Spear when it's doing some sort of cast of a bell. That's a really good moment to punish. And I feel like it's a bit of a waste if you Silk Spear here when you can actually go for pogos, right? So if it's casting like here, you can go for it, right? Let's see if I can get it. Also, you can pogo these things, so have that in mind. Okay, so are you gonna do the triple, please? No? Also, this is a follow-up that can also do. If you're floating down, the first attack that starts is this. It might be a bad idea to do a full hop, so if you see this, just go under. Because the boss is going to do a dive way further back because it locked into you when you were in the air, and you might get hit because of this. So if after that grounded attack, if the next thing is this, try to go under. Okay? If you actually get the... Can you please give me the other one? So I can showcase it? Please and thank you. No? Well. I'm doing it now because then it's gonna have like more attacks and it's gonna be harder to actually get what I want. Come on, Widow. Hold on these bells. Wait, hold on. There you go. So you see what I did there? I was under the first one, I walked into the second one, and then I walked back into the first one, right? So that's how you properly dodge this one. If you have very little to no space, because it could happen when you're in a corner, and when it's like in front of you casting, and you really have no space to move in, that's how you properly dodge it. You get out of the first spell, and then you go under the first spell, and you walk away, right? If you see yourself with no other option other than to dodge the bells, this is how you do it, okay? All right. Yeah, now as Silk Spear usage, you can use it here. No, I should have done a normal attack there on the second one. Would have been fine. Basics. Wall jump if you're in a corner. You don't want to be actually trying to go under because there's spells. Another thing. You don't want to also do Silk Spear when... You don't want to do Silk Spear when it's casting this. Because look what happens. Well, I kind of missed the opportunity there. But basically, if you Silk Spear at the wrong time, the belts will go all over the place, and you'll screw up. Also, you can jump over diagonals. Just another option if you want to. Oh, very important. Do not... I'll show this now. Oh, hold on. There you go. Okay, so some of them actually went to the right side. Sometimes they go towards you and you get hit by the belt as well, so you don't want to do that. So be careful with running towards the wall. Whenever I'm trying to get away from Widow, when Widow's doing like the grounded attack, I just dash forward and then I walk into it. Okay? And here's the reason why. No, wait for something. If you do this, you'll bunk like that. And you'll get hit because you'll bunk back into Widow as Widow's getting close to you. You do not want to be holding the run button as you're getting to the wall. You want to dash and then let go dash. And if you need to get back, if you're like too far away, dash again. Okay, don't run. Just dash. As you can see, me dashing, it's not making me bunk. Okay. I could probably show you a version of that, if anything, if Widow decides to like give me the opportunity to do so. Oh yeah, so there. Oh, it didn't happen there, weirdly enough. But basically, yeah, I don't know why it's not happening. There, I guess I was too close. It didn't happen, but yeah, you bonk into it and it's over. Okay. Again, no Silk Spear here. Once these things land, there's a very high chance that Widow will actually attack from the air. So be on the lookout for that. Okay. So there you go. So I was able to showcase that, right? If you run into the wall, you'll bonk into Widow. That's a really bad thing. Okay. When Widow's casting, you can actually approach it and attack if you want to, but remember that Widow might attack quickly after that. There you go. That's another. I don't know if I already showcased that, but you can do a pogo into a dash into a normal basic. That's another thing you could do. This is a bad idea to do. You don't want to do this. I think I haven't showcased that, but the diagonals you can smack them. So yeah. So oh, I missed it. You can basically just hit them and they don't hit you. Anyways, too much Widow's talk. Let's go to second phase now. Once Widow gets into second phase, I believe Widow has 140 health left. Okay, this is where the pins get in place. You don't. Second phase is kind of scary if you're doing it in the middle, which is why we do it at the corner. Now the corner is not entirely free because the bells can actually like fall to the left or to the right after bouncing. And it's hard for us to pay attention to the bells bounce while also pay attention to the balls. But I do suggest you be looking out to the trajectory of the vertical bells while having your peripheral on the boss. Because if the boss is going to attack, the hands kind of look a little bit silverish, so you can tell with your peripheral vision if it's going to do an attack or not. But we do actually fight in the corner, and we sort of sped up the second phase by having full pins here, and if you have actually double silk spear, it makes it a lot faster. Now, why we actually do it on the corner is because it's much easier to sort of not entirely control, but have control over the fight. Like you basically have a better it's I wouldn't say organized, but it's much easier to like read the attacks. Not only that, but also the diagonal attacks do not reach you. Okay, so there's that. There is, however, one particular instance that's a little bit scary that I don't think I have actually found a really proper way of dealing with it. So have that in mind. And that is when it does a vertical attack and it follows up with a diagonal bell. Now the proper way of doing it, there's two choices. You can either smack the diagonal to get it out of the way. You can do that, or you can jump over. The problem is both of them can get easily countered if the bell that actually landed vertically leans into you and you're not paying attention, right? So we'll talk about that as we get in there. But land yourself around here, and Widow can actually start with a dash attack right here, so be careful. Now the way it works is that Widow will do max 3 cast and then will dash attack. Max 3 cast, but it can always dash attack before those 3 casting. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, and then a dash, right? And you're gonna pogo to the left. Okay, now free moments to use Silk Spear would be when it's doing diagonals. Those are free. If it's doing verticals, you need to make sure first that you know where the verticals are gonna land, get out of it, and then Silk Spear. Besides that, you're gonna be constantly doing kunais. Okay, so here's another one. This is the free one. This is the free Silk Spear, as you can see. And then you jump over and do a pogo. Again. Right. Now, I'm trying to showcase the attacks here so you can kind of see how it looks. And then jump over. As you can see, 1 cast and then dash attack. That's the minimum we'll do. Right. And then the diagonals won't hit you at all, right? That's the beauty of being here. The downside of this is that the belts, when they bounce, they can bounce to the left or the right. For example, this one is bouncing to the left. Yeah, as you can see. I didn't need to do what I did. I should have just stayed still and I would have been fine. I didn't need to do it. It's just in the pause it looked kind of weird. Anyways, so now you kind of know, right? You can get a look at the bells and then sort of have your peripheral on the boss and you'll be able to like know what's happening. Okay. You will feel like you want to basic attack the shit out of the boss. Do not give into it. And if you do give into it, make sure it's a very thought out decision. You don't want to get out of your position over here, okay? You kind of want to be around here. You kind of want to stay around here. This is the position you want to keep in. Okay? Now, why this face looks like it's taking a long ass time, but we haven't done anything. So why we want to do this and have pins is because pins, I think they do like 6 to 7 damage or something like that. Widow in second phase has 140. Out of bat, like from the beginning, you're dealing like 60 to 70 damage or something like that to Widow. And then if you have 2 Silk Spear, that's a total of 30 damage extra. You basically have 2 cycles to kill Widow at that point. And by 2 cycles, I mean it's like every 3 pogos gives you a Silk Spear, and so it's 30 damage total between that. And that's a full cycle, right? So pogo, 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 Silk Spear, pogo, 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 Silk Spear. Okay. So 1 Silk Spear. Now we're gonna be wasting this. No, I kind of messed up there, but you kind of like waste here all you want. That's 2 less kunai because I messed up. Silk Spear, and now I think 1 more cycle. Oh, whatever. It's over sooner. It's over sooner. I already pogoed like 2 or 3 times out of what I wanted to demonstrate. So we had like 15 less. Here's another thing about they have to have in mind is that Widow doesn't always have 140 left on second phase, because you can do enough damage to take Widow to 145, and all you need is like one more basic attack to trigger second phase. But if you Silk Spear, you did way more than that. And so now Widow has like 130. So it's kind of hard to actually have an idea of like how low Widow is. But what I'm saying is that you might have Widow in a position where it might take way less to kill. And so it didn't look like it's there, but from the start, if you just like spam pins, kill, you know, use all the pins on the boss fight, and then use the Silk Spears, the second phase, like, it gets deleted quickly. So if you're wondering like why not do it on first phase, it's because first phase has so much health that you don't really see the real benefit on first phase. You speed up the first phase, but you still have to learn how to fight Widow on first phase way more, enough to actually last a good chunk without getting hit. So if you're gonna last a good chunk without getting hit, might as well just go full and just make phase 2 as quickly as possible, right? Because that way you make it so like the chances of phase 2 getting hit on phase 2 is way smaller, and all the time and effort you put into practicing phase 1 is just gonna kick in by itself, right? So that's why we do pins on phase 2 to speed up phase 2. Phase 2 doesn't last too long. Like I said, if you blow out the entire pins and you do Silk Spears, you're just doing massive damage in the beginning of phase 2. And like nothing, right? Right. Float, wall jump. Another question that you might have, Basti, if you actually fall into the void here, is it a hit? No, it's not. I know that the community and Team Hitless actually counts like falling in the void of falling a hit, but that's actually not a hit either. We're not counting failures. We're counting hits by enemies, and that's not a death. We clearly know what a death looks like. Now, you might have your opinion saying whatever, and I think it's totally fine. If you don't want to include it, I think it's you have the entire right to do so. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if Team Hitler decides this is a hit, it's if you want to be part of it, there's nothing you can do about it. It's completely decided by the entire community. So if you either follow the rules or you don't, it's up to you. But if you want my opinion, falling there doesn't actually, it's not a hit. And I will say as well, falling in the mist is also not a hit. Because again, we already know what a death looks like. You actually don't die. You can also quit out here to skip this. I know I'm taking this opportunity to like say stuff like this, and it might strike people the wrong way. I don't mean any ill, but I want to let everybody know that I have the best intentions with this niche, and this niche, the thing that lacks is consistency, which is why we'd had issues with this in the past. And it's like if we make decisions based on feel instead of like things that should have a strong premise and like a good base of, or like a solid, I guess foundation is the word, I don't know. We're gonna have rules that don't really make sense from one game that is very similar to the other, and we don't want that, right? So again, premise is not get hit by the enemy. If you're doing modern hitless, then you're totally fine. It doesn't count as a hit. Even more so for damageless, it definitely doesn't count as a hit for damageless. Anyways, we sell these things here for the enemy. I mean, for the enemy. We'll sell these things to that NPC. Goddammit. And we level up here. There's not much to talk about here. This is kind of self-explanatory. Now, something I actually didn't talk about is you can choose different crafts if you want to. There is, I think, at least the nice thing about this game, despite not actually having more options that I wish it should have, there's crafts you can choose. You know, you don't have to go this route. But if you want to like follow and copy the strategies that I'm going to showcase here, especially on Act 2, then also I believe you could do this. Yeah, so you can do that. I do it from over there. It's my choice. But you can do that as well if you're wondering. Just wall jump here and then boom, you're there. Fede actually picks up Reaper. Fede picks up Reaper way before this. And actually, you know what? I'll showcase that now. In case you're interested in getting Reaper. Because maybe Reaper is like the pogos of Reaper are much more intuitive if you're coming from Hollow Knight. The moment that Fede does Reaper is actually pretty early, believe it or not. Like before Moorwing. So we can kind of see this portion of how Fede does the path to Reaper. So in case you're wondering how to properly do it, you do it right before getting into Moorwing. So that's another thing you could do if you actually don't like doing the way I do it. You can just walk off. Once you get here, dash forward and then float. And then boom. You're Gucci. From here, we're going to walk up, do the same thing. The Fede doesn't actually pick up the rosaries, I believe. So there's that. And then this route, Fede is kind of a little bit slow here, so it might not make the cycle for the rat. But I think you actually don't go. Yeah, okay, so yeah, didn't make the cycle for the rat. You go to the left here and drop here, and then we're gonna go get Reaper real quick. Now, Reaper is a weapon that I considered in the past, but I didn't want to do extra fights, so I didn't even play around with the idea of doing Reaper. Because I don't want to do extra fights. But Fede does a pretty consistent fight, I think. So once you get in here, you're gonna be using sting shirts. By the way, you need sting shirts. Bring it here. And this enemy actually sort of waits for you to hit, so you can parry. But if you wait too long, it will attack. So you can force a parry, or not a parry. It's a counter attack. You can force the counter attack, jump over, and then attack. So that's kind of what Fede is doing here. It's hitting and then jumping over and then doing an attack. And then here we see a sting shard to the right, and I think it was a silk spear to kill this enemy quickly. And now you have a 1v1 scenario. And as you can see, it's doing dash attacks to get into the enemy. Again, be careful with the dash attacks too close. If you initiate a dash attack too close, you'll get hit by the enemy. Because the enemy is going to dash forward as you're dashing in. And the first frames of your animation actually do not have a hitbox. You can walk into an enemy when you're doing this. So, unless they changed it, let me see. Doesn't look like they changed it, but also doesn't look like you're gonna get hit. The reason I say this is personal experience. I already tried doing this, and I did got hit. Like the initial animation, if you actually do it too close, you'll get hit. And so, I guess what I'm trying to explain here is like this first part of the attack, right? You see that you're moving forward as you're doing that. You see that you can get hit here. You don't have any hitbox. If the enemy decides to dash forward, like it did right here, but it does a sooner, you can definitely eat that hit, right? And Fede started here, but you could have started way later than that, and you could have gotten hit because of it, right? So that's what I'm talking about, like to be careful about that. Anyways, dash attack there. Initiate far from where you are. Double sting shard here, and then you can basic attack, and you can also silk spear. But I'm pretty sure Fede is waiting for something. He needs a silk spear for something else. So you kind of wait for the enemy to like dash in, and then you pogo the enemy. Now that's something that I actually haven't fully explained. It's actually much easier to pogo the enemy in the same direction than pogo against it. So have that in mind. Okay. So if you want, let the enemy get under you, and then you pogo in the same direction versus pogoing against it. Like it's easier to nail it. And when it goes on the ground, you kind of want to like immediately dash to the opposite side. You want to dash to the opposite side just in case the enemy like stops real underneath you and you get hit because of waiting for too long. So be careful with that. Because this guy, again, double Sting Shard and then Silk Spear, and that way you take care of that enemy, and now you have a 1v1. Which is not super scary when you're dealing with this enemy. And there we go. And now you got Reaper. Now you can choose Reaper if you want to, or you can completely forget about Reaper and go for Wonder if you want to. It's a faster weapon. I believe it has lesser damage than the Reaper, like lesser base damage, but it has a crit chance. If you like that idea, because you like the pogo and you want faster attacks, you can do that. I think the thing, the beauty about the Wonder Crest is that it also, like, I feel like the developers deliberately make the basic attack have a bit of an input delay. So I believe the Wondrous Crest has way less, or not way less, but has a bit of less input delay than this attack in particular here. So you do get to attack sooner, which if you're like coming from Hollow Knight, it might be better for you. The downside of it is that oh wait, I'm supposed to go this way. The downside is that it has a shorter distance, like the coverage is less, and honestly this for me is like not long enough. It took me a while to get used to this. So, shoot, if you're doing Wondrous Crest, you might have an issue, right? I mean, it might be worse. No, I don't know that for like 100% sure that's the case. So, maybe Wondrous Crest and this actually has similar reach. So take it with a grain of salt. That's something that that's information that I found. Not really information that it's not something that I really tested myself, so have that in mind. Anyways, we're gonna go for the evolved version of Hunter, which honestly Hunter's like the better. Oh, by the way, that right there, you can land on the last platform that I did, do a dash and then buffer a jump, and then once you're at your peak as you're falling down, dash again and you'll land here without having to float. Okay, we're getting Hunters. Hunters actually does, I think it's like 25% extra damage if you after doing 6 hits, so that's a really nice boost. As long as you don't take hit anymore, you won't lose that benefit, but quitting out, sitting on the bench will make you lose the evolve bonus, and you have to like get that back, so do have that in mind. Despite preferring to use sort of like Wanderer or Reaper, the reason I kind of didn't do it is because I thought it would be nice to just like adapt to like a new sort of weapon type, instead of just trying to go for like something that feels more at home. So it took me a little bit more to actually get used to, but it was nice. I'm glad that I stick to Hunter in everything instead of switching to anything else. But I can definitely say that Reaper is not a bad option if you want a pogo, and if you want something that is similar to Hunter, but has a pogo, then go Wondrous. I guess that's like the beauty of this game in particular. At this point, you can actually go. You got 3 choices of crests you can pick. I wish we had more, to be honest, but it is what it is. And so now that we have this, we only need like one more thing to boost our damage. and we're gonna get it as we go there. As we go through, you know, the same path, because that's exactly where we're going. So these enemies here, you can actually wait, grab the slash and just continue, or else 3 basic attacks kill them. So like this, like that. If you feel uncomfortable, you can do that too. And if you're looking for Wanderer's Crest, then you go this way, and you just, you know, wall jump all your way there. I've never done it, so I can't really explain to you how to properly do it. So that's it. Also, I haven't talked, but here is where you would buy the Craftmetal, right? So we're gonna buy it, especially because we have this. So we're gonna buy it. But you will buy that if you want to use cockflies. I actually don't use cockflies on my run, but I think that is not optimal. I think using cockflies is really good. Actually, it helps a lot for the final boss, at least. I don't really use it for anything else. I mean, I wouldn't use it for anything else. So yeah. It helps speed up phase 2. Also, you can skip the cutscene if you want to. There's also that. And now we go to the right side, and we're gonna go now on our way to the second act. But before that, we need to grab barbed wire, I think is the word. All right, we'll grab that real quickly there. Be careful with this hole right here. There's a rat in the bottom, so make sure you're jumping. And then if you do a ledge jump from the ledge there, that rat won't. Let me do something real quick here. I'll do it from here, because we haven't done this in a while, so just in case. You never know. Yeah, so if you ledge grab, well, the rat won't aggro, but if actually you do a ledge grab and you jump in the wrong way, the rat will aggro, so it doesn't really matter. You're not going to stay there for too long. So here, so I actually do this slow, but there's a fast way, and it's just based on reaction time. Once you see the enemy on the right side of the screen, you do a full hop. So you're going to run and just do that. Simple as that. There's another way to do it, which I don't recommend, which is going under. But if you want to go under, you can also go under. It's just kind of specific, I think. So let me see if I can showcase it. Like that, right? But the way I normally do it is I just get close to him and then I start walking as he's walking backwards. And whatever it does, you just will hop. And if it's a dash, you just dash over. If it's not a dash and it jumps, then you just float. Or just fall. I think you'll make it. But if you want to go fast, as soon as you see the enemy pop into the screen on the right side, you just do a full hop and then jump at the peak and you'll be fine. Then here, press this, go over, dash under, and then forget that. And we sit down here. Now, you can equip Sting Shard if you want to, but we're not going to be using Sting Shard yet. We actually got to get back here once we get barbed wire. You can go under these rats if you know the cycle pretty well. I don't normally know the cycle of these rats, so I prefer to just wait and kill the first one and then react to the second one. Here. You should stop running around here. We'll hop here. I did it a little bit too low there. But basically you kind of want to like full hop and like hit the middle of this cage. And then you're going to dash from here. Jump here. And then you can do that if you want to, or you can just float and get in there. There's two ways of doing this room. You can actually quit out after getting barbed wire or come back. I'm gonna try to showcase both. It's been a while since I've done the non-quit out, but ever since I actually used Sting Shard for the top and now I need barbed wire, I quit out. But I'll show you both. So here, you can dash here, and then jump, float, dash, and then float down here. And as soon as you get around here, drop, and there you go. And boom. And this is where you get Barbed Bracelet, and you will quit out from here, right? If you don't want to quit out, you can do sort of this to like get the right spot, and then from here, boom, right? Much easier if you know exactly when you can dash up. Instead of doing this, you can just do this, and then boom, get up here. And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna initiate a dash attack and then hold right. You will do a glitch grab, and you're gonna jump over and then go above the cage and then under the cage and then dash over the next sort of roach, go under the guy, and then the rest is history, right? So boom, boom, do this, under, dash. Well, that was a bad idea there. Jump here, and there you go. It's been a while since I've done it, but yeah, that's usually how I do it. I can sort of try it again. There's another option here you could do, which is this. I messed it up there, but basically, I used to do that a lot back then. I kind of messed it up there. I got hit basically because I waited too long. But you go under the guy, do a little short hop forward, and he actually misses that attack. It's a little bit scary, which is why I don't recommend it. That's actually the first time that I get hit by that. But yeah, dash attack here, grab ledge, dash forward, boom, boom, grab there, drop here, jump, dash, down, dash, and then there you go. Kind of thing. Somewhat precise when you're getting close to some of the enemies, because you don't want to wait too long. They actually attack. But if your movement is consistent and you're properly executing, they won't hit you. But your movement has to be consistent. Put this in, and then we get Sting Shard. Jackash actually does, Jack Knights actually does straight pins, and for a good portion of my time attempting to run this game, I actually thought straight pins was the better option, but the reason I didn't do it was because of how I do Sinners. But now, the way I do Miss and whatever, I think that Sting Shard is equally as good, just because it basically does the same amount of damage as straight pin, I believe, or close to it. It's equally as good. So the one added benefit is straight pins can actually aggro from far, so that's something that we don't have with Sting Shards. But you can set up shot with Sting Shards and kill goats if you don't want to even basic attack them. There's that. And so since we have Silk Spear, we have already the range that straight pins can sort of cover, not fully, but, and then you got Sting Shard for it, you know, setting up shop if you want to. So I think Sting Shard is actually pretty good too. You don't need to go with straight pins. But it really depends on how you're gonna do Sinners. If you do Sinners the way Jack Knights does it, or actually the way the Hunt does it, then you can go straight pin, you'll be fine. And you might get more mileage out of straight pins, actually. I don't know. But if you do it the way that I'm gonna do it, then Sting Shard for sure. It's actually pretty good. I think Fede does the same. But yeah, Hunt and Jack probably do it differently, a little bit faster. So I'll show you how Hunt does it. So if you want to go the straight pin route, but if not, Sting Shard. Equip those two things, and we are out of here. And here I want to get some Silk Spear. So these things that now die in 2. And if you kill the first one, you'll sort of quickly. You don't have to kill the second one if you don't want to. But I kill it because I need I want more Silk Spear. Also, you can kill this guy if you want to, so you can have full silk. But we don't. But you can. And let's see if we can do this right now. Go here, dash here, dash jump here, and then let go of the dash, so that way you don't trigger early. But it doesn't really matter. They won't do anything if you trigger early. Wall jump here, and then once you get to after the next wall jump that I'm going to do, This is probably one of the first instances where where you want to like normalize you do want to do a bit of a normalized movement. What I mean about normalizing, this might be something new for some of you guys, is the idea of using actions that give you a consistent outcome that does not have human involvement. So for example, let's say a game like Castlevania, if you are walking forward and then you jump, you know, in Castlevania games, you have no control over your character's aerial movement. Once you jump, the distance is already set, and so that's a bit of like a normalized movement. Another normalized movement could be a full hop. No matter what you do, if you hold the A button, Hornet will always go this high no matter what. That's another normalized one. If you're doing this, Hornet's right, if you're holding it, Hornet's dash is always going to be a set distance. That's a normalized distance. That's a distance set by the developers. You cannot do anything about it, right? And that's what I mean. So we're going to use a normalized ledge jump at the top to get the exact distance that allows us to move to the right and dash, so we grab the ledge. So here, dash up, and there you go. You have the distance is always going to be this high, so that when you dash to the right, at the peak of it, you always grab the ledge. Okay, so we're gonna see a bit of more normalized strategies later on, but that's an introduction to that. Here, wall jump, silk spear, and get this guy down here. Hit him once, he's gonna attack, and then hit him again, so he dies. After this, you can pick this up now. If you're lucky, you get 2 chances. I mean, you can get it twice. If you're unlucky, you get only 1. And then after that, you're gonna walk here, and we're going to do we're gonna use needling to attract this guy. Once you get close, we go over, and then you just pogo, and then 2 dash attacks on this rat. And there you go. And don't worry about the guy on the other side; it's not gonna chase you. You can float and pogo here if you want to, or none. And so the way we're gonna do this part here is we're going to stand right here where I'm standing, where the chains are. And when this enemy on the left side goes up, we're going to do a full hop. We're gonna throw a sting shard to the right, and then we're gonna walk forward, do needling when the enemy is low. And soon after doing the needling, you're gonna let go, do a full hop, and do a silk spear. Okay? So full hop, throw, walk forward, boom, and then full hop, does this, drop here, wait for any enemy to drop, and then go up here, and you're gonna put him in the cage, right? And it requires a bit of manipulation, but you should just follow the same thing I just did correctly. Once the enemy starts looking left or right, you know that it completely lost aggro. Now you can proceed to do this. And now this rat in particular, there's 2 ways you can deal with this rat. You can actually choose not to fight this rat, or not fight it. You can choose to be like, proceed going up. And the way you can do this is by going to the left ledge here. The rat's gonna go over you, and then you continue. Or you can just walk into the rat and let the rat get aggro while you're on the right side of this platform and let it drop. So you can be under, and as you can see, your character can actually be under that rat, as you can see now. If not, you could just stay here, wait for that, and then the rat sort of falls down. And so the reason I do this is because if I mess this up here and I don't like it, I could just drop again and try again. There's no rat here. Okay, so if you don't want to do that, then you don't need to do that. Dash here, try not to get too much airtime, so that way this enemy doesn't get aggro. And you're gonna look up and wait for the enemy to get close. Once the enemy gets close, you dash over, hit that, and then we leave. And that's about it. Okay? I'll jump here, dash here, needle in here, and wait for the enemy to get in. 1 pogo, 2 pogo, dash, dash, and then do the jump, and you're out. Like that. Okay? Here we're gonna do a dash jump, float, hit this corner here, and then we're gonna do another dash jump and buffer the jump. Like so. And then here, full hop, and then float, and then dash at the end, and we'll be fine. Here, if you don't have it, you can actually farm from this guy. And it takes 8 hits to kill. And so that means you can get to Silk Spear before he actually dies. So, the one thing about this enemy, I think this enemy knows your position. So you have to have, like, sort of manipulate it. If you do it right, you can get 2 hits over there. And then 1 hit over here. And I missed. Basically, 1 Silk Spear is fine. You don't really need 2 if you don't want to. But I'll get 2 just in case. So that way we enter the mist with 2. If this guy allows me to. There you go. Maybe you don't want to kill it because, you know, maybe things don't go well over here. You kind of want to backtrack or for someone no reason. You can do that if you want to. Now, the mist. A bit of a scary sort of area for runners. I do. There's a couple things I've learned from the mist, but here's what I'll say. There is a video that I have yet to watch, so watch at your own, I guess, like, discretion. Like, but someone made a video called "Demystifying the Mist Hollow Knight Silksong." Whether it is like really good or not, I'm not entirely sure. It's a 19 and 40-minute video explaining the mist. And so it talks about different stuffs about it. You know, score, basics, juggling. The juggling is basically like using one particular layout to get the most out of mist. Physical sense rule, apply strategy, like all these kind of stuff, optimization. If you want to know anything about this, just look for this video. Demystifying the Mist in Hollow Knight. Hopefully I put the link in the description. But there might be a lot of useful information for you there if you're planning on going through the mist. Which I actually forgot to mention, there is a potential for, or not a potential, but I think there are runners who are doing the normal, like, last judge route. So you can go for that if you want to. This is just a guide for how to do the mist. Well, not the mist. This is a guide for how to do the mist route. Which I can definitely say that the more you play around with the mist, the easier it becomes. It's actually not super difficult. Now, the overall strategy for me is ideally find a layout that is comfortable and stick to that layout till the end. Okay, if you don't find the layout, then just you're gonna have to move on and just sort of keep doing your. Okay, so there are 3 types of traps in this area. The one is the button one, so that one right there. Right there. You have the bear trap, and then you also have the trap that kind of falls off the ground, basically. Okay. I don't think I need to explain like how to do the mist. You probably already know how to do the mist, but in case you don't know, you use the butterflies to actually tell you the location. And for the first, I divide them in phase. There's phase 1 and then phase 2. And the first phase is 3 layouts. There are 3 maps you gotta go through. And then the second one can be 2. The first one, the last map you go through can either finish going to the left or to the right. It doesn't really matter. But for the second phase, it always ends on the right because that's where you go, how you exit through the exhaust organ. So, these things also are sort of traps in a way. Like you can stand on one of them and they fall down. You can immediately see that we have a bear trap here. And one of the things that I do want to mention is that I believe the button is one of the few, the only trap that actually can't spawn in the edge of a ledge. I might be wrong with that, but I believe that's the case. Not for the other ones. I think the bear trap can actually be in the edge, so you're gonna have to hit it from far, and that's where Silk Spear comes in. And if you actually do decide to go pins, you can go pins, and the pins actually have that really good benefit that you can trigger a bear trap from far. You can also make the bear trap fall if you actually like the platform you're in and you want to use it to kill the ghosts, the whatever their name is that you're fighting, right? So, anyways, this particular layout actually has two entrances to the left, one on the top and one on the right. So it seems like we actually have to go to the bottom entrance here. So the bear trap there. You kind of start to learn the layout. There it is. You start to understand the layout a little bit more, and you kind of know how to do things. Now, let's say I actually like the layout that I was going into, right? The other layout. Then you can go back into the mist, into the previous layout, and just use it again. Okay? And you won't lose progress. So, for example, we already did one. I call it layouts, they probably call it maps, but we already did one. And so now, we're gonna go for the next one. This one could be up or left or right, whatever it wants. But yeah, it's gonna be the top left this time. Okay. And then, max that. Always be careful. And it's supposed to be this way now. And now, when we go back in, since there's only left or right, the third layout has to be either left or right. Since we came from the left, it is my understanding that the layout actually ends on the right side. We're actually on the right side here. So, we're actually gonna go to the right. And I am lying. I guess it didn't go to the right side? Huh. Maybe it goes to... Wait, maybe it actually meant... Oh! No. I did mess up because actually there's a bottom left. I forgot. Yeah, the layout actually has two entrances. For some reason I thought I forgot that there was a bottom. So it could have been bottom left actually. It wouldn't have been bottom right. Anyways, I think we actually reset the entire order. I mean the entire thing, so we gotta do it again. So if you're actually comfortable with a certain layout, you can stick to this layout. So in my case, I'm probably gonna stick to this layout, and I'm gonna look for the butterflies again, which I think there's some in the bottom here. So, oh, there they are. Let's see if we actually get top left or right here. It seems like we're getting fully top. I think top is like my least favorite in this layout, because we gotta really go high for that. And the platforms here are like not that great. But at least this platform here, this part here actually helps. Right, so I guess this is a good moment to actually explain how do I deal with the ghost. There's a couple ways you can deal with it. I guess, like I said, you have pins. You can do pins from far. You can do silk spears after jumping over your dash attack. You can set up shop with the sting shards. Like the way you probably do that, let me show you, is you jump over sting shard here, and they get hit by it, like so. Again, you can jump over and do silk spear. And pins are like probably one of the safest things you could use, because you know you can use it from far and you're able to perform actions really quickly. If you're gonna use nails, you can pogo. I see people actually pogo, so pogo is definitely a good option. I have seen people get hit by pogo though, which is the one thing that I'm not really a fan of. So I don't do pogo, and so I try to manipulate the ghost to attack on specific conditions. And one of them is that the ghost is sort of in the same level as I am. Like currently right now it's good. If it goes a little bit higher, it's perfect. If it goes a bit over that, then it's fine. And the other thing is I don't want to actually trigger the ghost really close to it. I want to be slightly far, or at least to the max limit distance that I can. So what I actually do is I jump over, get away, and wait for the ghost to sort of get leveled with me. And then I walk into it to trigger it to attack me. And then I jump over and go to the left. So I wait, trigger, and then jump over and do that. And then again, trigger, walk away, boom. Just like that, okay? It's a very simple way of doing it. It's much easier. And you need patience. You can't really attack as quickly like every single time it goes under you, like you jump over it, because sometimes it might end below you, and if you try to attack it, you're gonna have a very weird angle that is kind of difficult to know its trajectory, and you're gonna screw it up. When those things kind of happen, you just have to like jump over instead of like jumping away. So we already know it's top. There's really not much here. There is a trap here, probably. No trap, but there's usually a trap here. And we might have another ghost top here. Oh, well. I missed the pogos. Sometimes we get ghosts here. Actually, not here. But anyways, we got top. Don't really like this one, but this might not be bad. Probably could be better than the one that I currently have on the bottom. But I guess I kind of want to showcase how you could use only one map for all of this. So let's keep doing this. All right, so now we'll see what we're gonna get. So that looks like bottom, but I don't know exactly which of the bottoms is. So we're gonna keep going down. There could be traps here, so be careful with the traps here. Right, so it could be either this one or the other one. So we're gonna have to go a little bit lower so we can figure it out. So there you go. And it's this one. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you got this one again. And now re-trigger this again. Dash jump here, you can do that. Be careful with traps. And this should be the third one, if anything. Let's see what we're getting here, either left or right. We are getting left. Now we're off from this one. And now we got the other one. So there's a chance that the second phase of the mist can actually be a 2-tile. Now this is a really bad situation, no matter how you slice it. And the one thing I can tell you is that you can actually, if I'm not mistaken, you can actually go back. Like if you don't want this, I can actually show you. You can actually go back and do here, right? So this is a bit of a better layout. I think there's bottom left, and there's right, and there's bottom right. Yeah. So, since I know this layout, I kind of want to like leave it up here. And I think where it's leading us is actually to the bottom right here, where we at. So let's see if we can find another. Oh, there it is. Okay. So another thing that I didn't explain about these ghosts is that if they actually end up in the, if they end up above you, or if you have them above you, you can actually attack them without them attacking you. I think Hunt does this, and so that's free damage. So have that in mind. There you go, that's leveled. I'm gonna wait. Sometimes you have to do it twice. So as you go. Like that, you know. It's all about patience. I think it's actually in the bottom here. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this because the way you actually have to get in, it's not fun, but actually, no, you're good. You're good. All right. So, ooh, this is a really good layout. Oh, we got those here. Okay. So this is probably one of my favorites. Let's see what we get. It should be left and then right. Oh, right and then right, I'm guessing? Well, that means I say goodbye to this layout because we're going right. Unless... Oh wait, unless? Hold on. Let me trigger this one here. Go over. Be careful with bear traps. That's it? Oh, look at that. That's it. Okay, perfect. It's like, we got a 2 map? Was that 2? That's probably 2. I don't know. Right. If you're not going to touch the bench, you can continue here. Stop. Full jump. You'll be fine. That enemy on the bottom can't really reach you. I don't think I need to teach how to do wall jumps, to be honest, but I will be the first one to say that I got hit in this area many times, and it sucked, but it is what it is, right? So one thing that I want to make clear is that when you're wall jumping, you need to be holding the direction that you're going, so until the character kind of touches the wall, so that then you can wall jump again. And that kind of confuses me, but basically if you're wall jumping, you need to, you know, hold the direction that you're wall jumping to. Anyways, just in case, I don't know. I think wall jump is pretty intuitive to a lot of you guys. Not for me. I played Super Metroid and it's different. Anyways, there's silk here, and you can get silk on the top as well. So if you want silk, you can get it from there. Drop and dash here. Now here is a jump, the wall jump that we do. That doesn't require you to do much input until very late. So we're gonna do a wall jump to the right, and then you're gonna wall jump again and not do any input until way late. And what ends up happening is you can see that my character kind of like hits it. Oh, this is gonna suck, by the way. I have an idea. Hold on. Let me just do this quickly, just in case. Because if you take hits, the mod behaves weirdly. You're gonna notice that my character kind of like touches it. So you first hold, you just hold A, and then you hold the direction you wanna, you know. It doesn't really matter that much, I believe, but yeah, doesn't really matter that much. I think you can just hold and you'll be fine. But if you ever get hit and you don't know why, then try not holding forward until you actually get over it. Okay, there's more silk here, and now we go to this boss fight. Now, this boss fight, I suggest you actually watch how the other 3 runners do it, like Fede, Hunt, and Jack Knights. All 3 of them actually have way better punish games than I do with this boss. I play this boss extremely slow, very safe, just to avoid any like weird stuff. But it comes at a cost of like a very lengthy fight, and I wouldn't really tell you how if it's even a more consistent fight, because just because you play really slow and safe doesn't mean it's actually more consistent than playing fast. Sometimes if you kill things fast enough, you have a higher chance of actually succeeding than if you take things way too slow. So my suggestion to you is watch Fede, watch Hunt, and Jack Knights. All 3 of them actually have way better punish games to the boss. I'll do my best to explain some of the punishes you can do on the boss, but I actually keep it very simple. I just do dash attack. That's all I do. Okay, so let's go with the boss. So when I'm fighting the boss, I actually want to keep a really good distance from the boss because my reaction time is not good enough. If you actually struggle with reaction time, the further away you are from a hitbox, the easier it is to react. Okay? So if she jumps, you can actually go for 2 punish here. And you can punish when she comes down. Okay? I don't do that, I just do a dash attack. Jump over that. You can also jump over that and punish if you want to. I think a pogo is also a good thing that you can do there too. Okay? You can also do that. You can punish once and then go for that, right? Like so. Okay. You can also take the bait of the parry and then jump over when she goes for the, like here, and then punish. You can also try to go for a drop here. Stuff like that, right? You can try to do those kind of punishes if you practice it. I have not practiced any of these, so I'm trying to just give you some of the punishes that you could probably go for, but I keep it very simple. Okay. The way I go for it is like once Phantom just starts dashing, I dash with it, and then I dash away immediately so I can get enough distance to be able to react and get to the ground sooner. Okay. And from here, I just jump over whatever Widow does, right? Like so. If Phantom walks forward towards you, walk towards Phantom to stop the boss in his tracks. Because if not, he's gonna walk you towards the corner and you're gonna knee-jerk a jump and you'll get hit because it jumped with you. Okay? And you don't want that. I got 2 rules when I'm trying to deal with this one attack that I like to punish, and this is the only attack that I really punish, is that if it lands in my direction, like if, for example, it's landing on the right side, I'm going towards the right side, I do a dash attack. Not this close now. If it lands towards me, like if I'm in the left and it's actually going towards my left, I don't do a dash attack, I just walk forward up to it and I just basic attack it. Okay? And if you have Silk Spear, just Silk Spear away. Just waste Silk Spear as soon as you get them. You can also do that and Silk Spear as it goes down. But I'm gonna keep it simple for the remainder of the fight, so you guys get an idea of like how I do it. Like I said, 2 punches there actually, and once this happens, just walk away and keep moving in the same direction. And then punish when it goes down. Okay, you don't want to change directions because then you might get confused. And here's something that I haven't explained about this attack in particular: the jump. So let's wait for it to do it. So here, this is not the only enemy that does this. There's a couple enemies that actually have the sort of problem. They do not have an angle towards you in the, like if you're completely under them. Okay, they have an angle like that. So. It means you can be under them and be fine, but there's a problem. If you're actually trying to go under the enemy and the enemy chooses a side, and you for some reason feel like you're gonna get hit and you change sides, there's a chance you're gonna get hit. So for example, let me see if it does here. If I'm going this direction, and let's say that I'm actually not this far in, I'm actually a little bit under it, the boss might not have the boss might still go to the right side, like attack on the right side, and you might feel like, oh dude, I feel like I'm gonna get hit, and then immediately go to the right. You might get hit by that. Okay, so if you don't feel comfortable with the direction you're going, the best thing you can do is stay under, and that's about it. Okay, you don't want to go like, oh, I went to the right side and then I changed directions, because like if I change direction, I'll get hit by that, right? So you don't want that. Okay, you don't want to do that. You want to stick to a direction as you're doing it, right? Don't change directions midway. But again, if you can, like that. I didn't change direction there, but I chose to punish that. Don't second guess your decision, is what I'm saying, right? Once the boss jumps, you kind of want to continue that direction, and then do whatever needs to be done. Like for example, in this direction, I just walk up forward and I attack. If it would have done it in the opposite direction, I just dash attack. Okay. So go under, dash attack, dash away. If it walks towards you, just walk towards the boss. You just stop it from moving. And the other thing is, like you see, is that I actually try not to move too much, so I can make it easier for the boss. Make it easier for me to understand where the boss wants to shoot, because I am the target. It's moving in front of me right now, so you can stop it on this track by doing that. Instead of walking away. Because you don't want it to corner you. Dash away. Again. Same thing here, as you can see. Don't let it carry you to a corner. If you let it carry you to a corner, it's over. So go under, dash attack, dash away. And then when it comes to this in particular, you always want to go to the opposite side that of which you're in. Because if you are on the, for example, if I was on the left and I choose to go more to the left, there's a chance that the boss could actually land the AoE attack really close to the corner. And two things happen. Either it covered the entire corner and you got hit, or it didn't cover the entire corner and just you have a little bit left, but you were running towards that corner, you bunk and you bunk into the AoE. I've had that happen. So what you want to have in mind is, where am I positioned and where should I go? So if you're on the left, you want to go to the right. If you're on the right, you want to go to the left. Okay. The other thing to have in mind is sometimes you're going to be in a position where you can go either way. And what you need to look at is the little glowing light in the middle. That will tell you whether you should go left or right. But you shouldn't linger. You shouldn't linger too much because you're going to get hit. It's like you don't have much time. Okay. Like so. Yeah, if it tries to walk over you, don't just stand your ground. Don't let it. Go through as it goes down. And then you want to start in the opposite side when she's screaming. And what you're going to do is you're just going to run to the opposite side. And then when it does it again, run to the side over and over. So here, walk, run. Here, walk, run. Like so. Right. Teleports. So the boss can actually do teleports to doing like an attack like this, or I can do a grounded attack. But one of the scarier ones is when it teleports to do a big AoE. So what I would say to you is, like, always assume that it's gonna do an AoE, because it's the one that's sort of the hardest to react, because the sort of choice to attack, do that move is a bit subtle, right? So have that in mind. If you don't want to do this, you don't need to do this. But after a dash attack, I always dash out. But when I dash out, I'm always looking for the boss's next attack and where do I want to go. Okay, so positioning, being aware of your positioning is important. So dash to the left. Silk spear. There you go. Dash in, dash out. You can do that, but don't show up like I did, a little bit slower than that. You can do that if you want to. Try not to be in corners, try to control center stage, because it gives you the most options when dealing with this boss. There you go, 2 basics and then walk away. Same direction, don't change directions. Dash attack, dash out, and then dash in. If you actually dash attack to the right and then dash out to the left, then you might need to dash into the right again. The opposite is true when dealing with AoE attacks. So stop her when she's running, when it's walking towards you. Again, you see what happened there? If I would have turned around, maybe I would have gotten hit. So commit to your decision. Silkspearing the AoE it's a thing you could do, but if you're too late, you'll get hit by whatever follow-up it has. So have that in mind. Damn, you're giving me the what was it, the Fede treatment? I think it was Fede who got like a bunch of these. Alright, so there. So if I would have bunked to the wall, I would have gotten hit, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you have a very small gap, but it requires you to like not really fully dash into it, okay? That was a mistake by myself. I shouldn't have done what I did, but there you go. I was glad that I was able to get that before finishing the fight. Just like Widow, if you're running towards corners, you do not want to be running. You want to be dashing. Or you want to dash into it and let go as you're getting closer. Right. So now we got parry. Parry is pretty useful for some fights. It's a get out of jail free card. And honestly, it wouldn't be. It's probably not that bad of an ability to use the entire. Oh my god, dude. We have a bit of a problem here. What can I do? Hold on. Let me see if I can actually do something with this. I think this might not work, but attempt to. Because the thing is, I actually didn't sit on the bench. So, since we didn't sit on the bench, I got temp 1 and temp 2. We might have to do the entire boss again, but it's fine. I actually can kill the boss quickly, so it's not a big deal. Oh, no, we did no, it's fine. We got Stitch, so we actually start here. No, that's good. Okay. Right on. So, I'm actually going to, I can call it attempt. There you go. Okay. Up to Act 2 now. Kind of a long ass guide, but you know, I do hope that this helps you guys. If anything. Number 1 jumps, wall jumps if you want to. If you don't want the wall jumps, you can just do these. You have to be careful about how you do them though. Because the distance may throw you off. Like you think you're not gonna be able to do the jump, and then it happens. Over here is the memory locket. So this is where we actually grab a memory locket. And from here we equip now the straight pin. Right on. So now on Act 2. Oh yeah. Love me some debug mud issues. Anyways, jump over them and reset the room, and then they disappear. And we're gonna go up. So, this entire vertical room, there's a specific way that I actually do that. And I think this is the kind of thing that you may want to adopt it if you want to, but sometimes it just comes to personal preference, and you might feel like there's things that you can't really follow through, so you might want to do something on your own. But it's totally fine. So, not everybody does this vertical room the same way, but I'll teach you how the way I do it, so that hopefully it works out for you. Okay. So it actually starts pretty early here, but I don't really follow to the T. So jump here, double dash up, dash in, and then 2 poggos. And around this point, I actually am looking at this guy to see where he's at. Okay. If he's actually in front of me right now, where the continue says, then I drop down and reset. If he's high up in the middle, it's fine. If it's high up on the right side, it's fine. If it's in front where the platform is, like really close to the platform, then we reset again. Okay. What I'm gonna do from here is, as soon as I touch the platform, we're not as soon, but like around middle, we're gonna dash off and we're gonna hold left. Once we touch the wall, we're gonna do, I believe it's 3 dashes up, and on the third one, it's gonna get us the jump from the ledge jump, and from there we're gonna pogo the other bells, right? So 1, 2, 3, pogo, and then we get out of here. And from here we reset the room, running. We're gonna run here, and then we're gonna wait here. Once this enemy actually does the attack, we're gonna run forward, jump, full jump, grab the ledge, and do a ledge jump from there into the right side. Okay, and then we're gonna dash. So wait, jump here, dash, jump here, dash here. From here we're gonna do 4 wall jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4. Slide a little bit, and at this point we're gonna do a full hop into a pogo to the right bell. And from there we're going to do a dash on the left wall. And I think 2 dashes will get us out of there. We'll do the ledge jump. I call it ledge jump. I don't really know what to call it. And we're gonna do a pogo into the left, and then a dash into the right. Okay, so let me do that again. 1, 2, pogo, dash, and then here. At this position here, you can actually just go already if you want to. But if you fear that this enemy might make a living hell out of you, like make things a lot complicated, you can wait for the position to be just right. And so if it goes off the screen to the right here, you can initiate a dash jump, get over, and then do a pogo to the right bell, and then onto the left. You can actually float between those 2 bells, and then continue. So 1 float here. You can also do it without floating and get up here. You don't really need this for this part. If you did everything right, you will actually have full silk, so you don't really need that. You can hit the bell, the lever here, and drop to like get this to open sooner. And also while you're up here, you can also hit the lever to close it, because you're gonna need it for when you get to the bell. Speaking too much actually makes it difficult for my throat. Now there's 2 things you can do here. You can like literally just keep platforming until you get to where you want to go. But if you find yourself having issues with this next enemy up here, this guy up here, then you can actually kill it by hitting it, baiting him over here, dropping as soon as it's like above you, and then being over here. You didn't hurt it, but he just died. And after that, you reset the room, so the cycle from the guy on the top actually is the same. And boom, enemy's not there. Dash here, pogo, float, pogo, hit, and then we move out. And so you get out of there in case like you mess up the platform or whatever. You can always you can just leave a little bit safer. That's the benefit of it. But if your platforming is like really good and you trust yourself, then you won't really need to kill it. It's just a safety net. Don't come into this room dashing. Walk in, and if you do dash, don't like continue the sprint. You're gonna wait for the set of 3s to like stop, and then you dash into this area here, and then do that, and then you can just literally just walk and jump over. Okay, dash like this if you want to, and then you go to the top. Now, these enemies. There's multiple ways you can do this enemy. You can actually pogo and dash into it, and if you do it right, you don't get hit. I don't really do that. That's too scary. It's at this point you don't really want to lose it, especially when Act 1 is so notorious for like making you lose runs. You don't want to do something like that. When you get Clawline, you're gonna be able to do that as well, and I can probably showcase how you do it on Clawline with Clawline. But there's also 2 things you could do, and then normally you can also like do a running jump. So running jump here like that, and then as soon as you get to the enemy, you do a pogo. And the way you want to do this, as soon as you see him on the screen, you go for it, and then you jump over it. Okay. The way I prefer to do it is not do that. It's just stop running, do a full hop, and then pogo. So stop running, full hop, pogo, and then continue. Right? And partially the reason I like doing that, and also you might not want to, depending on how the second enemy is treating you, the first enemy is treating you, you might also want to not dash in the air, because you might get some claw maidens, and if you do get a claw maiden, your dashing is over. So you want to avoid that as well. You don't want to you don't want to dash. Okay, but I'll probably try to explain how to deal with the Claw Maiden a little bit later. Because you usually get it, you can get it here, but the moment you usually get it is once you've gotten the Claw Light. For some reason, it just happens. Anyways, well, once you get past those two enemies, hit this lever, and then we continue. Now, something I didn't explain from this enemy in particular is that this enemy, you can just walk it off, by the way. As you can see. Now, let me see if I can get over it. You can just walk it out. As you can see. So it's not really that threatening of an enemy. Right? And I can kind of showcase that with this one. Yeah. Right? So they're not scary. Don't be scared of them. Now I haven't fully done this like walking without like non-running, so I don't know the full extent of it, but what I'm saying is like you can run towards it, do the pogo, and then drop, and then just start walking it off, and you'll be fine. Okay, so whether this will work on the second one, well, the first one is like, well, I messed that up there. I didn't mean to do that, but well, you could do that on the second one. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, you could just walk it off. Approaching them while walking, I'm not entirely sure. I guess this kind of works. Sort of, but the way of being able to do it is just by running, stopping, and then doing a full jump, and then, you know, walking it off after. So yeah, play around with it. You know, take my suggestion with a grain of salt, is what I always tell runners. Is like, see it, test it out, you know, get a feel for it, and then make a decision yourself. Don't fully trust me 100% on this. I remember that I only have like 300 hours in this game. That's not enough to actually experience the entirety of this game, or, you know, all the enemies. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. It's just, this is a very like really random, weird ass type of game. So it gives me a lot of like Dark Souls 3 vibes, where it's like you could have 10,000 hours in this game and still learn something new. So take it with a grain of salt. You know, Cogwork dancers. So the way to actually deal with these guys is by actually being in the wall. You do the entire fight on the wall, and this simplifies things because now the only thing that you have to worry is like if they're going to attack you, just jump. Right? They're coming at you. Okay, then we do just one thing: jump. Right? I'll explain something else that could happen later on, and we have an answer for that. So, but yeah. The first one could be done quickly if you get the good RNG. If not, you're gonna have to force it and find a way to do it. The one thing I will say is that these bosses have separate health bars. So if you maintain the damage, if you just focus the damage on one particular one of them, you'll finish the fight sooner versus trying to split it on both of them. Right? So 3 hits here if you can. Wait here. 2 hits, jump over, maybe 4 hits here. 4, 5, 6, and then here's where things change. And they were nice, so you got that. There's another sort of variation that you can get from them, where they actually land where I'm currently at, and then they go up, and so that way you actually kill them before anything. There are other variations where it makes it kind of difficult to actually kill them quickly, but you know, you can kind of be a little bit greedy. Space 1, they're not super fast, and yeah, if you want to, you can do that. Another thing that the runners actually like to do is they like to set up shop. Now, I didn't do it here, but you basically could just throw this from the opposite side, not where I'm at. And as soon as they land, they get hit by that, while you are also hitting them on the other side. So this is the part where now you can only do 2 punishes per dash, or 1 punish per dash. So you gotta be paying attention to that. Okay. And you're gonna be just paying attention to whatever's going towards you. And once they do this, you actually have a chance to move to the right, to dash to the right, but be careful with that. If you actually do it late, you'll get hit. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just either stay in the side and just deal with it, or you can do a full jump and go to the opposite side if you think you're gonna mess up the timing. And then the other thing is, what I used to do was hug the wall and then slide down so I can get the perfect position. But look at the space that we got here. It's actually good enough that you can just walk into the wall, tap the opposite direction so you look at the enemy, and you'll be fine. You won't get hit, okay? So look how close I was to that enemy. The one thing mistake I did there is you saw that I float too close to the wall. So be careful with that. When you're floating close to a wall, you actually get pushed away from the wall, and that puts you in a really bad spot. If anything, what you could do there is potentially full hop and then parry to stall, or you could full hop a little bit more to the left and then float. And you can do that if you want to. If not, then try to look for something a bit more in the middle. You can use pins here if you want to. 2 hits per landing. 1, 2. Here, dash in, slide down. If you have the time, you can do that. Keep things simple. If you want to be more aggressive, you could throw pink shirts here, and they'll get it on incoming. If you want to be even more aggressive than that, you can also parry. Parry is an option. Very important. If you know the enemy you're hitting and you can maintain sort of like, if you can keep track of it, then you can just try to dish out the most amount of damage you can to that enemy in particular. So, you know, things shard into it. If it's coming towards you, parry it if you want to. And then if you see it on the ground, pin it, right? Now, phase 3 can get a little janky in some parts. So the way I deal with phase 3 is that whenever one of these guys gets to the position that the one is in, like the one that's in front of me, right? If one of them gets into that position, I completely forget the existence of that enemy, and all my eyes are on the next enemy for the next 3 moves. For example, I'm looking for the one that's gonna get to me. Dash in. Right, so at this point here, this enemy is no longer a threat to me for the next 3 moves. So what I'm going to be looking at is the one that's far away, and I'm going to be looking at the next 2 moves from that enemy that's far away. Okay, and then from there you can start switching between both of them. And the reason I say that is because after this guy got into my position, or like in front of me, the next dude, the next boss, could have actually covered the same spot. And when that happens, the best thing you could do is jump and parry. So you jump the first attempt, and when the second guy actually tries to cover the same spot, you parry it as you're going down. And that's how you avoid getting hit by that particular scenario. Anything else is just normal, right? So once one of them actually tries to hit you, you jump over, and as you jump over and dodge, you're immediately looking at the other one to see what the other one's going to do. And for the next 3 moves, you're just looking at the other one. And after that, you start alternating between both of them to see which one's going to get to you. Right? The most important part is looking at the other one as soon as the first one was done doing an attack towards your position. Because that's where you need to catch the attempt to hit you a second time so you can parry. Okay? So I don't think we'll get it. Yeah, so I'm looking at now the one on the top left constantly, and now I'm alternating between both of them because now there's nothing covering my spot, right? And so that's usually how you want to do it. You gotta be ready to parry as soon as the first one attack gets into your spot. So here I'm already looking to parry as soon as I'm falling down, but that's not gonna happen because it's not gonna get to me. Okay. Like I said, if you know the timings, you can just parry when they actually hit you. This is how it looks like. And you actually end up in the same spot. So the parry is not a bad idea. The one thing I will tell you is that out of the parry, you want to jump if you want to pay attention to what the enemy is doing, and if you see something that's going to be a threat to you, full jump. If not, then parry again, right? So committing to a parry means that you are potentially at risk of getting hit, so you need to either full jump or parry again. So that's why I don't really do it, unless I really need it. Dash into the wall because you can. I kind of want them to do it so you can see it, but it might be difficult to go for it. It might make the guides too long. So just trust me when I tell you. If one of them goes into you, if the other one decides to go for it, you need to parry. Okay. Now you go to whatever side the last one is left, and this one dies. If you actually got the shards, and you also have the hunters, this next one will die in 13 hits. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is gonna go down. 7, 8 left. Oh, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There you go. If you fancy quit out, you can quit out as soon as everything gets a little bit dim. So right here, you can quit out here. There you go. We're gonna go touch bench and get our silk spear. Down here, venture really quickly, just menu here, and now you have access to it. Got us the ability for trying it out. Right, so the order that I'm gonna be doing this round is gonna be Whisper, Architect, Conductor. Apologize for the movement. Whisper. I mean, you always start with Whisper, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, you can actually do Architect first if you actually take the white key, but we don't really do white key route. I used to do white key in the beginning, and then I changed that a long time ago. So if there's any white keyers that I prefer to do white key route, then you can also do that if you want to. But yeah, that's not I don't think that's like better. Anyways, once you get out of here, if you want, you can actually take a little bit of silk from this guy. You're gonna need at least like 2 more. So 2 hits is enough. A dash attack and a basic attack should be fine. If not, you can actually get it from somewhere else. So there's that. We're gonna drop here, and if you want, we'll start from here, I guess. So drop to the left. Float. Be careful with hitting walls. Drop again. And then from here you look down, and if the enemies are... God damn it. If the enemies are on the right side, you're gonna hold left here, float, and then drop here. And then smack this guy, force max to kill him. And here comes the 4th one, and he's dead. And then you drop here. You're gonna wait for the clock to go down, and then drop, dash, float, and then wait in the corner here. In the edge, I mean. Jump over, and then basic attack. And then there's 2 ways of doing this. I think Hunt... shoot. I think everybody does this. Which is like you can just dash up and run, and then hit to the wall. So you can just do this. Hold on. Like that. But I personally don't do that. They basically just pogo, float here, and then jump here. Like that. And that's a bit of a swift motion. The way I'm going about this is I kind of want to eliminate as much of like downtime possible, or at least time where I'm just thinking about stuff. Because if you maintain it like a rhythm, it's a little bit easier to execute, I guess. So pogo, float, dash here, dash up, and then jump, and then here 1, 2, 3, 4, dash here 1, 1, 2, and then dash here, and then dash up here. All right, that's sort of the rhythm that we're getting. And now what we want to do is we actually want to wall jump out of this into a pogo here. And what you need to look is here. Once the front leg of Hornet is under this, like around here, where my mouse is at, you dash up. You don't want to dash early because you're gonna hit the cog. But the idea is that you dash around this area here, so you get high enough so when you do a wall jump, you can get the good height to pogo off of it. Okay, and so we're gonna be doing this over and over until we actually align ourselves with the. Oh, I did it too earlier there. That's kind of like what you want to avoid, so I was actually trying to be too aggressive about it. So we'll do it again. You don't really need to be too aggressive like I was on 2, dash here. So like, here's good. Like so. It's a little bit scary, so this might throw you off from doing so. But you can go a little bit lower, and that actually makes it a lot easier, right? I was just doing it too high up. And then after this, you know, double pogo, and you're out. I think Jack Knights, Donnie, I believe even Fede probably does it from the right side. I don't know about Hunt, but you can also do it from the right side. And it's pretty much the same thing, I believe. So you pick and choose. But yeah, after this, the double pogo. 1, 2, and then dash out and then get in here. Now, this is where the other runners actually just not keep going up and they just leave it for later. Personally, me, I don't like the idea of coming up later to do this part of the core. I'd rather do it now, but it could be because maybe they're more comfortable with doing claw lines, so I can understand that. So it's up to you, really total preference if anything, but I kind of want to get out of the way with this, so this is how I do it. Oh wait, I think we kind of screwed up. Yeah, we kind of screwed up. That's the only downside of this, is like if you get hit, the debug just stops working properly and it sucks. We're gonna have to do all this again. Since I actually didn't got the extra hits, I don't know if I should get it from this guy. No, I didn't got the extra hits, so we're gonna be missing at least 2 hits. Pogo, float, then jump there, dash 1, 2, 3, 4, jump up. And I should have done a little bit higher. Like so. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Before anything, I am going to do this. There we go. Just in case. Okay. So now we'll do it again. I'm gonna run jump from here. Float, dash, and then 2 dashes up. 1 float, dash in. Float, dash in, and then 1, 2. And I kind of did it a little bit bad there, so I'll try to replicate it again. It's hard to like do as I'm talking, so 1, 2, pogo, float, dash, pogo, float, dash in, and then once you get to, in this part, once you get around here, you're gonna do a dash up, that will take you up here, and from there you do a wall jump. So, boom, and there you go. Full hop here, don't float. If you float, I think you just bunk. Like that, don't float. And then smack 3 times, we drop down here, and then from here, you could probably like jump and dash to the left and then slowly descend. So basically when the cogs go to the right, I just hold left here, and then dash once you see you get past this cog. If you don't like that idea, once you get past this cog, immediately start floating. That's probably one of the easier ways to like really stick the landing. Once you get past that, just float here and just look for where to land. This part here. So there's a bit of RNG-ish. So those who actually don't like waiting too long might not like this idea. So I'll give you two ways you could do this. Actually, there's a couple ways you could do this particular room. So let me do this. There's a couple ways you can do this room. So the first one is you can kill this guy with pins. Wait, not what I wanted to do. Oh shoot, it's been a while, huh? Temp. Good. You can pin the big guy, right? And then it dies to that. You can basically attack it when it gets close if it hasn't touched the cog. Yeah, but if you do it right, it will touch the cog and it will die. So you could do that. You could also kill the guy in the bottom. And he's dead. You waste a lot of pins though, but you could do that. Or you could sort of play a little bit more risky and then just go. And then if you feel like a daredevil, you can do this. You can pogo here, I guess. The other thing you could do is let me hold on. Let me just reset the room, see if we can get it. Dash in here, dash in there, and then the enemy's on the other side. If it does this, just jump. And then pogo. There's many variations you can do this room. I prefer to just wait and kill the enemy. There's one more that I can show you, which is where the enemy is actually in the edge here. Let's see if we get it. Don't think we got it, so see if I can force it so you can see what we can do there. And this is probably the scariest one. I wouldn't recommend anybody doing this, but if you feel like it. Yeah, so it's this one right here. Well, actually it's not this one at all. It's something like that, but the enemy is it's literally in the edge. So this one right here, like that. You could just do that if you want to. Right? And then if you hit the lever when we were going up, you remember the thing that I told you? Then this would be not like this, it would be in the opposite, right? So this is something that Hunt does, and I believe the speedrunners also do it as well. So basically you can hit the lever as you got all the way up the vertical room, so that way when you get in here, this is open already. And you can do the same for this part here when you're leaving, because we're gonna go back through this in the future. Not through here, but vertically. Okay. Now I don't actually have any silk, so I'm gonna give myself infinite silk so I can teach you how to do this arena. But basically, if you did the early how I did it, like we went to the big guy, we hit him like 3 times, and we did the bottom part of the core. Here you already have enough silk to just do this fight. You only need 8, not 9. And if you forgot that you can actually just get the silk from this little guy on the bottom, you can just go for a dash attack when he's like relieving, and then if it jumps you can go for it as well, but be careful, it sometimes just backs away, so dash attack is like the best option. Right, so in case I fail this, so here's how I do this. Okay, we're gonna start by doing a full hop and then throw this here, and we're gonna go into the wall, and we're gonna go into the wall and then jump and do a silk spear and we kill this guy. And then from here you can go down if you want to and just go crazy, but I like to wait for this guy to the aggro, 30 pins on this guy, trigger, pogo, go down, basic attack him, and then from here we deal with the other guy, left. Okay, and so depending if you already came in with full focus, the dice in 4, if not the dice in 5. So I did 3 here. Once he does that, you don't want to kill him before that. Once he does that, you walk here, set up trap, and then kill, walk here where I am, and as the enemy is falling you're gonna hit twice and then walk to the left to dodge the landing, the 1-2, hit him when he lands, go under, silk spear, and then do it again here, and then you're gonna get close to this guy on the left side and you're gonna sort of like try to like shimmy, not really shimmy, but like get close, aggro, move to the right, jump over and land where I'm gonna land, which is pretty much here. You want to land here, a little bit more to the right here. You're gonna do a full hop, throw, sting shard, drop, jump over, basic attack him, land where, position yourself where I'm positioning, and then pogo, wall jump into float, and then kill the other 2. You can actually do this a little bit different. You can actually do the same setup with the sting shard, but go to the left, full hop, and then kill the 2 with a silk spear. You're gonna have to basic attack the one that's closest to you, I believe, but you can also do that. I believe Fede does that sort of start, and I think it's much better because full hop is like the max height you can get, and so it's really hard to miss a full hop. The only thing is you need to time well your jump once they spawn. Okay, I could probably showcase you the way Fede does it, but yeah, bait, jump over, boom, jump again, boom, here, wait, pogo, wall jump, and silk spear, like that. And then for the next setup, you're gonna need this guy. You're gonna hit him 3 times, 2, 3, and then what you're gonna need him to do is actually the same dash attack that he did, and that's kind of difficult, so you're gonna have to force it a little bit, and he did it right there. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through this spot here, full jump, sting shard to the right, and then we're gonna let him come towards us. We're gonna punish whatever he does, and then we're gonna go to the right, sting shard to the wall, and then I'll explain after that. So we're gonna go here, full jump, boom, and the more to the left where I shot it, a bit more to the left is better, because we want to make the enemy actually move a little bit more to the left the next wave, so that we get a really good sort of pathing towards us where we don't get blocked. You'll see what I mean. If anything, pay attention to the enemy that spawns above me where I'm gonna be in the next wave, and you're gonna see that what we want is that top enemy to actually move to the left a little bit, to go down and then attack us from the left side instead of moving to the right. The way you position this sting shard that I did here kind of helps the enemy path correctly. Basically, the more to the right, the bad the pathing is gonna be. The more to the left, the better it's gonna be. Right? So, wait for this guy to do something. If he does the dash attack here, it's good. So, basic attack him, and now we're gonna do sting shard to the right. Once this enemy that's coming up is gonna land, 2 basic attacks to silk spear. If you want to increase the odds of actually not having to have issues with this guy, you can actually like sure hop, hit him in the air, and then as he's dropping, hit him again, and then silk spear. If not, then 2 grounded basic attacks into a silk spear will do. If you don't like that idea, you can also be under, go for an attack up, and then move to the right and attack as he's landing and do a Silk Spear as well. So do that. 1, 2, Silk Spear, and then you see this guy on the top that is actually pathing towards me. You want that pathing to be more to the left, right? So in this case, we're gonna walk into the right to make it so the pathing is correct. It's going to attack us. We're gonna jump over, basic attacking us. It's actually getting hit by the the screen strike, by the slingshot, and we're gonna wall jump all the way up to bait the guy with the bells, the one that throws the bells way high up, and we're gonna transition to the left side after that. And I'll explain that a little bit. Do that. Wall jump here. And then we're going to go up, down, and then dash under. And so, well, what I was doing there is I was trying to get this enemy high up, so it gives me a bigger of a gap to go between the one on the ground and the one on the up here, right? We're going to go all the way to the left here, and we're going to wait for it to attack. And then we're going to dash in, under, and we're going to be on this right side. The reason we do that is because this enemy tends to dash away when we're getting close in anticipation of our attack. We don't want that. So we want to abuse it when it's doing an animation because it cannot overwrite that animation. And from here, we start pushing it to this side. And once we've done it, 4 pins kills that guy. Here, now we just need to do 3 basic attacks. Now, there's something you need to have in mind. This guy likes to do a reverse throw, and if you're positioned the exact spot that I am in, slightly forward, if anything, you'll be fine. But if not, there's a chance you could get hit. Like if you go a bit more to the right, where the 3rd candle is in the foreground. I don't recommend doing that. Look at where the bells are landing. You see that trajectory? You want to be inside that. Okay. There's a chance that this enemy will throw it backwards. It might not show it here, sadly. But yeah, you want to be here. Now, you don't want to be too close to the enemy because the enemy can actually end up going to the right side, and now you have to deal with that enemy out of there. You don't want that. Okay. The moment to punish is actually after throwing. You're gonna jump in place and do 2 basic attacks. Position yourself again and then jump again and kill it. Okay. 1, 2. Walk forward. 1, and that's it. Okay. Don't dash because the projectile is still in place. Do not dash forward. Just walk it out. After this, there's many ways you can do this one in particular. Since I have 1 trap, I can only throw 1 trap. But I think the way Hunt does it is Hunt does 2 traps into Silk Spear and probably a pen, and I think that's GG. I don't remember how Fede does it, but basically you can also do... the way I do it is I throw trap, Silk Spear, and the rest I finish it with pins if I don't have an extra Silk Spear, which I shouldn't have. It's just that, oh no, I guess I do. I guess I managed my Silk Spear well. I mean, my Silk, well, okay. Sure, okay. So, here's another thing. You might not want to waste them all because you might want to have it for Trobbio. So, whatever you do here can carry over Trobbio in terms of Silk. So, if you want to conserve some Silk, don't use both. Okay, so, you're gonna set up shop here. As he's landing, throw 1. Jump over and then pin. Jump over, pin. And that's pretty much it. Okay. Now that we have 1, since we have Silk, we actually can carry this over Trobbio. And this will mean that we won't be doing quit outs. So drop here, cloak, drop again, and then go to the right. And then we're gonna go here. If you're short on money, there's actually money that you can get here. So we're gonna go to the right. We're gonna grab this. The cylinder is 200. Sitting there for free. 200 rosaries. Okay.
That's fine.
There you go. We have 200 rosaries. What we need for this next part was just 450, and we already got 450. Right? So everything else is extra. Right? Remember that we have all that plus the 4 that we got here, so that's 120. And we don't really need more shard bundles because we got the 2 shard bundles that we normally use. You can get more shard bundles along the way if you want to. But basically, you're pretty Gucci on shard bundles at this point, to be honest. So you don't really need extra shard bundles. Before we continue, let me showcase the way that Fede does it, so you can have an idea And we can also see, that could also showcase the way Hunt does it, so you can get an idea as well. The thing is, like, you could just see these fights by yourself, and you can figure out if you like them. But let me just go. I think it's here. Yeah, it's here. I think it's Fede, the one that does the silk spear that I'm talking about. So pretty similar start here. Waits for the enemy to calm down. Goes to the right, and then no pins. Just smacks him. Probably got too close, maybe, and couldn't do that. But basically, you can space it out, and you can also go for dash attacks. Go under. Same start here. But instead of actually being to the right, it goes to the left, which is very interesting. But I'm guessing it's because it's baiting the enemy to go to the left here. So you can Silk Spear for free to the right. I think it's totally fine. Maybe 2 basic attacks might be a little bit scary to go for. Sometimes you might fail it. So Silk Spear here for free. Not really a bad idea. And then from here, you can just deal with this guy. 3 hits or maybe 4. Oh yeah, so I think 4 hits actually kills him. And then you can deal with this guy normally. We sort of have a similar start here, but actually throws it a little bit further away, as you can see, from the spot that we actually throw it. And then kills it. And from here does a full hop. And then boom. And I think that's actually a perfect spot, because as you can see, it just maintains the enemy in the same spot that it should be. And I think that's perfect, right? The way I kind of do it is anticipation of the enemy moving away. So since I'm pretty high up, they actually move up. And I drop. Again, like I said, Sting Short kind of pulls the enemy where you want it to be. And I think this is just good, right? Basically the start that Fede has here is actually not that bad at all. So if you want, you can adopt this strat, do a full hop here. I think it's a full hop. And at max height, just do a Silk Spear. So that's the position right there. Full hop, Silk Spear, boom. Dash forward, go under, 1 basic attack, it's over. And now you can deal with this guy. And then again, 3 basic attacks. And now what Fede is gonna do is actually a pretty old strat. Because this vault fight actually taught Jack Knights how to do it before me going radio silent, and Fede took it, and then probably I don't know if Jack Knights actually changed it, and this is what we're seeing from Fede. But probably not entirely the same thing that I taught Jack Knights, as you can see. So, but this is sort of like the old strat, basically, where you bait them to do that, and then you position yourself here. You throw one on the top, and then you can throw one on the bottom. I don't see it's doing the one on the bottom. Oh, there it is. So one on the bottom, and then 2 basic attacks here, kills, and then you get the enemy over here. And so the idea is that you kill this guy quickly, and then you go to the top, and you deal with the one flying, and then you 1v1 this guy. The reason I changed this strategy is because it's a bit inconsistent whether you're able to deal with whether you're able to kill this guy in time, and it can also be a little bit funky when you're dealing with them. Plus, you gotta get out here and then do a pogo off this enemy that Fede is gonna do now, and you can also fail that. But you know, that's normal; it could happen. But yeah, this part is kind of scary, and so I didn't like that. I failed it a couple times, and so I don't do that anymore. The one that I show you, I think it's a way more consistent one. The setup is just quite nice, and you end up dealing with enemies in a bit more chill way than normal. Jack Knights actually has, I don't know if Jack Knights keeps doing it, but Jack Knights actually had a little bit of a different ending for this part here. So instead of doing this, what Jack Knights does is that as it's going up or like sliding down, throws a Sting Shard around here, wall being in the wall. Does a Sting Shard here, and the enemy walks into the Sting Shard, and as the Sting Shard is activating, it does a Silk Spear, and it kills the enemy. So that's another option. If you don't fancy what I showed you or what Fede is doing, you can also do that. So there's that. I personally didn't like the idea of doing Silk Spear here on that enemy, so. And then we come up to the last one here. So we get a double Sting Shard, I'm guessing. Yeah, double Sting Shard. Pogo in it. So it's probably keeping the silk for Trobbio, I'm guessing. Potentially, but if it does quit out, then it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, so basically that's what you got there with Fede. I wanted to show that with Fede. I guess I could sort of showcase Hustle. I think Hustle might have something slightly different in that regard. So let's sort of see this real quickly here. The one thing I will say about Hustle actually is a bit of a more aggressive player. But we'll give it a peek real quick. Alright, so I think we're actually seeing a bit of a similar start here. Let's see. Or maybe not. Okay, so I actually has this sort of start here. This is more Slingshot consuming in the beginning, but you can also do that, I guess. Where Slingshot on the top and on the bottom, and you kill this guy and then you kill the other one. And so that way it doesn't consume your Silk Spear. This first hit actually is not that bad because you get to hit the enemy. If your distance is right, you drop, and the enemy's gonna dash over you. And so from there you can actually go for that, and that's a guaranteed one if the position is correct from the enemy, right? I apologize. And that from there you actually have a 1v1. So this is a bit of a different start. So instead of actually doing shards on the right side, it starts on the left. Hits like a couple times. I'm guessing maybe a Silk Spear, or no Silk Spear. Okay, so they're a little bit easier to deal with them if you go to the left. But if you're not quick about hitting it, you're gonna have to deal with all three of them at the same time. So that's another thing that you have to take in consideration. Really nice position here, as you can see. Same thing as Fede, but actually does it from the left side. So if you want to adopt this sort of position here, you can also do that as well. And then we got this. So this is the one that's a little bit different, and I actually find it pretty interesting. So it actually does a sort of a shore hop and goes and throws one really close there. And I think this is more of a it's not just damage, but it's basically utility. And so the idea behind this is that it pulls the enemy towards the wall, so now you have it in the wall. And I think that's perfect. That's perfectly fine. So a couple hits, one when it's in the air, one when it lands, and then it hits it again. And since Hunt is on the right side, the enemy's gonna try to dash back or just move backwards. As you can see, it dash backwards now. And now you guarantee that the enemy's gonna stay there. And 2 hits actually kills it. If you actually try to hit the enemy as it's being pulled by the Slingshot, it's much easier to guarantee basic attacks because the enemies cannot really move out of it that easily. And so it's really nice. From there, we're probably gonna see a bit of the way that I actually taught Jack Knights how to do it, which is like go over Pogo and then Silk Spear. That's the old strat that I used to do, and then you got a 1v1. After that, let's see. So similar start by me, but actually does the double. Yeah, so this is basically what Fede was doing, but more successful here. The thing about this in particular is that sometimes the damage will vary because the second Slingshot is not doing the damage is not being done in the same spot per se. Is like the projectiles are being flung all over the place, and so sometimes you'll get what you want, sometimes you won't get what you want, and so that's the sort of downside of that. It's a bit RNG-ish when it comes to consistent damage. If the second Slingshot just flings everywhere, so it's not a big deal. You got pins. You can actually do pins after this, so. Totally nice backup with the pins. But yeah, there you go. And now we're gonna go to the right side to Trobbio. From here, drop to the right, trigger this, then go over. If the enemy actually goes up, you're gonna go around this box that's up above me and go to the right. Now, if it doesn't do that, then it's gonna get stuck here. And the moment you hear the sound when it lands, you react to that sound and you dash forward. Okay? and I did it too early. But basically, after this, you're going to want to. The reason I did it too early is because if it does this attack, it means I was early. The idea is that it jumps again as I am dashing forward. So I did a little bit early. You're gonna want to do a full hop here. You're gonna run in and then do a full jump here, and that will land you into the boxes. Okay, so like that. Okay, and don't touch the wall to the left because the attack of this enemy can actually go past through the walls, and it will continue to do it to like continue to attack, and you might get hit by it. So be careful with that. Right, so here, this next enemy here, what you want to do is you want to walk in front, aggro it, and then pogo over it. You do not want to go past it because it's completely random whether the appearance is instant or not instant, but fast or slow. I used to do it very often before, and I never got hit by just getting past it, but then I got hit once, and I was like, oh, so it doesn't really matter, because I thought that the first entrance actually is the one that is always consistent, but not the case. So pogo, float if you want to, and then go over and you're done. Then here, drop here, and there we go. You can probably fast forward this. There's no real danger here, to be honest. So I'm not a speedrunner either, so there's no like optimizing the way you move here. Now we got the pale oil. Then from here, we're gonna go left, not right. I actually held for way too long. We're gonna go left and then drop right there. And then you're gonna do a full drop here. And once you get past this sort of platform, you dash. We're gonna go to the left side now. So be careful, there's enemies on the ground here, right here. So if you fail this once and you have the tendency to fail again, you might want to reset the room so the enemy despawns, or just wait for it to despawn, whatever you want. You're gonna float and dash forward, and then you're gonna just do this. That way there's less chance of the enemy seeing you. Go over, and boom. There's actually shards here, so if you want shards, you can pick these up as well. No running out of that entrance, and then call it. Also, you can taunt to actually bring him in, but I don't want to waste silk, so I won't do that. So how hard it is. The one thing I do want to mention is that I don't. I take off the traps because I've had issues with Trobbio. This is more of a personal thing. This is not something that will affect you guys at all. But basically, I had issues where I want to do a parry and I actually do the wrong input. Like you don't really need to do any inputs, but sometimes I'm holding up or down for some strange reason. And I end up using a tool by mistake. I think the more common issue that I have is since I'm using a D-pad for the Xbox, it's got a little bit sensitive on the D-pad. So even if I'm holding straight right, I may be leaning a little bit up or down, and it might actually give me a diagonal input. And that has screwed me more times than I can count. It is god awful, but I got used to how to properly play the controller, and so I've done way less of it. Even though in my run I actually did one when I thought I didn't do any, but it is what it is. At least it didn't got me hit this time. Anyways, we don't quit out because quitting out loses you silk. I already mentioned it, so we don't quit out for this. If you don't have silk, don't worry. You actually get guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but you get 3 You can get parry from Trobbio. Basically, when it comes up, you just walk forward, double hit, and then as soon as you see it dash away, you dash in and you get a third hit, and so that now you get parry. So that's the benefit of it. Right, so Trobbio. What to talk about Trobbio? Trobbio is a pretty interesting boss fight. It's probably it's probably the biggest wall in the Act 2. And I think Grandma like probably after that, if anything. Although Grandma can be a pain in the ass. And it's all because of, you know, Trobbio's like the balls and the layers that it got. So here's what I'll tell you. If you actually have a deep some sort of like debug or something to like practice Trobbio endlessly, do a parry only fight and learn how to parry every single one of Trobbio's attack. It will make you much more comfortable at dealing with Trobbio. Okay, that's like if you want to start actually having good parries and stuff, just start there. Parry only, learn the timings, understand everything about Trobbio. That will give you a really bigger, that will help you and making decisions way better, you know. So we'll talk about every single attack after as he's doing it. So here you can actually walk forward a little bit if you want to. As soon as it comes up, you walk forward double hits. 1, 2, and then dash in and go for the third one. And if you didn't have any ounce of silk except the first silk, you have now at least one parry. Okay, so Trobbio likes to go up, and whatever Trobbio decides to do here is completely random. It can either do tornado, it can spawn balls, it could just fall like nothing. So what you want to do is you want to leave Trobbio to go up, and midway you want to go for an attack and then go to the opposite side. You know, I missed it, but basically like that. So that way you're on the other side of Trobbio. Whatever Trobbio wants to do, you can counter. So when Trobbio does an attack like this, where you're like close to the corner and it's doing tornadoes, like down towards you, you want to jump over and then float, because it might end up in the middle. Right, if it starts like how it did, right, if the start is what we saw and it goes towards the corner, then it might end up bouncing up towards the middle. And so what we got is this, so you can like jump over after it bounces off the corner and you just float and then dash out of it, right? Okay. When it goes on the ground, it actually can either, it can do a couple stuff, right? So like the most predictable thing that it will do, if it goes in the middle, it is a 99% chance that it will just do balls. I don't want to say 100% because I might mess up, but to my understanding, if it goes straight into the middle, it's always going to be 3 balls. If it's something else other than 3 balls, it can either surface on the ground or go to the sky. If it goes to the sky, you don't want to chase and attack. You kind of want to see what Trobbio wants to do. You meet him midway, because if it does balls, you want to dodge. If it actually wants to side switch, you can meet it halfway and then punish as it's landing. And if it decides to do tornado, you can pogo as it's coming down and then dash attack once it's done. Okay, so this explosion, the timing for parrying this explosion is actually when it's glowing strongly. So you see how the glow of these ones are brighter than these ones? That's the tell that you actually should press the parry button. Okay. That's how you know you actually need to parry. That's the timing for it. So it's in the middle, it's gonna throw balls. You can actually be close, not too close though, and you want to stay in the center because they actually move into the corners, and then from there they bounce in. Okay, so when this happens here, when this happens here, this particular balls, you're gonna have to learn how to parry them. This is one of the reasons why I say do parry only. Learning how to parry these balls is actually really good, right? The other thing is the parrying. What was it again? Oh, the second phase. We'll talk about the second phase in a bit. But yeah, learning how to parry the balls are very important. Like, and even if like the trajectory is coming towards you, parrying those balls is also very important. Now, how do you deal with layers and sort of these sort of things, right? The way you do it is by actually looking at the entire screen. You don't look at Trobbio. Okay, Trobbio is just a target that you need to hit. There's nothing else. If he actually does tornado, you can hear it. You don't really need to look at the tornado. When it initiates tornado, it's pretty easy to see if it initiates from the ground or in the air. You can make a decision based on that by just looking Trobbio through your peripheral vision, whether it's top, bottom, left, or right. Okay, the sound itself will tell you if it's tornado. What you really want to be looking at is the entire screen to know exactly if it's explosion, which explosions are originating, where are your spots where you can be on, and can you be in the middle and do a full hop over a tornado if Trobbio decides to go for it. Right, this is vital information to know where you can start moving towards. For the balls, it's the same thing. If Trobbio does those kind of things and it layers it off explosions, you want to be able to see the entire screen, because you want to know where the balls are going to bounce, because it will help you predict what's the trajectory that's going to be taking, especially if Trobbio does initiate from the sides, which is pretty bad. Okay, so these balls. When Trobbio does these kind of things, you kind of want to move away from these projectiles, and after the bounce, you want to move in. The entire thing here, your entire goal is to maintain center stage. You want to make sure that you have control over the center stage. Trobbio doing this is kind of trying to negate center stage, and you don't want to let that happen. So don't cave into pressure. Just leash out. Let it happen. Once the bounce happens, you go back in. Okay. If you're in a tight spot where you can't really leave, then that's when you use parries. You can use parries more aggressively if you want to, but we try to play a little bit more defensive because this is a very important resource that you can have. Now, if you actually have really good experience with Trobbio and sort of managing this kind of stuff, you don't really have to worry that much. Here's another thing that you might actually not know. These balls, you can actually hit them and they vanish. So you can do that, and that ball actually vanishes and it won't explode. So if you're paying attention to the bounce and everything, and you know that one of them might actually land really close to you, and you don't have the parry to do so, you can just look to hit it. Okay. Try not to put a lot of focus into it though, because right now I exerted tunnel vision into hitting that ball, and Trobbio did this explosion, right? So what you want to do is you don't want a tunnel vision. You want to be able to see everything at all times. So again, when you're fighting Trobbio, don't narrow your vision into something that is a round hornet. You have to expand your vision and look the entire screen. It's a little bit harder to get used to it, but trust me, once you're able to see the entire screen, you're going to be able to get way more information to make decisions on the fly. Much easier. Okay? So, leash out, go back in if you can. Dash in. If you miss, it's totally fine. Meet halfway, right halfway. And if it drops, smack again. Okay, meet halfway. If it drops, smack again. And then, pay attention to explosions. At this point, I'm actually gonna be able to jump over if he does tornado. Right, dash in if you win. And then walk away, wait for the bounce, and then go back in and claim your center stage. Okay. Once he's actually doing this kind of stuff, you actually want to dash in the opposite direction as fast as you can, so that way you're out of there. Once it gets past you, you want to chase, so that way you know where it's going. And then you smack, right? Pogo on the same direction if you want to, and then dash in, but try to make sure that this is not that big like I did. This is could potentially be one of the more scarier bounces here that Trobbio's gonna do, because you're gonna have to, you can't really you could leash out if you want to, but things happen so fast that you're gonna actually end up being between some of the projectiles. Sometimes one of them lands literally on top of Trobbio. You don't have to worry about the other two, but sometimes things don't go your way. You're gonna have to parry. So this time it wasn't that bad of a bounce, and as you can see, the far left went too far left, and the one in the middle went slightly in front of Trobbio, right? And you're fine here. He does explosion. You look at the entire screen, see what's everything is at, and I can see that I can actually full jump here if I wanted to, but if I feel uncomfortable, then I just do parry. One of the rules that I have against Trobbio is if there's explosions above me, no matter what, I parry. So if you want to avoid the whole thing of thinking, well, can I actually go over or not, you can just stick to that if you do have parry. Always be ready, be willing to waste your resources, and don't overthink stuff, especially if you have two parries. If you have one, then maybe you can start thinking about how do you want to avoid if things actually are doable, and if not, then just be ready to parry, right? Stay in the middle. See what he's gonna do. Gotta claim second middle stage here. If he actually goes from like sort of the spot that I am in towards you in tornado, you dash under and then you wait in the corner. Sometimes I don't know exactly what the spot is, but sometimes Trobbio can land really close to me where I'm at, and the only thing that gets you out of here is actually a parry or like a full jump over the projectile, but it's a little bit scary, so have that in mind. Now, it didn't happen here because I actually hit Trobbio on the ground, but if you actually happen to hit Trobbio in the air, there's a chance that Trobbio will stagger into you, and you can actually parry Trobbio's body. So once you do that, be ready to parry if Trobbio is going to land on you, okay? 4 hits here, you might actually come out and decide to do an explosion here. So if he does an explosion, get away from it, let it cast, and then go back in. Why? Because the explosion itself, like Trobbio itself, actually has a hitbox when it does cast. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then walk away. And then you kind of don't want to dash out. You kind of walk away and see what Trobbio's going to do. As you can see, he actually did balls. And it kind of made them go way over me, so it's totally fine for me. And this one I feel a little bit weird about going and hit him because Trobbio was really far into the corner. And he was around close to my position where he could drop, and you don't want that. So again, you can leash off, walk away, see what's gonna do. Again, parry here, things are not looking that good, and then go, and you know, it's all about like decision making. You know, you have to keep your calm when you're dealing with Trobbio. If you know Trobbio's gonna transition, you can actually get in 4 hits. Him coming up from the middle is like not that great. Remember that you can float. And there you go. Right, like I said, right here, I was looking at the entire screen. I noticed the explosions were left and right, and I was able to stay in the center. At that point, you kind of want to see what Trobbio's want to do. If you don't hear a tornado, then there's a chance that it might do balls. So you kind of want to see where the trajectories are. I was able to parry them, right? And then jump over, dash under, and that's something that I kind of wanted to showcase. I don't know exactly what was it about Trobbio that I really want to showcase. Oh, if you do parry Trobbio, you come out of the parry, and you know you're gonna land in the same spot as Trobbio, do a full jump. Don't dash away, because you're gonna get hit by the projectiles out of the tornado. Okay, if you're parrying the tornado and you land in the same spot as Trobbio is ending, don't dash away, do a full jump. As a matter of fact, you're gonna want a full jump for almost anything that you parry that's in the same spot as you. Okay, you have enough iframes to be able to get out of there by full jumping. Oh. I kind of messed that up there. So let me see if I can get it. It's gonna be difficult to get, but no, that's not gonna cut it. I think he's gonna die here. Yeah, he's gonna die. I'm not gonna be able to get it, but I wanted to showcase it so you can see it. Actually, he might not die yet. That was lucky of me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Yeah, we're not gonna get it. Right, so again, if you actually end up... also, can I get hit by this? Oh, no, you can't get hit again. No, now you know, you can't get hit by that. Again, if you end up with Trobbio, like in the same spot as Trobbio, just full jump in and get out. Don't dash out. Don't dash out. You'll get hit by that. Also, you can actually exit the room and then come back, and the elevator will be fully down, and you can just dash down and go all the way down instead of doing this, what I just did. So that's a bit of a time save. Instead of driving the elevator all the way down. Hit that, hit the elevator. And then dash here, dash here. Now, there's a couple ways you could do this part. But it really depends up to you. It depends on what you really want to go for. There's actually shards in the bottom left. If you want to go for the shards, then maybe you want to adopt something a little bit different than what I'm going to show you. For example, I know Fede likes to go up here and then glide until he actually gets to one of these sort of chains and then fully drops. But if you don't care about that, then from here, you stand right here and you actually do a dash forward. And as soon as at the end of the dash, just float, right? So dash here, dash float. And then you could do this. Land in front here, wait, and then go forward. That's about it. If you float too late, the enemy on the right side will get aggroed. Do not worry because the projectiles will actually go over you because you're descending. So it's fine. It's not really a threat. You just continue your path and then you leave. So. If you're low on shards, make sure you actually equip this first and then equip this in case that you actually have, you don't have that much shards. So, right on. So, there's actually a way. I think Fede and Hunt actually does this the same way. Or similar ways, but basically the idea is going down on the left side. If you have issues trying to have a bit of consistency with this part, you could just do this and then just drop and then hold left as you're dropping, and then you could just dash here and then keep dropping and keep dropping and keep dropping, and then boom, you're land here. And then from here you just do this, connect this guy, and then you go inside the room. Full hop here and you go inside the room. Okay. The way I do it is a little bit different. I like the idea of I don't know how to explain it, but of not giving myself enough time to think about my execution and just do things, trying to sort of like, I wouldn't say normalize because this is not normalizing things, but it's more of like you kind of look for like visual cues where you want to perform actions and then you perform them, right? So the way I'm gonna do this is that I'm gonna walk down here, I'm gonna do a dash, and then the idea is you want to be here, like here, you want to be following here. This is sort of the position you want to assume with Hornet, and as soon as you see that enemy that I just passed, you move up to the right, and then you float here, you drop here, you dash here, and then full hop and then land here. Okay. Anyways, run here, drop here, move right, glide here, and then do that. Okay, that's how it looks like. You don't really need to lean too far to the left. As long as you're around the chains, you'll be fine. So, like that. There you go. Performing with confidence. That's what I want. Now, this next room, I'll try to like walk you through the way I do it. I really don't know exactly how Fede and Hunt does it. It's a bit more slow the way they do it, and they also kill some of the enemies, so it makes it easier for them to traverse. And I think that's a great idea. If you have trouble sort of like executing this room, then I think it's for the best that you actually take a little bit slow, because the game allows you, like the area allows you to do so, and just kill the enemies that can potentially hit you. So the way we're gonna do is we're gonna start running in. And we're gonna drop twice, and then after that we're gonna do a full hop dash, and then another jump, and then from there I think we start running again and we do a running jump, and then once we get to the enemy with the bomb, we dash under, we jump, dash, and then dash as we touch the floor, land in front of the enemy who actually likes to like dash you. So we jump over that, we do a pogo, we dash once, and then we do 2 dashes, float, dash, and we're out, right? So go in, double drop, jump, dash here, running jump, dash here, jump, pogo, dash once, dash twice. Actually, not dash twice. Do that, and then do something like that. It's kind of difficult to actually talk while you're doing it, but it's basically jump over the enemy, like stationary. Pogo, dash, jump over the gap, and dash in that jump. dash a second time, and then you're gonna jump, float, dash, jump, float, dash. The last two jumps that I do where I float, I'm stalling so I can get the cycle for getting into the wall, right? So I kind of learned this from playing a lot of Celeste back then when I was doing Hitless on that game. Because one of the things that actually made my Celeste consistent was sort of like having textbook execution. Like knowing exactly how I want to do things, so. And I messed that up there. It's talking about textbook execution. Float, dash, and you get the cycle, and then start mashing up. And then once it's going down, you go down with it, and then dash in, and you just do a full hop as you're entering, and you'll be fine. Now here, I just like to take it slow, just float. But you can sort of like dash in and float if you want to. And then float and dash in here. By the way, I know I'm actually using a lot of Fede and Hunt, and none of Jack Knights. I do want to let you guys know that a lot of the stuff that Fede does is actually things that he copied from Jack Knights, which is the reason I'm not using Jack Knights as an example, primarily. So whatever you see me do with Fede, it's very likely that it's just a Jack Knight strat. There is some changes here and there, I'm sure, but just have that in mind. So you can actually like clawline both of these from the ground, like without having to jump. And for this one, you can jump and do clawline. You can also skip this one. You can just jump and then clawline all the way to here. Full jump here if you want to, clawline here, and this one you can actually like do a full jump and clawline the one on the top. But I don't like doing that, so it's kind of hard to pull off. So what I do is I actually land all the way here. So I sort of like full jump, clawline, and then dash in. So let me show you how it looks. So boom, boom, and like that. So I land over here, and then I stop on the edge, full hop here, and do this. And then from here I just dash forward. You want to destroy these things because then this clawline might not work. But basically from the floor you can just clawline and you get up there. It doesn't work for these guys, so you gotta jump and do it here. And then here you're gonna clawline. And I kind of messed that up there, but you're supposed to hold on. Okay, you're supposed to clawline, get in, hit, and then basic attack, and that actually kills it. I don't know exactly why I did not kill it here. This is like the second time that I actually have some sort of issue with this, but it could be the clawline and it's not doing the damage or something. But basically, if you use clawline to the enemy, and then you basic attack as you hit the enemy, you do a basic attack after the clawline, he dies. Yeah, like you can watch my run, you'll see that it just dies there. After that, you're gonna want full this. Although Hunt and Fede doesn't do this, I still do, and I think it's because they actually deal with the first enemy normally, and I actually don't do that. I actually do Silk Spear on the first enemy, so that might be the reason. But after you get full Silk here, then you're ready to go. And so I'm actually going to teach you the way I do it, but there's one particular thing that I actually think is better the way Fede does it. So I think Donnie also does this as well. So if once I'm done here, I'm gonna show you that particular thing, and then we can move on. Okay. So do that. Drop. You don't even need to destroy anything, and just go up here. The same start is pretty much the same, but as soon as the enemy is actually don't destroy the structures. Once the enemy is sort of like crossing this, you drop and you Silk Spear. Okay. So here. And then this enemy might attack or might not attack based on distance. Since I'm too far, it won't. So dash attack and it's dead. From here, so this is the part that it kind of differs a little bit from Fede and Donnie. Is that this strat that I'm going to do doesn't really require you to do a short hop versus theirs. But honestly, it's like there's it's a much better. It's shard consuming, I guess. Like, that's not that bad. So, but the way I do it is you're gonna hit that guy. Just a reminder, those enemies do not die in one hit if you don't have focus. So you need to get focus so they actually die in one hit. So after you do that, you're gonna go here and throw a straight here, move into the left, smack, throw it, and as soon as you do this, you're gonna dash to the left to force the enemy to spawn on the right side. And then they're gonna walk into the Sting Shard, and then you do a Silk Spear here. Now, we're gonna need a Silk Spear for the next enemy, but we actually need one more here. So thankfully, we can smack this guy, throw a Sting Shard, claw line, dash away, Silk Spear, he's dead. Okay, and then you get into the middle, one smack, two smack, and it's over. Okay, now the way Fede does it, which is probably the same way Jack Knights does it. I'm guessing. Again, I apologize if there's things that Jack Knights does differently. Again, I suggest you also watch what Jack Knights does. If there's something interesting that something different you kind of want to adopt there, you can also adopt there from them. So, all right. So let's see. So right here. Right. So again, same start, but no Silk Spear here. It's going to kill this enemy slowly. 3 hits kill it. And then you can just basically attack this enemy on the left side. Now from here, you're gonna see this kill the left side, and immediately gonna go for the setup. And so what you want to do is you want to adopt this position here, and you want to do a short hop, and right around this part here, you want to throw the Sting Shard. And what you want the Sting Shard is not to go too high because you want it to be positioned between the 2 enemy spawns, right? So you throw it right there, and this is the sort of spot you want to have. From there, you kill this enemy, and you immediately dash to the right. And so this is to force the spawn to be on the left side. So here you're gonna see them both appear here, and the Sting Shard will pull them together, and you can get a guaranteed Silk Spear. This is much more efficient than what I do, and I dare say it's also probably easier to pull off because you only need to set up 1. You don't have to worry about setting up 2 and messing up. So if you don't mind short hopping, short hopping is okay for you. Do this. Don't do what I do. If you have issues with short hopping and you think that you're actually messing up the strategy because you're going too high or too low or whatever, then you can adopt mine because it's grounded. You don't have to worry about short hopping. But I think it's not that big of a deal, and I think it's actually a better option to do this. Right, and then basic attack that, drop that, and then Silk Spear into 2 kunais, and that's about it. You know, cool. If you don't want to do Silk Spear into 2 kunais, I can say kunais, into 2 pins, then you can basically just do what I did, which is claw line into Silk Spear. Right on. So we're gonna sit here because we're actually gonna come back to this. And here we buy the next crafting kit. And if you're like keen enough, you know that you might have seen some of the other runners buy a crafting kit, the 3rd one, or get the 3rd one. The way that I do things, you don't really need a 3rd crafting kit. You can do just fine with this, what we have. Dash attack, basic attack him again, so you can actually get to Silk Spear because you're gonna need it. And then pin down, wait for him to get up, and then Silk Spear on the top. Then we go to the left, dash here, and then claw line, full hop here. Alright, well, full jump. And this ensures that the enemy doesn't aggro you. And I think this is good because that enemy can be a pain in the ass and you don't want to deal with him. Okay. Right, so press this button and then go down. And we're going to get to the wall and we're going to do a dash up here. And the reason we want to do that is because again, it's a very normalized movement, and once we are high up, then we can claw line, okay? And then claw line. You don't even have to press any movement, just press the claw line button, and that's about it. Here, double jump, double wall jump, and then you can do a claw line into a dash. 1, 2, claw line dash, and then you're out. Okay. And then we can go this way. Now, here's where you have two options. So the first one is you can go to the left here, or you can go to the right here. Okay. So for the first one, do this over here, and then you can wait for this enemy to get closer to you, and then you claw line forward, and then you're down here. Okay. And that's how you do it. If not, you can go here, and you're gonna be holding run, and that run will actually land you here. From here, you can do this, and then the second you get out, you just do a double pogo. 1, 2, and then you get over here. I kind of messed up the first pogo a little bit. The timing was a little bit off, but 1, 2, and then you get down and get over there. Okay. From here, I think Fede, I think is the one that does this. You can actually kill this enemy by doing by throwing pins. It's like so. You gotta wait for the enemy to like go back to the normal spot, like it's so, and then you throw another pin. And with enough pins, it dies. But if you want to do that, you can do what I do, and that is to dash from this spot here, not forward, not here. You want to dash from here, drop, and you're gonna be holding right as you're moving. Once you touch the floor, do a full hop and then dash to the platform. So, like that. Okay? And then you continue. So again, dash forward. Once you touch the platform, full hop and then dash at the peak. And then we grab this. Right. So here's the part where there's two things you could do. You can either go to the left, which is the shortest path, but you do have to deal with one of these big enemies, or you could do what I will do. So first of all, there's many ways you could do this particular enemy. So my suggestion is that you watch the runners. How they do it, use back up here to bring this guy up, and this guy you can pretty much farm it because it doesn't drop any rosaries, so the spawn is infinite basically, to my understanding. And so okay, so one of the things, the first thing you could do is actually what speedrunners do, which is like you can just go in front, like around here, and you just claw line it, and then go over, and then boom, you go to the right side, make them get to you, and then you hit this thing, and it's over. Okay, it's a little bit risky because as you can see, you have to deal with two enemies at the same time, so probably not the best. Probably not the best. The other thing you could do is you can do a pin into a silk spear. So pin, silk spear, and then once the enemy actually gets up here, I messed up, but basically once the enemy jumps, you silk spear basically. Right, so I messed up, but basically you do a pin, you silk spear, and when it jumps, you silk spear when it jumps. The reason I kind of did it early is because I don't really have any experience with this, and so I thought that for some reason it was going to jump into over here, but it looks like it just jumps from here to here and then right. But I guess I can give you a visual representation of that so you can actually know accurately how to perform it. So again, we can watch Fede. I think Fede and Hunt does this, but if anything, we can watch how both of them actually do this. So jump here, pin, one, and then wait, and then boom, there you go. I guess Fede does it actually on the first jump, but basically just like that. And then after this, it's much easier to deal with this enemy up top here because you can just wait, as you can see, and then bait the enemy in here and use the box to kill it. Do remember that you have to actually kill the enemy who was behind that box, or else you might get hit trying to get to it. So there's that. And now we could sort of see like what Hunt does. I wouldn't be surprised if Hunt actually does the strat that I told you about. Actually, this might be a little bit of a detour here that I should take off, so yeah. Actually, the way I'm seeing it, hold on. Okay, so Hunt actually starts with one in the right side, Sting Shard, and then kills that. Then I guess the basic attack is that guy. Another basic attack there. Alright, so this is Thread the Storm route for this particular area. I'll give you my honest opinion. I don't think Thread Storm is actually necessary. You can do everything just fine without Thread Storm. So if you still want to use this item, you can do so if you want to. You're just adding a bit more you're just adding a bit more time, and also you have to do an extra fight, and you know, to each his own. Whoever wants to go for that route, they can go for that route. But I think if you're gonna do that, also you might want to sort of test out without the other crafting kit. Actually no, it doesn't really matter. It probably doesn't even matter, because you could probably perform whatever a Hunt does later sections without it. Maybe, I don't know. But I think Hunt also gets a third crafting kit here, and I think Fede also does the same. And I can definitely guarantee you that you don't really need the extra crafting kit. You don't really need Thread the Storm for the way we're gonna be doing some of the fights. And I think they actually have pretty good consistency. That said, though, if you're looking for the like true DPS where you're actually like constantly fighting and you want to be hyper aggressive, then maybe you might want to actually adopt some of those stuff. But I can definitely tell you that at least the way we're gonna do it, you don't really need it. So far, you have seen that we really didn't need Thread Storm for this part, so that's something to consider. Again, there's not me throwing shade or anything. What I'm saying is, you know, you can have equal consistency without having to go out of your way to get Thread Storm. So, seems like he's going for 2 basic attacks and then a clawing. Pretty good. And then that's a really good strategy there. If you want to adopt that, you can also adopt that too, which is really nice. Just a basic attack there into that side and they're dead. I think doing what Hunt did right there is actually really good, because there's a chance that you might actually whiff in one of them and you might get hit because of the whiff. That could happen, because your range is actually not that long. So reducing it to just hitting one and killing a 2-for-1 is actually really good, because here's the thing about Hitless: the less interactions you actually have with the enemy, the less the chance of getting hit. So instead of actually having to hit 2 individually, you hit 1 for 2. You just reduce it by just a little bit more. Okay, so that's really good. Hunt actually goes through the bottom and then does a bit of this. So let's go to... Hunt also goes through the top just like Fede. Alright, let's move forward here. Let's see what Hunt does. So I think Hunt actually goes for the... Okay, so this probably is a pin into dash over. You could probably do clawline, but clawline is a little bit slow, so you might not want to do that because it stops your momentum. But you can kind of do what... If you just want to move fast, you kind of do the same thing here. As you can see, Hunt is actually very aware of the fact that getting inside here triggers the enemy, so you kind of don't want to do that. You just want to drop, smack, and then run away. And so what Hunt was doing here was waiting for the enemy to get close enough so he could kill it. Right? And then from there, you can just kind of go up. And you're sort of back into the spot where you can climb in here and then go up, and the rest is kind of history. Okay? So these are 2 variations that are actually faster, but you do need to deal with the enemy that is in front of you. The way I do it is I just quit out. And we redo the portion all the way to the elevator again. It's a little bit slower, but it's safer. It's safer on interaction, but it definitely is slower. If it's not your cup of tea, then I totally understand. But it is a little bit slower. Again, if you actually master that enemy in particular, you don't really need to do this. Both what Fede does, actually, what Hunt does is a little bit risky because the cycle could be a bit of a problem, I guess, but you can say it's sort of the same thing about Fede. Now, the way that Fede actually grabbed the ledge on the left side so he could do like a jump out of that ledge into the right side ensures that you don't mess up that much in that regard. So that's something you could probably adopt from Fede. And you can start the same way Hunt does it and then sort of do that little sort of grab with the same way Fede does it, and you got something a bit more consistent there. So there's that. Or like I said, you know, the speedrunners do claw line is a bit more risky than what Fede and Hunt does, but there's that option. So and then you get what I do, which is it's a very slower thing, but it's the interactions are it's basically close to interaction free because that's like the only enemy that we actually deal with, and all I do is pin it to actually get it to touch the ceiling, and then we just poke spear. Pick and choose, honestly. I think both are good ideas. It just depends on what your goal is. If you really want to go for like the highest consistency, then I think what I do might be the best. But I think it's not that far off from what Fede and Hunt does, because it's not like not entirely risky. Wait for this guy to go down and they're here, and as you can see, we're already at this part of the area. Grab that guy and then we go up.
Da, finestra. Megina fora.
And we're going to play the secret cylinder. Make sure that we actually play it.
Haspin?
This is a very long guide, Jesus.
Fadastama.
But from here we can just go to the left and drop. Wait, no. What am I doing? Drop here, float, and then continue. And then we're out of there. Drop here. And I think there actually is, by the way, a point where if you pressed jump right as you're about to touch the floor, I think you cancel the... Yeah, I don't know how to properly do it. I don't know if that's the case, but I think I've had moments where you can cancel that sort of hard landing by just timing out jump. So up here, double pogo. We're gonna do the same thing that I did in the past. Jump here. Stay in the middle, wait for him to go for the attack, move left, dash right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, pogo, dash 1, 2, pogo, dash jump, 1, float, 2. You don't need to float if you don't want to. We go to the left, get this, and now since we actually hit the lever when we were going through the cord, this is open, right? And this time we actually need to hit this guy once so we can get something. So we're gonna wait for him to go to the ground. Get him over here, go to the left so he dies, and then we reset the room and we can go up. Now, if you actually messed up and you couldn't get anything out of this guy, then what you could do is there's actually a cock fly over here. You wait just right here for this cock fly, and you just smack it, and you get silk from that cock fly. I think that cockfly dies in 2 hits, so you kind of don't want to do that. Like, attack it twice, only once. But yeah, you got that as a backup. And it's for what we're going to do next. If I actually am really good at wall jumping. So reset the room. We're gonna walk up full hop in Silk Spear. And then we're gonna go there, here. And now we are at the left side of this area, which is pretty neat. We don't actually have to go through the right side entrance, right? So again, let go of running, and then full hop, pogo. Now, in this spot, I'm gonna sit here, sit on the bench. I don't really need to sit on the bench, but this is the part where, in the beginning, when I started routing this and I did my baseline, I actually did this area last. I did conductor first, and then this area I did it last. Now I do it second. I actually am more comfortable with this, and I perform this better when I'm less shaky than I would if I actually leave it for last. Okay, so let's talk about this area. In case you don't know, just press down and jump and it drops you. Okay. Right. So claw line from the ground, and the visual cue that you're looking for is, you see these things here? Right here. What you're looking for is the one in between them. Okay? So the one that is in front of me right now. That's the cue for me to do a full hop right here. If you do it a little bit later than that, you will bonk. If you do it too early, you won't make it. If you don't make it and you fall down, don't panic. Do this and just float. And you'll make it back here. Okay? So it's like you did it like, oh, should I did it too early? Just float. And just wait. Okay? So it's gonna happen. You might mess it up. It's really difficult to like make a comeback if you're panicking, so try to remember that there is a way to save it. Okay, kill this guy. If you actually have full focus here, this guy dies in 2, but since we don't have full focus, dies in 3. Be very careful about triggering these guys together, because the one on the left can actually just face through the one on the right. And now you're gonna have to deal with the one on the right, on the left, right. Walk here in the corner, wait for him to actually do the attack, jump over, basic, he dies. And then if you need the silk, which you really don't, but if you need it, you can just back and basically attack this guy. And here, so what actually Hunt and Fede and Jack Knights do is that they do a bit of a short hop into a sting shard, like that. But you kind of want to, like that, do it like that, and then 2 of these actually kill. So if you actually are a little bit uncomfortable with this enemy in particular and you don't want to deal with it as you're actually going up, then I suggest you do this. The downside of this is that if you actually don't measure your jump well, you'll get hit by the cogs, which is possible and not really good of an idea. Okay, and as I say that, let me just do a quick temp here. So it's not really that good of an idea. So what I suggest you could do is sort of like something that Donnie showed me, which is you can claw line from here, and as your character goes up, you move left, and as you reach the peak of your jump, you then dash into, and now you're in the wall. And from there, instead of like dashing up towards the wall, you just do short wall jumps. Now the moment you want to do this is when the enemy is actually going up. One thing you need to be careful is that this enemy likes to like stop and then go back a little bit and then move upwards again. So like that right there, it's going backwards and then going up. You want to pay attention to that because it could be a little bit of a fake, and if you actually do something wrong, you might trigger the enemy. So the downside of this thing that I'm about to show you is just basically having the enemy there. But if you wait for the enemy to go to the top and then you start going for it, then as the enemy's coming down, you're gonna go past it and you'll be fine. So there's pros and cons to both, basically. So don't do exactly what I did right here. That's like the wrong way of doing it. I need to use my thinking brain. So when it's going up is when you claw line. So now, and then dash, and then like that, right? If you maintain a steady like wall jump or going up the enemy won't hit you. If you second guess and you actually fail the wall jump, the enemy will hit you. So again, that's the reason why people might not like the idea of just doing with this and just killing the enemy. But again, like I say, if you're not careful with this, you will bonk your head. So it's a bit of a like pick your own poison kind of thing. If you think that you actually don't have really well measured jumps and you think you're gonna hit your head with it, then don't do this, just do claw line. If you think that you actually have a trouble with the enemy and when you're trying to wall jump all the way up and the enemy being there, then actually you'll love the other one, right? There's a bit of both things, I would say. The other thing you could do is you could probably just, instead of wall jumping, you could just dash up, so like that. And that seems to be a bit more controlled in a way. So you can do that if you want to. That's another option. Once you get here, start doing this, and once the cog goes to the left, you're gonna want to do another one of these dashes like pretty close to the edge of the top, and that will actually transition from this platform to the next, and from there you do a wall jump. So right here, and like that. It's kind of difficult to actually like perform well and explain because I'm pausing. I almost got hit by the cog because, you know, I was pausing, but like that. And then here you can wait here and then claw line this. I think it is possible to actually go up instead of going down here. You just need to claw line the big cog wheel, and then I think you need to claw line a second time and you'll get up there or something like that. I've been able to pull it off if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, you can go there, and then as soon as you hit this right here, you do a jump into the right side, and from this position, Donnie has a strat that he actually dodges this guy, and I think is basically like pogoing or something like that. And it's just waiting for the enemy to like get like somewhat low, like something like this basically, right? So you can do that, or you could just basic attack the enemy from the bottom until it dies and then go up, and then from here you can actually basic attack this guy twice because you get focus and he dies in two. But if you don't like doing this up here, you can actually go from the bottom and then do this, and this is free. So you have options. And you can also do the same thing with this guy. You can actually basic attack him, and he dies as well. But if you actually don't want to do that, you can just do this. So wait for him to come in, jump over dash, 2 basics is enough, or even 1 maybe, I don't know. And then you kill the bug, right? And here, I think there's no way you get hit because as you can see the cogs are actually behind the wall, so you're fine here. You can do a high jump if you want to, and then immediately claw line into this. Jump, pogo if you want to, and then do this. Now, I think Donnie does maybe I'm not entirely sure. Maybe doing a different strat where he actually pogos from these cogs on top left, which is a speedrunner strat. And I think Fede might be also doing it. I think Deathless is also doing it as well. But basically the way I do it is I actually go to the left here, and I sort of wall jump and wait for the right moment. Double wall jump here, and then I'm just doing this constantly until the enemy on the right side goes down. I get out, and then I start just dropping slowly. Drop quickly as the enemy's in front of me, and then I jump right around here. And then I am actually looking for this guy up here to actually like do the attack in the bottom before I actually claw line. So I claw line now, and then I start moving up that with dashes, right? From here, you can basic attack it. And the reason I basic attack is because I want the silk more than anything. But with the amount of silk that I have here, you really don't need it. So up to you if you want to kill it. The other benefit is that he's not in the way. It's you know, it's free for you. But anyways, after this, if you don't have any silk, you're gonna have to double pogo in this. If not, you can actually claw line the second cog, and then claw line again to the wall. And from the wall, you can jump. Okay, so claw line, and then sort of do a dash up. Now, the moment that you actually want to jump out of this is when you actually hit like this around here, maybe a little bit lower, because I believe the full length of the full height of your jump might not actually hit the cog if you do it from the bottom here. So like something like that. As you can see, I wasn't able to actually hit the cog. And so you can do a full hop where there's no way you're getting hit, right? If you do it from that low, you can go a little bit higher, as you can see. And so there's a bit of a big margin of error where you don't really have to do it like straight from the bottom of it. From here, boom, you can double pogo or single pogo and then drop here and then grab this. You can float as you're going down and also hit it while you're floating. This ring actually takes a while to come back, so you'll make it. So again, single pogo, float all the way till you get here, and then just claw line. You can double pogo and then float and drop down. There's different stuff you could do, and then go up here. There's also ways to do without having to like get on that ring, so there's also that. Be careful with doing this, because you're gonna fall down there, and there's actually 2 enemies waiting for you down there, plus the cogs on the right. And you're gonna get shit on. So have that in mind. Have that in mind. Don't go to the right wall. It's an easy way of asking to get it. I'll explain how to do the fall. The fall looks a little bit scary, but what I will say is there's ways to make it a bit more consistent in terms of timing. But the way I do the fall is so that you don't have to think about whether to go left or right. It's very normalized, and that's usually what you want. So you have like really good normalized falls. Okay. And so here's what we want to do. You're gonna want to drop out of this, and then around here you're gonna dash to the right. Once you fall down, you're going to then claw line to the right again once you get past the 2 big cogs. Okay. So dash and then claw line. And so the way I like seeing this is that my cue for actually dashing to the claw line to the right after the big cogs is like you're seeing this open space. So your cue for actually doing it is not seeing the cogs, it's actually seeing the open space that you go through. Once you get past those cogs, then claw line to the right side. Now what we're trying to do here is a bit of like normalized distance travel, right? The claw line and the dash has a sort of a set distance that you can travel in the air if you don't put any direction. Now, granted, we actually do have a bit of a we input a bit of direction on the first dodge slightly, but once we have actually done the dodge, the free fall is basically in the same spot. Ideally, that free fall is actually on top of these things here, and from here, once you land around here, you're gonna claw line. Once you claw line to this section right here, you're gonna tap to the left because we're gonna be lining to the left. So here, and then once you get past these 2 cogs here, where you're gonna see a bit of free space, you're gonna claw line to the right. I mean to the left. And now what you're gonna do is you want to see the silhouette here in the background. You want your character to actually be in the same spot as the right side of the sort of silhouette here that we're seeing. So I want to align myself with the character here. This ensures that I actually land close to around the center of the platform when I'm dropping. Like around there. I went a little bit to the right, but you can see where the silhouette is. Right, this point here actually lands a bit more to the right, but it's sort of centered with the platform, as you can see. Okay, so you kind of want to be copying that as much as you can. Once you get here, you're going to now drop the same way we drop for a dash, but instead of doing a dash here, you're going to do a claw line. Now the claw line is not going to be close enough that you'll hit the ring, but it'll be far enough that you actually get past the cog while holding right. Once you're done, once the animation of the claw line is done, you're going to tap left, and your character's head is going to kind of like go through one of the cogs, but remember that I show you the hitboxes. Hornet's hitbox actually doesn't really extend towards any side, even when falling. So you're gonna fall down, and then as soon as you get past the first sort of platform, that's the visual cue to dodge to the left. So, like so. Okay, it's definitely a pretty scary thing to do. Let's do it again. Dodge, claw line, silhouette, drop here, claw line, tap right, left, and then dodge. Okay. Now, there is a variation that you could do. That's a little bit easier, where you actually combine floats with this. And I was actually sort of working with Donnie too, so Donnie can sort of like adopt it. And so the way we're gonna do this is you do that, and then you land here. Once you are around here, but you're satisfied with the position, you then claw line. Now, obviously, I'm pausing, so it's a little bit harder to do that. But basically, you can do that. Or Donnie, something that Donnie actually likes to do as well is like float here, look, dash, float, and then claw line here, and then drop. And once you're past these cogs, you can start floating, claw lining, and then drop here, right? And then after that, you can claw line here and then float, and you can go down slowly. Okay. I'm gonna turn on this so you can kind of see a bit of what I'm talking about. Right? Once you see that lip, you dash into it. Okay? And again, if you don't want to float, this is how you do it. But you do have to pay attention though. If you do it too high, you actually hard fall. But there you go. And then after this, you're gonna dash into the right. And here's something that not many runners know. If you hold right and dash, if you hold right and dash here, you don't get hit by the cogs. So hold right and dash, don't let go. You don't fall, right? And this is a bit of a normalized thing because the distance trouble is always the same, provided you're holding both of the buttons every step of the way and not letting go. Okay? Again, more normalized stuff. And that's what I'm talking about. You're gonna be hitting that wall every time. The way you mess this up is that when you let go of this area here, you let go of the dash. So let's say I'm holding right and I'm dashing, but as soon as I leave this platform, I let go of my dash. Okay? That's what happens. And you don't want that to happen. I mean, I need to save quit because the debug mod plays funky. But you don't want to let go. You hold those two buttons for your dear life. You do not let go. Okay? So, again, hold right and dash at the same time. Do not let go. And then, boom. That's simple. Okay? That's normalized movement. And that's what we want. If we can do more normalized stuff, we can increase the consistency of this run. Alright, now. It's time for conductor. So this next part is a bit notorious for having claw maidens, which is kind of scary. And so we're gonna do the same thing I always do, right? But I can also show you what I think is Hunt does, which is like that. And that's a little bit scary to go for, because my timing is not that right, not that great. But it actually does depend. I believe it depends on distance, and the timing has to be right. So I do not recommend it, but if you feel very comfortable with it, you can go for it. I think Hunt and Fede does it, which is very scary to go for this late into a run. Me personally, I don't recommend it. The benefit of it though is that since you're very grounded, the claw maidens have a little bit more of a hard trouble trying to get to hit you because you're too low to the ground. So that's the benefit of it. The downside is if you're shaky and you're actually missing the timings, you're very likely to get hit by doing it. So not something that I do fully recommend, but if you do feel like doing it, really up to you. Whatever you feel like doing. Now, doesn't mean that doing it through the top is free, but I'll show you how I do it just in case things do go badly. So we're gonna do the same thing as always. We're gonna run up to it, and once we get close, we're gonna start running full hop pogo, and after that pogo, we're just gonna continue that sort of pace. And in this moment, what you're looking for is, will the maiden spawn? And if maiden spawns, you claw line, because very likely the maiden is gonna spawn in your face. And if that does happen, you claw line and you go over it. And after that, is you just keep moving. Okay. Anyways, if things were to happen, you just claw line. Like it's very likely that the claw maiden will appear on top of the enemy or where you're going. So you claw line so you can go over the claw maiden, and then you just proceed by going, you know, where you were going. Anyways, that's normally how you want to do. You want to do the pogo, move slowly, and then be ready to press the claw line button as soon as the claw maiden appears. You claw line, you go over the enemy, and you're Gucci. Here we're gonna adopt right side. I used to do left side, but right side is way better. Jump over, go down, and then boom. That way you don't deal with the enemy on the left side, and the one that's on the right side spawns way too late. Here, you can do a couple basics, dice and 3. If you have, I think if you have full focus. And then here, I'm just slowly descending, because if you do it too quickly, the enemy will lose aggro. Dice and 2. I do that because I don't want to, and sometimes I mess up the distance. And then this enemy here, you basically attack them from the left to make it roll from the left. But if you want them to drop off, you can do that. If not, then you kill them there. No. Smack this and open it. We're gonna aggro this enemy, and you're gonna immediately walk here. And this is to force the enemy to actually level with us if it wants to hit us. And once it does, we do a silk spear. There you go. Full jump silk spear. Once you hit the ceiling, it's over. Now there's a chance that this enemy might actually stand on top of the platform, because it's like not letting it go under. So don't be scared of that. Just wait, be patient. There's also a chance that the angle might be right for the enemy from way up at the top and actually throws one of the bells, and it might land in front of you. All you need to do is like walk away. You either smack it from here or just walk away and just wait and then go back into it. Okay, so there's that. Claw line here. We go up, we aggro this enemy if we can. Down here, and then one basic, two basic, it kills it, and we can move on. And then here is sort of another area that you need to learn how to properly do, basically. Hold on. There you go. So we're gonna run in here, and there's a specific moment where you want to jump, which is right here. So you're gonna be running, and as soon as you get past this sort of like luggage or whatever it is called, or whatever it is, you're going to do a full hop here while holding the dash button, and at peak height you're gonna do a claw line into a dash. After that, you're gonna walk it off. If you're being pushed by the last enemy on that group, you're gonna then dash. The reason we want to start walking is because around that time is where we get the spawn for the claw maiden. And so if the claw maiden spawns high, then we go under. If the claw maiden spawns low, we claw line. Okay. If the claw maiden spawns behind, we dash, get out. Okay. So no claw maiden, we continue. The reason I say full hop is because this enemy in particular, the first one, actually right here can initiate an attack where the hitbox starts right here where I'm at, and if you're low enough, that hitbox is going to hit you before it starts going forward, and you don't want to do that. Okay, so you claw line at, you basically jump at that spot, which is right here, full, while going forward, and then you claw line at the peak of the height and you dash afterwards, like so. And then you just walk. If this maiden spawns high, you go under. If it spawns slow, you dash out. I mean, if you claw line. There, I'm just doing like full jumps, and then claw lining at the top of it. This enemy, the first enemy that we're gonna deal here, you can actually get under this enemy, and just continue. There you go, like that, and then you know, boom, it's over. Now, the way that I do it, I kind of like doing it like this because the ghost can also spawn, and it can set you up for like really weird scenarios that you don't really know about because the ghost is just pretty random. So for the 2 summers, we actually kill the summers. I don't really spare any enemies here. So if you want to kill them like I do, then this is how you do it. You're gonna do a dash attack followed by a basic attack into a claw line, walk back, and then go for a silk spear once the enemy doesn't attack. So, like so, and then wait for it to do something, and it's dead, right? If you're feeling cheeky, you can sort of like do that quickly, although I don't know if I want to. I don't know. Like that, but sometimes things can be a little bit weird. You don't have to dash either. You don't really need to dash, to be honest. Like that, you don't have to dash. The scary part of this is like if you measure up the distance wrong, then you're gonna get hit by the cockflies. So that's why I actually just wait and be patient about it. Right, so, but you can also, you know, if you want to be cheeky about it, you can just do that and not really wait. A little bit of a nice combo there from Hornet, basically. Right, so once you get here, you're gonna do 6 dash ups. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we're gonna go up. Now, again, we're gonna kill the other guy. I'll explain why actually we kill this guy. But the way we actually do, we need to get silk, so we're gonna get it from this guy. And so we need to do this a couple times, so this is a bit annoying. But there's not really much we can do about it. So, once we hit this right here, this next golden spot here, we're gonna dash up twice. I kind of messed up, so, but I'll show you after this. 1. You don't want to hit him 3 times because 3 times it kills him. But yeah, 1, 2, and then go back here. And you do 1 full silk here, not just 8. 1, 2. And now we leave. You don't want to kill it just in case things fail. You have to do this again. But claw line, go in, and then you want to claw line this guy, and then dodge, go under. And the reason you want to do this is because you want to try to get this guy off the platform. So that way, when it does the spinning attack with the cockflies, you have enough space to stand back, do double silk spear. Okay, so instead of like doing claw line and walking away, you dash downwards. God damn it. If you don't feel like it, if you feel like it, you can actually go for basic attacks, although two silk spear just seals the deal, so might not be a good idea to go for it. But yeah, do this and then just start pushing him backwards, and then jump over. And then the moment he does the spinning attack, you're gonna dash away and go for 2 silks. So 1, and then 2, and that's about it. He's dead. Now, why do I say that it's better to kill him? It's because there is a chance the ghost can actually spawn when you're dealing with the enemies, right? And it can actually spawn right up here. If you go under the summoner, by the time you get up here and you claw line this, the claw maiden will spawn literally in front of this ring, and it's not fun at all. So I don't really fully understand the claw maiden, how it really works, but it seems to me that whenever there's combat, the claw maiden will be in there. So the aggro with the summoner is what's triggering the Claw Maiden from spawning. And that could potentially be true with the next enemies that we have. Now, there's a bit of a workaround for this if you want to adopt it. Right. So I'll show you how to kill these two enemies first, and then I'll show you the workaround. So go over here, trigger this, and then start dropping. And you're gonna kill this guy first. And if you do it like I did, then you only have a 1v1, both of them will drop. And for some reason, the Claw Maiden never appears for these two guys. I do not really know why. But it doesn't mean it's not possible for it to happen. Like, the periods of Claw Maidens are so rare, at least for me, they're so rare that there's a chance that this could also happen. So, you know, be careful with this. But yeah, full jump here, no claws or anything, and this enemy will just follow you. And then that's it, that's GG, right? Now you move on. Now, let's say you don't want to do that still, you kind of want to risk it. If that's what you want to go for, you could do something that's a little bit safer that might not be too much of a risk. And that is, you go under the summoner, claw line up here, and then stay here. Wait for the summoner to de-aggro, and then you go up here, boom boom, and then wait for these two guys to drop. And when the one on the right actually goes low, you go up, and then you continue doing your own thing, right? So from here, dash under here, and then just wait here. And then once he has lost aggro like this, now you can continue. And I believe when out of combat, the Claw Maiden won't come in, right? So from here, do this, just wait for this one to go under, and then do that. It's a little bit sketchy, as you can see. Partially the reason why I don't do it more than anything. But I think the way it might help is like getting away, leaning a little bit more to the left, so that way you're not close enough for the enemy to attack, and so that way it goes lower, and then you can go up. You know, try to do full hop and just meet it up there. It's a little bit scary. Personally, it's not too scary for my taste, but I believe Donnie does it, Lily does it, I think Deathless does it, Hunt does it, and even Fede, Jack Knights, my bad. So everybody is doing it. If you want to, you can also do it as well. Like I said, I don't feel like risking it when I'm like pretty late into a run, but it's something that people do and they don't have too much trouble with it, despite looking really close. That's another thing that also speedrunners do. So yeah. And then we're gonna walk down here. This is pretty much same thing, same old. I think everybody does it the same way except speedrunners. And then here is where, I think it's here, I believe. Yeah, where you're going to get the cockfly. Now, you're not gonna need the cockfly for this next part here. But it's not a bad idea to have it for grandma. Now, if you still want to have the cockfly, you can actually substitute the cockfly for the pins. Okay? That's something to consider. I don't know where that goes, but that's kind of interesting. Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay, I see. That's not what I thought it would be. I thought it would be here. I thought it would lead you to right here. Maybe it does, I don't know. Anyways, continue with this. Oh, by the way, a little bit of a funny information. If anybody actually dares find a way to do this, over here, out there, leads to where the Claw Maidens are. If there was by any chance a way to reach up there without having to use Beast Claw or Free Down Club, which is a double jump, if there was a way to actually get up there with just what we have, also money. If there was a way to get up there just with what we have, then there's a high chance that you can actually make this next arena a little bit easier, because you don't have to deal with the Claw Maidens. Because every single Claw Maiden dies up there once you destroy the threads. And so that way it makes high health actually a lot easier. So it's a little nice thing for you guys to like know. Like if people were to find a way to get up there without Fade on Cloak or any of that stuff, with the most basic stuff, and then you can actually go up there. Now that said, you do have to deal with some Claw Maidens that will impede you from getting to where you want to, and so that's a little bit scary, but that removes having to deal with them. At least I consider them one of the more annoying enemies to deal with personally, based on the way I do these fights. So there's that. Now I'm gonna try to one-shot this because I actually don't want to do it multiple times. So yeah. Let's do temp here. And basically the way I'm gonna do it, you basically, yeah, so if you do the way that I do it, you're not really gonna need Thread Storms at all. So yeah, I still do recommend watching Jack Knight's and Fede's strategies to see if there's something that you might like more from them than mine, because there might be something that they do that might be better. I'm not entirely sure. I kind of saw it, but nothing really like super caught my eye. But it really depends on the person who's watching it. There might be something that you might like more over there than this. So the start is a bit more, how do I say this? It's a bit, there's a bit of a setup here, which is a little bit slower compared to the other runners. But yeah, so the first one is you're gonna start right around here. Basically, where I'm positioned, you kind of want to be here. You don't want to be dead center. You want to be slightly forward here, and you're gonna do. Hold on. Let me get that off. You're gonna do one here on the top, and then you're gonna walk under it. You're gonna try to see where your body lands, and you're gonna want to land the next one around here. So the idea is that the second one is actually lower than this one. Now the way you could do this is you can actually do like a full hop, and as you're going down you can throw it, or you can do a short hop and then just throw it. Okay, so something like that is where you want to have it. So the reason for this is that we're actually going to kill the first guy who's at the top, and we're gonna go dash into the wall, and then we're gonna silk spear the enemy from there. And so the reason we want to do this is because sometimes the enemy will just choose to sort of try to do a counter, and what ends up happening is that it stops doing the counter and it will fly over this one over here, because both of them were at level. And so by doing this, no matter what it tries to do, the trajectory is not going to be enough for it to go over the second trap. It's going to be pulled into it. Once it's pulled into it, you can silk spear, right? If it does the 3-hit combo, like it's the triple sort of thrust, it walks into it. If it tries to go over it after like a sort of counter, it won't be able to go over it. Okay, so walk in, your character's gonna move to the right, you're gonna hold right, and then once it starts walking, you're gonna go for a dash jump, and then wait here, and then immediately go for this. Okay, now you want to make sure that you're touching the ground, the floor, the wall, before you do silk spear, because if you actually don't touch the floor, the ground where you're doing, the wall where you're doing silk spear, you will silk spear the wall. Okay, so if anything, you could do that. If you don't like that idea, you can jump into the wall, and once you touch the wall, you can just dash up on the wall and then slide down, and then silk spear when you're sliding down. You can also do that. Okay, If the enemy hasn't touched the trap, you can actually dash up again a second time, and after that it should work. Once you're here, you're gonna wait for this enemy in the left to stop attacking, and you're gonna wait for a dash attack here. And after that dash attack, you go to the left here, and then 4 pins kills it. Now we kill this enemy. And it doesn't matter anything we do against this enemy here. Hit this guy, and then you're gonna go up the wall, and you're gonna wait for them to get tired and just start walking. So the one that we hit is the one that's actually going to attack stop first, I think. I don't really know, but basically you want to pin it. So you want to pay attention to whoever you're fighting. If it takes too long to kill, that means that this is the one you haven't touched, and the other one is the one you did touch. Actually, now that I think about it, this next one, I think I do like how Fede does it, actually. And actually, it might be the other one. We'll walk through, we'll check Fede's fights, because I think there's one wave in particular that I like how Fede does it. At least the initial part. After that, since it took like 3 pins. Apologies. It took like 3 pins to kill, and then it's like 2 basic attacks. We know that was the one who was like beefed up. This guy probably dies in 2 hits here, so you want to be on the right side for this. So you're gonna wait, maybe 1 basic attack, that's about it, and then you're gonna basic attack it from this side. Dash up, land here, hit, and then you're gonna silk spear and immediately dash into the wall. You're gonna slide off the wall. At this point, you have enough for another silk spear, and we're gonna use a silk spear to hit the Claw Maiden or the other dude. And the idea is that number 1, we're doing extra damage, and it's kind of guaranteed on the Claw Maiden based on the way we're gonna do it right now. But the second thing is, if you don't have silk, the Claw Maiden doesn't have a way to actually start getting silk out of you, which means that the Claw Maiden is gonna try to approach you, which is a little bit easier. Now, once we do that, we wanna make sure of our distance. I'll show you after this. But yeah, after this, start sliding down, and you're gonna wait for this guy to throw you a projectile. Once it does, full hop silk spear, and then you're gonna wall jump to bait them to go high, and then you go under. Okay, like that. Jump up, and then if he does this, then you can claw line on this guy immediately, and then keep moving, because you're kind of gonna be over the one that's above you. The one thing I will say is, like, if you don't act fast, you'll be attempting this while the enemy is about to hit you. So like that. You see what happened there? So if anything, you might want to sort of space it out a little bit and really not take the bait. So the reason I dashed downwards is because, again, this enemy doesn't really have an angle to actually hit me if I'm like literally under him. So that's the furthest the enemy could go. And so it's a free sort of hit for me, quote unquote. But basically what I could have done is I could have just gone under the Claw Maiden and sort of play around there. After this, I think I haven't hit it. Oh, I did hit him. So basically 2 hits to kill him. We're gonna go to the top here and bait this guy up, and then drop down, and then walk under. And here you're gonna want to hit one of them, and you're gonna mark it. And that's gonna be the one we're gonna be using, because we need to. Yeah. So like you can kind of do this to control them a little bit. So you can control space with them. Basically, you don't have to like yield all the time. There you go. And so I think the marked enemy has already gotten hit twice. They die in 3 hits. The next hit is gonna kill. We actually want to sort of control where they're gonna be, so we have a bit of a control over the Claw Maiden. I apologize. I've been speaking for like 6 hours, a bit of water, and I am also coughing a lot. Anyways, ideally I kill them on the left side, one of them, and then the Claw Maiden spawns on the right side. I control the positioning on the last enemy here on the left, so I have space for the Claw Maiden to drop down. And when the Claw Maiden has dropped a little bit down, I'm gonna go for a little combo that I do on the Claw Maiden. Very important. On the Claw Maiden, you want to do a claw line that is somewhat high and not too low, because you will miss the pogo. So you need to wait for the Claw Maiden to drop down, but you don't want to wait too long because you have Silk and it will try to take Silk away from you. Okay, and if that happens, you're gonna have to go with plan B, which is Clawline Basic, or like Clawline 3 times. Okay. So we're gonna bait these guys again here. I think it's the one on the back. And it's not that guy. Okay. And if you're pretty good at manipulating, go high and then low. You can wait on this side, so when they actually get to you, they try to attack. Like so. And you, if you're lucky, you get one that does that, and the other one decides to just do the parry. Okay, so at this point, either of them are gonna die on the next one. And we just need to... We're gonna wait another one here. So, obviously this is a bit slow. And I know some runners who actually don't like sort of like the idea of doing something like this. Okay. Yeah, so this is, yeah. So this is the downside of this. The enemy was still too high and you really couldn't do it. And I guess I tried going for it or something. No, the clawline was still too high. My bad. I guess I could just speed it up and get back here real quick, so I can show you the proper way. This is like I said, the only, I think one of the few claw maidens that I don't have like really well done to the T, like how I really want to fight this claw maiden. Yep. I think what every runner does is they kind of like rush it, which is totally fine if it wasn't like setting up, to be honest. So you can pick and choose how you really want to do it. You can probably still do the setup and just move fast. So that's another thing that you can take in consideration. Again, there's room for improvement. Let me just do this real quick here. Oops. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. Okay, so I'm just gonna kill some of these enemies real quick here. Okay. Right, so we're back here. And I think I have only one, so 1, 2, 3, and then we wait. Boom, 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 and then there you go. So that's ideally what you want to do. The reason why it's a little bit hard to actually perform this is because the claw maiden starts pretty high up, and that's the big issue with this particular. But basically what you want to do is that you want a claw line to the center of the body or higher maybe, so that way the pogo actually connects pretty well, and that pogo will send you above it, and as you're falling down you'll hit the enemy. If you do this before the enemy starts sort of trying to take your silk, it will attempt to do a basic attack, which is what puts in a position where when you're falling down it's really easy to hit, right? So there you go. It's execution, I guess, is somewhat lacking on my part, but alright, so you're gonna hit twice this guy, and you're gonna throw a throw a sting shot here, hit him, taunt, 1, 2, 3, and he's dead. And then you go to this guy. One of the few moments where we actually use taunt because it's pretty good. Silk Spear when he actually drops down. Dash attacks. By the way, you can control that. You can actually control the when it's actually doing like the giant lightning, the big jump. It will always try to land where you are, so it can actually travel pretty far. But if you actually stay in front of it, it will just land there. And so that's really good if you don't want it to cover too much of the stage, and you want to still have control over it. So after that, we're gonna go this way, and we're going to. I think this is the one that actually Fede does that I like more. So you're basically gonna go up here, and yeah, this I think with the way Fede does this one, I think I like more. I think you can full help from here. We'll watch Fede's attempt, but you can full help from here and just do the same thing instead of doing what I did, and it's much easier to time it out. But once you do that, this guy will be 2 hits away, and you can kind of bait them both up. And then try not kill it. You can be more patient by actually trying to get them all both high and then shark it. Now comes these 2 enemies. Now, Fede and Jack Knights actually still does the strat where you throw the traps, right? So basically you wait for them both to actually go down at the same time, and then you throw the trap so they don't trigger it and destroy it, right? But this has a flaw, and the flaw is that if the traps, when you throw them, they actually don't have a very fixed distance. They can actually have a bit of a random distance, I think, in terms of how far and how high and low. So there's a chance that you will throw a trap that is close enough to you that they can actually throw their projectile and the arc hits you. And that's why I don't really do this anymore, because it's not fully consistent. So 2 of these traps will actually seal the deal. I think it's a really good plan B if you actually mess up the plan A. Plan A, we use Silk Spear. So we wait for them both to actually go down, and you Silk Spear them both. Here's the problem with Silk Spearing at the wrong time. This bell right here that you see has a chance to hit this guy, and if it does, you're gonna have to deal with a Claw Maiden and this guy. So it's a bit of choose your own poison kind of thing, but if you're patient enough, the real way you actually do this is you wait for this guy to go full left, and then have these 2 enemies drop, and then you go for it. Also, you could also sort of like delay the Silk Spear so that the projectiles are not around where you do that. So it hit him, so I do that. You don't want to do that, because the thing about this Claw Maiden is it spawns really high up. So the best way to kill this Claw Maiden is just you triple Silk, you do the triple claw line. But if things don't go your way and you find yourself in this such a pickle, you might just want to do that. If you want the Claw Maiden to spawn a little bit lower, you need to fully drop, and when it spawns, go up, wall jump, and then go for the same strat. And now you have a 1v1 again. Okay? And this is one of the things that I saw that I used to do, and I think Fede and Jack Knights still do it, that I changed because I don't think it's actually consistent at all. I got hit trying to do this. So if you go up here and you try to do a Silk Spear, this guy on the right side will attack, and you don't want that. So what you're gonna do is, I kind of messed it up here, but you go up, slide down, or fall down, and immediately run to the left. And this way you bait this guy to go low, and as you wall jump and it's going higher, you're gonna hit this guy, and then you might hit one of these guys too. We hit both of them. Here you don't really have to worry. You can kill one of them. There's no Claw Maidens anymore, so you're Gucci. From here, we're gonna do another setup, and I'm gonna wait here, and I'm gonna try to see if I can get some attack here. And we're gonna walk this way and throw this. It's a little bit to the left, which it's a bit not too good for my taste. So let me do something real quick. Get that out of the way. Let's see if we can bake something here. Right around here is good. And then we're gonna wait. And once you kill this guy, you're going to buff. So we're gonna buff, and we're gonna wait for the trap to trigger. We're gonna jump, hit him, dash to the left in midair, wall jump, and then go for a silk spear. Now make sure that you actually did do the wall jump, or else you will float. If you float, the plan B is get up on the floor, go straight to the right side, go under both of them, and then wall jump to the right on the right side, and silk spear again. Okay, like that. And if you do that correctly, this guy will always miss that attack. But you gotta make sure that you're actually dodging downwards. And even if you dodge downwards, I think you'll still miss. Okay, so after this, go up to bait the movement to go up. 1, 2, and they're done. Now, this is a cheese that Jack Knight's found, and it basically involves you to be up here. And that jump in particular, you can also punish if you want to, but it requires a bit more. It's more time sensitive than anything. So it's a little bit scary. But what you want is for them to do a charge, and you want them to be around this spot here to like here. If they're here, the better. The closer the better in a way, but too close is too bad. It's a little bit scary. So you're gonna want them around here. Okay, and then once they start charging, you're gonna want to let go of like spamming up as soon as they're leaving the ground. And your claw line has to be once they're going up, not when they're going down. If they go down and you're claw lining when they're going down, you're gonna have trouble going back in here. Okay, you're gonna like land up here or something, and then you're gonna have trouble getting up here. If you claw line as they're going up, then you'll be fine. If you claw line where they're too far, you're also gonna land up here. So the closer the better. If it's too close, don't go for it. Try to always claw line as they're in their peak, not really early, not too late. Now, there's a way to sort of like avoid bad scenarios, even if you're in one. And the way you do that is by dashing as soon as you claw line. And this is something that Hunt Hustle does a lot. So, and probably like Fede and Jack Knights might be doing this as well. And it's like once you claw line, immediately dash back. Okay. So that's a bad one. As you can see, I did it late, and I actually landed up there. Right. So a good one would be this one right here. And as you can see, I don't have to dash, and I'll still be able to touch the part. But if you don't want to do that because you don't trust it, what you can do is wait, hold on. There you go. You can just immediately dash to the right, and it takes away that situation of like, oh, I was too high up and I actually didn't land it well, whatever. So immediately dashing after claw lining, if you did it right, it removes the whole like scary portion of whatever claw line you choose to do, in a way. Okay, like that. It is really, really good. There you go. And so the plan is just to keep doing this over and over and over until the enemies are dead. Right now, if you think if you don't like this the idea, the original strat that I actually had in mind before Jack Knight showed me this was I already knew about the corner that you can actually be up here and just stall. I just didn't know exactly how to deal this damage optimally while you're stalling. Now I did found that you can just basic attack. So let me see if I can do it. I did found that you can just basic attack like so, right? But it's, as you can see, like your range is not enough to be able to do so, and it needed enemies to be a lot closer for you to actually make it like that. So that was the initial strategy that I had before Jack Knight showed me the claw line, which is a much better one. But if you don't like this sort of thing, you can just use this to control the space of the arena. And the reason I say that is that these enemies are like Oro and Mado from Hollow Knight. They will take turns into attacking you, but they won't attack both at the same time unless you attack them. Something you could do is do this, and once you get a chance to like get on the other side, you can just fight them like this. That was at least an idea of like what I was supposed to have in the future. Before Jack Knight showed me what, you know. Also, you can like do claw lines as well. Right. Now, if you actually didn't touch the bench, because I actually don't touch the bench, if you quit out from here, you actually get delays. Okay? So, the reason I actually don't touch the bench on the right side is because I actually want to do the fight lace, which is another reason why we actually don't do... even if I wanted to, I prefer not to do cogflies, just because I'd rather do what I do, which is not entirely bad, over having to go through the next path with, you know, up to lace 2. So not something that I want to do. Anyways, we're gonna skip all this and we're gonna go straight to lace. Now, if you want to do this, you can actually get your... I already have it, I think, but you can actually get your focus bar up, because you'll be doing, I think it's 20 damage total instead of 16. So the bit is, you know, it's a bit of a nice, like by the time you get focus, you already miss like 24 damage total, so you kind of don't want to miss that. Now lace. Again, lace is one of those boss fights that I don't really know the full punish window for like lace, so maybe you want to see some of the other runners and maybe speed runners to see how they optimally punish lace. But there's a specific way that I actually fight lace that allows me to react to lace a little bit easier, and if you're keen enough, you're probably gonna be able to notice it. But basically, do a bit of like there's a bit of a flow chart for the way I fight lace, and it revolves around going left and right consistently, right? And so the idea is I move away to be able to react, and then I move in to attack, and then I move away after attacking to be able to react easier, and then I move in to attack. And you keep doing that over and over, and then for a specific, I think, dash, lace will always try to parry. And you don't take the bait, you just wait for it to be done with that stance, and you attack, and then you continue doing it. Remember that after hitting lace will immediately start attacking, so you want to get away from it. And the whole idea of this is, like I said, is that you increase the window for reaction time, so that way you can identify whether lace is going to do a 3-hit combo or an anti-air, and that way you can sort of deal with it accordingly. Okay, so walk away, so in, out, wait for the parry, smack, in. And as you can see, you can kind of see the little sort of dance that I'm doing with my character. Wait, smack. And if you shoot off that, obviously, I did a mistake there, but you dash over, you don't really do what I did. Smack, walk away, jump over. Smack. Wait. Just like that. Kind of a rocky start we had, but as you can see what I'm doing. Still stagger after the 3-hit. There's something you can do with lace that I dare not to do, but because I really haven't found like the proper way of doing it. But if you actually get close enough to lace and you start spamming up, you can actually keep her locked in until she staggers again. And if you actually get the proper position again, you can actually keep her doing that. So it's a bit of a loop where you actually like stun lock her into not being able to do anything, right? And before anybody says something, remember, we actually have Princess in Dark Souls 3, so don't you dare come at me with that whole idea of like, oh, that's cheating, okay? Yeah, I got evidence. Anyways, now that she actually is in second phase, now that the dash attack actually does 3 times. Now, there's actually like a couple ways you can deal with this dash attack. Number one is double jump. I mean, is jump twice, and then just get away. So, like so. Okay. The second one, which is the one I do, is float, and then go to the right side, right? Or not to the right side, go to this side that you would normally do if you just jump twice and then, you know, go over. So in this case, she started from the left side. I jump over, I float, she dashes back to my left, and then from the left goes the anti-air, right? I'll show it again. Also, if you parry, you always want to jump over her no matter what. It counters both options. Jump over, float, and then boom. Right? You want to go to the opposite side of the second dash because the anti-air is going to come out from that second dash. Okay? Now, the other way of dealing with the dash is actually you just you jump over the dash. The dash's limit. Okay, so let's see if I can get it so you can see what I mean. Like so. And now she completely stops. Right? And you can actually go for the punish. So if you don't like dealing with the dash, once she usually likes to back off to do the thingy. So let's see if she backs up here. Like so. Right? Let's see if we actually can get from here. The other thing is you can also just not take the bait all to jump over the right side. You can jump on the left side. So like where you basically can jump where she's going. So let's try to do that. So as it starts left here, we're gonna go, yeah, so like this. There you go. If you do that, she immediately stops dashing. She won't be able to do the triple dash. Okay, that's the third way you actually can deal with it. The other one is something that I used to do until like super recently, when the run starting to get really consistent, because I didn't want to inconsistent lace, and I found how to do the whole floaty thing. I was like, oh, perfect, I'll just stick to the floaty thing because it's good. And the reason for it is because if what I'm about to show you, there's a 50-50, and I didn't like the 50-50, but I'll see if I can do it because it's been a while since I've done it. Yeah, let me just get the timing right of this. But you can actually just deflect that. Oops. I kind of want to showcase it so you can see like the 50-50, how do you deal with the 50-50. I just hope that I still remember quite well. Yeah, so you can just do that, and after that you can go for a punish. You can go for a punish after she does the last dash. She's going to attack nothing, and you can punish from behind. There's another thing you can do actually, if you fancy. You can do that. You can also do it from the ground. Hold on. Yeah, so that right there is the 50-50 that I'm talking about, and I kind of parried the 50-50, with which I didn't want it. But if you dash and you actually parry, you can parry the third one and you'll be fine. Alright? Now let me see if I can actually get the 50 again, which is like kind of weird to get it. so I can show you how you do the 50-50. So basically, the way you counter the 50-50, and by mean the 50-50 is in the third one she can dash or she can do the anti-air, and the way you counter is by just walking away. Okay. So I'll show the motion just in case we never get the 50-50 again. There you go. So just like that, you just walk away, and by walking away, you get the good distance where the timing is also good. So if the boss were to do a dash, you actually got a perfect distance for the timing. So it doubles up as a right spot for the timing on the last deflect. But if you see that's gonna go for the anti-air, you just walk away and then you punish when it lands, just like that. Okay. So then you basically have like multiple ways to actually sort of counter the dash. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, so there's something that I'm gonna show you about the dash as well. So sometimes you have a bit of a knee jerk, and if you're trying to actually deflect like I do, you might actually be tempted to jump over the first one because maybe you don't want to parry or deflect the first dash in phase one because it's just a single dash and you prefer to jump over it. And that knee jerk kind of goes into the second phase, and so you jump over it. The timing is slightly different. So you actually have to attack a little bit sooner, and that can throw you off a little bit. But once after that, the timings is always the same. So let me show you how it looks. Like that. Right, so the timing is a little bit faster once she goes for the first dash. You need to do it a little bit quicker. This is not really ideal if you have troubles with sort of finding the tempo of how to do the parries. I mean the flex. Then don't do it. It's more like swag points. Not really, doesn't really add to anything. You get a punish at the end, but that's about it. It's nothing different from the other ones, which are safer. You don't have the 50-50 and you still get the punish. So have that in mind. That's a free punish if you actually get it. And then on the second one, you can actually dash and hit her before she actually disappears, if you want that. You can also punish that if you want to. Dash here if you want to. Stuff like that. Well, the range has to be quite right for you to do that. And now, once she does the first one, you kind of want to manipulate where the second one's going to land. You want it to be far enough so you actually have space between the AoE and the enemy. And so once she lands and activates it, you want to dash in and actually basic attack. I missed there, but basically you want to do it a little bit sooner, and you get to go for a free hit there. Okay? Obviously, there's a lot of more punish windows you can go for. As you can see, stuff like that. You can probably go for a parry. Stuff like that. So, the world is your oyster with her. I personally just maintain sort of, I try to maintain a rhythm. So, despite me showing you all of this, my fight with Lace is a very safe fight. It's just, you know, moving left and right like if I was dancing with Lace, and baiting parries, waiting for the stance to go down and then hit her. Punishing mainly the dives that it does. Jumping over the 3-hit combos. Stuff like that. I don't really do anything cheeky. But there you go, you have options the way you want to fight Lace. I don't think for any of the bosses there was any need for me to showcase like how to do it properly hitless. I think you could just, at the time that you probably see this guide, there's a handful of runners already that actually can showcase them, and I think they're probably like really good examples of how to properly do it. If you're still interested in seeing how I do mine, then you can just watch my run. So there's that. Right, so now let's go to Grandma, the last final boss here. So going up some of these things here, just claw line. Just claw line. And in this one in particular, as you can see, you can actually go for a full hop here and you will land on the wall. What you want to do for this one is you want to do this, and that is fixed, as you can see. Right, so like once you land, you get a fixed height, and you want to have that fixed height. So touch, do this, and then claw line, and you're out. That's simple. Okay. Again, we're trying to normalize stuff, so you don't want to get hit at the end of the run. Then grab here, and then jump, and you'll touch it. We're gonna do another one of those particular normalized jump in up on Grandma, just to get to her. Oops. I forgot that it just doesn't work like it should. Grandma is one of those weird bosses, I will say right now, that you just have to like pick up the rhythm yourself in a way, but I will teach you my rhythm to see if it actually helps you in some way. From here, now you can pick up oh, because this is lace so safe. Yeah, this is the safe upper lace. Okay. So, oh shoot, I don't have cock flies in this one. Well, so I'm not gonna be able to show you cock flies, but basically, it's a very self-explanatory thing. You just use cock flies to dish out extra damage. That's pretty much it. There's nothing else new to it. Okay, so it's like spawn cock flies, fight starts, just fight normally. You just have extra damage out of nowhere. Okay, so instead of that, we're just gonna stick to this, which is parry. This is usually my normal loadout. And I can at least explain you the purpose of the pins more than anything, because the sting shards, I'll actually explain the purpose of the sting shards, but it's just also damage. It's not that big of a deal. You just throw them out and just let them do damage, but you use it only as in the beginning of each phase if you want to. That's about it. You don't throw them midway, mid fights, unless you want to. Over here, there's silk. You can get silk. You'll get 8 enough for this part, but you will waste some here. So jump here, float, dash, get up here. Well, the runners mainly go to the left side because I guess it's the intended way, but you can actually go to the right here. And you're gonna do a running jump. At the peak, you're going to do this and then dash, and you'll be fine. From here, another running jump here. And then here's the one that I was talking about, where you sort of shore hop, dash forward, and then do this, okay? And then claw line. Obviously, after the claw line, you need to like move us slightly forward so you land around here, but as you can see, we landed in the middle, so. Right, so I think I already have one for Grandma, but I will. Oh well, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Hold on, let me get full silk here. Cool. And then we'll waste one. Perfect. Now, when you start this challenge here, you can actually start with traps. This is something that Fede does. I actually don't do this, but you can. Okay, I kind of messed up. You can start with traps here. Hold on. I messed up the UI. Okay. Perfect. What? There we go. Okay. So you can actually start it by throwing traps here. And the boss kind of spawns around here. around here, maybe somewhere around here. So you can throw one here, or you can just throw one here. Your choice. You can throw two as well if you want to. The one there. You can throw another one here and start the fight. Now you want to start the fight a little bit to the right, make sure you're not really dead center with the boss, because your job is going to be to sort of make the boss dash to the left, so that way your initial movement is actually a predictable one, where so you can capitalize on the boss when it dashes away, because initially it will dash away. So you want to go here, dash, boom, boom, and then you do 2 hits, and from here is where sort of like the flow chart starts or whatever. So the way that I do this fight is I actually hit twice, and then I wait for it to move, and then I hit twice, and I wait for it to move, and I hit twice. We keep doing that over and over and over and over, and so doing it in that sort of way allows me to have enough time to deal with the pins when the pins decide to come. For some reason, it gives me the most opportunity to react correctly to the pins, and it's not always consistent. But it's giving me the best results. It's a bit less aggressive than what you would see from the likes of like maybe Jack Knights, probably Fede, I'm not entirely sure, but you will definitely see it from Hunt. Hunt is a bit more aggressive on the boss, and obviously the more you can DPS the boss down, the less you have to fight the boss. So there's that. The thing is, like, when you try to DPS the boss, you need to make sure that you're making that you're aware that of your situation and what options you have. Some people, this comes very natural. They're able to make decisions on the fly like nothing, and they have really good situational awareness for these type of fights. Me in particular, I have no such thing, so I need to structure things a little bit more. So wait for it to dash. 1, 2, dash 1, 2, and 1, 2. Wait for it to dash. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then if you're down here, you want to parry. If you're really far away, you can go in with a dash attack and then immediately go for the reposition. If you're late for it, you just go for 1 and then immediately go for the switch. 2, 3, 4, 5. And once she screams, you know that she's gonna start doing triple pins. And that means she's like around 4 to 7 hits away from dying, I believe. So just be careful. You can try to be aggressive, but be careful with it. Yeah, this is the second phase now, and at this moment, this is where you would throw cockflies. You can throw maybe 1 to 2 cockflies in the beginning. I think you have a max of 6, I believe, 6 or 5, something like that. So you can do 1 in the beginning, and here where it matters the most, you can do 4. So here you will throw 4 cockflies. Jesus, I'm sorry. Instead of pins, you will have cockflies and stink shards. So cockflies, and then throw 2 stink shards, and when the boss starts appearing, you can actually go for 2 more stink shards, and that's pretty decent damage in the beginning. You play a little bit aggressive, and the boss will be dead in no time. But you do have to be careful. You know, just be smartly aggressive. So anyways, from here, 1, 2, 3. The float. Now, I guess I haven't really fully explained the boss fight per se, and since we're actually dealing with second phase, she has everything that she can dish out of that to me. So when the boss actually goes for the sweep, the hitbox actually starts from either side, left or right. From the top, it goes out as it goes down, and then it sweeps the entire floor, and then ends up going vertically up again, right? So as long as you're not either edge, you'll be fine when it comes to the vertical portions, like the beginning and the end. When it comes to the sort of like sweep itself throughout the entire arena, it's actually pretty generous. You can jump over it, you don't need to float, but I choose to float just to make sure I don't mess up. The thing you need to be careful with is more of the pins. Sometimes the pins are also very lenient, and they actually give you a big gap to not get hit by them, but sometimes they actually are a bit of an ass, and they can stack up on top of each other, or just really close to each other. If they stack on top of each other, be very careful because one of them can land first and the next one can land after. And so you might make a decision of like dashing after you see the pin drop, but you might not see the next pin dropping on top of you because they were really stuck on top of each other. That can happen. I got hit by that. So there's that. And then you have the sort of triple or double pin that the boss likes to do from the beginning, which is like it either comes horizontally or vertically. That's more of like you gotta watch and see what you need to do. The majority for the horizontal ones, you just want to do a full hop and then glide, or you can just do a full hop and and just consistently hop into that direction without stopping, and you'll clear it. But there's one in particular where you want to just do a short hop and then glide. Also, be careful being in the air for too long, because if you're in the air for too long and one of the horizontal ones actually starts, they might actually start a little bit higher, meaning that it's not a good idea to jump. It's better to stay in the ground because they go over you. Okay, so this one in particular is sort of like equally distanced from each other, like from the down to up. You just full hop this one and you cloak, right? This one is the one that you actually want to short hop, because you can see the two on the top are like together and then there's a space in the bottom. Right, when she does the cry, the best thing you could do is sort of stay grounded and look for left and right. This is one of those things you're gonna have to sit down and sort of study it. I think this despite being somewhat random, there is sort of like patterns to it. I'm gonna get grab here. Okay, no, there's sort of patterns to it. As you can see, there's like triangles here, a small triangle here, another triangle here. There's another triangle over here. These two big boxes followed up by this. These things you can actually memorize sort of based on the pattern, like where you go. So that's something to think about. You might want to sit in the lab and study this. I did also a little bit, and the thing I just saw was like, okay, triangle. So whatever, depending on the triangle that I see, I know where I could go. But I didn't get to the point where I could literally just see everything and go like, I know exactly where to be. So I needed more time with that. So you're just gonna, I was looking for specific patterns that were complicated to deal with, and I learned how to deal with those. And the ones that are not that complicated to deal with, I can react to it and just do well. So that kind of thing. Once you see rocks falling, you know for sure there's gonna be pins are gonna come in. So there's that. The other thing you need to be careful is that the pins can actually both attack at the same time, and you're gonna have to find that sweet spot where both of them miss. Now that's a little bit difficult, but if you keep your calm, you'll be able to do it. What I do suggest though is you parry. Just look for that space and still parry, just in case you actually mess it up if you don't feel comfortable with it. Which brings me to the other suggestion that I have, the same one I asked for Trobbio actually. Sit down with this boss and learn to parry everything. Get comfortable with parrying everything. Don't sleep on this. Trust me, the more you learn, if you do like a 30-minute session parrying this boss, once you're out of it, you're gonna feel so comfortable fighting it because you know you can count on being able to parry correctly. And the way you sort of parry the spins is you have to, first of all, it's always based on distance, but it's not when they flash, it's when they initiate the motion is when you want to parry. So let's see if I can actually get just a little bit here. So like that. So when the motion is initiated is when you want to parry. That's a little bit too late there. I've seen those patterns before. There you go. Now, something I will tell you about parrying. If you parry the first one, be ready to parry the second one potentially, because there's a chance that they could actually come towards you delayed, and you might have to parry the second one. You won't have enough time to actually jump over them. I say that because that's how I lost my first run to this boss. I parried the first one. I was scared. Actually, I didn't parry the first one. I missed. I did the parry. I timed it well, but I missed it. Like it didn't hit it, and so I needed to parry the second one. And even if you parry, it's true for the second one if it comes delayed. If it comes actually at a regular pace, you'll be fine. So let's try. Let me see if I can show you that. Let's see if I can do a vertical one. Yeah. It has to be the first one, I believe, because I don't think. Yeah, I don't think this. Yeah, I don't think that one works exactly. So I believe it has to be the first one because the last one has a bit more delayed. Let's see if we can actually get that. And I can show you what I mean. Like that, you see right there. So if you parry the first one, a vertical one, and the horizontal comes in, there's a chance that you actually, and there's a chance, but it's more kind of likely that it will miss because you still have the iframes. But if you parry the second one, the third one that comes in delayed, you're gonna get screwed. You're gonna have to parry again. Okay, so you kind of don't want that. You can see the delay on that one is right there. So that's also what I'm talking about. Delay ones are kind of scary. So you need to really pay attention to if you're trying to parry the first one. Even if you're trying to parry the second one, you know, it's like I think one of the rules that I have is like always parry if it's your last resort. If you can jump over, then don't parry. If you feel like you feel like you're gonna get hit, just go for the parry. Don't question about it. But have in mind that parrying could set you up to put you in a really bad scenario if you only have one parry. If you have two parries, then by all means be ready to parry a second time because the second pins might be delayed, and you don't want that. So, but you basically parry the motion for the pins, right? I do apologize when I said in the beginning. It's not when they flash; it's when they do the motion. Not when they flash. Like that. That's the timing for it, and it's a bit lenient because you have a lot of parry frames. So as you can see, that last one had two squares to the right and then the thing on the left. Let's see, what else do I need to explain? Oh, the boss has not done it yet. Is it because I haven't done enough damage? That could be it. So let me do something. Oh, there it is. So now on this at this point is where the boss starts spawning this. If you actually do cockflies into and even if you don't even have clockflies, if you do like 4 of the sting shards, you will trigger this in the beginning of the second phase fight, and so that way you know you did a substantial amount of damage, or at least a decent amount. Now, one of the cool things about having pins here is that you can do this, and it takes it out without big error being present. So if you want to deal with something that's pretty far away before you get there, you can just use pins. Obviously, clockfly is a better option just because you need that damage. You know, the faster you can get it, and the second phase, the better. Pins is more of a convenience thing that you can actually do from far, but you don't really need it. So if you ask me, go get cockflies. It's just easy. It's no hassle, and the boss fight actually ends up quicker. So have that in mind. I think there's the one last thing that I wanted to show you guys, but I don't think I'm able to like really sort of bait it out. But basically jumping while you're fighting the boss, there's a chance that the horizontal ones might actually go, oh, I guess they were actually pretty high on that one. There's a chance that they actually might go higher. Maybe that's what I did there. And we did got that, and it's pretty scary because you know the answer is you actually have to go low. It's not really giving me that pattern, but if you ever see it, what you want to do is you want to go low. Again, you see that both of those, if you go rewind it back, we already got this like 2 more times already, or like this is like the second time we get it, maybe. So you just need to like learn the pattern of this particular thread. I think it's just one giant thread put in like different spots and low and positions, and it just gives you like a pseudo randomness of it. But if you learn all of this, you'll know exactly how to deal with it. Again, my suggestion is like learn specific spots of it, or like specific like triangles and stuff, and use those as a reference point to know exactly where you should go, you know? That was a little bit higher than normal. I kind of wish it was higher so you could see what I mean. Is there anything else that I want to talk about? Again, the fight this boss is like 2 hits, move, 2 hits, move, 2 hits, move, you know? Oh yeah, so there's something funny I want to showcase to you guys. If you're here, when fighting this boss, you can actually dodge the vertical pins, but you do have to dodge the horizontal ones, and you also have to dodge a little bit of her dash attack that she does. So watch. No, she does that. I'm not gonna be able to do it. But it's a little funny thing. I don't think it might serve any purpose more than anything. It's kind of difficult to pull it off here because it's doing this. But yeah, it's gonna be a pain in the ass to do it here. There you go. So you dodge the vertical ones, and if you get the boss to do... Oh, I didn't even meant to do that dash attack. I mean that jump. As you can see, the verticals are missing. Probably not a thing that you want to do for second phase. But I'll show it to you in first phase, because the first phase is where it looks the funniest, I guess. As you can see, you can just dodge that. Again, you can see the boxes again. When she's close to actually getting staggered. If you're in this position, you can actually just abuse of the sword of knowledge and just hug it. But yeah, 2 hits, dodge, 2 hits, dodge. Like so. But yeah, before I finish, let me show it to you. It's not really like a full cheese, but I was sitting down with Teodani and we kind of sort of played around. We found this kind of thing. Obviously a phase 1 thing, you know, more likely to be a phase 1 thing just because there's no traps. And the boss will sort of like move closer to you, and when it does, you kind of want to like get through that. Now I already saw that I got hit there, but I don't think you actually have to go that far right. See if I can actually show you basically what I mean. Yeah, you don't have to go that far right, as you can see. You can use the vertical one to actually like snuggle yourself in, like right here. As you can see, like it's an arc, and so I'll pause it out if I can real quick so you can see it. There you go. So it's an arc, and this is how it looks like. So you can just jump over it. It goes really close to the wall. You're kind of fine, basically. I never messed with it, so maybe you can just like claw line with it or something. As soon as you see that, maybe claw line, stuff like that. I'm not entirely sure what you could do with it, but it's a bit of a funny thing. You can probably set up shop here, you know, kind of thing. I don't really know, but yeah, you basically got this. Right. I guess I'll try to do my best to like sort of showcase a proper way of fighting the boss. Like, so, because kind of been goofing off a little bit, I guess. Not the most, not the greatest guide. I could definitely say that, but. Now wait for the first one here. There's a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that jump right there, it's a bit of a knee jerk. I wasn't supposed to do that. You kind of stay grounded. See what it does. And then, like I said, you can set up shop here. You can also go for a basic attack here if you're missing a bit. And that's easy to do basics. Go in there to bait the move, and then just to bait the move. Also, one thing I didn't mention, you can actually attack from the ground. Yeah, that's one of those scary ones. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like to walk away from this slowly, just so I'm ready for whatever she likes to do to me. You can also like include claw line, like that, stuff like that, if you want to. Like you can play way more aggressive. I think you should actually check the other runners to see how they do. They actually have way better ways of punishing the boss to make things a lot quicker. But the one thing I will say is that if you don't find a rhythm for this boss, you'll have a lot more trouble, because you will put yourself in positions where you're just going to be very unlucky and you're going to get hit by the boss. Which is why I actually really suggest you to sit down and have a 30-minute session with the boss. Heck, I could have a couple 30-minute sessions with the boss, if anything, of just parrying only until you feel really comfortable with it, because that would allow you to be hyper aggressive while being ready to parry at any point in time. So have that in mind. This is gonna be it for the tutorial. It's been like 7 hours already. I doubt anybody's gonna watch the entire thing. But let's see if I can actually like put the sections so people could just go to the spots they want to sort of check. But yeah, this is pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, whatever, you feel free to contact me. And yeah, I'll be happy to help if I can. Probably as time passes, I probably won't be able to answer most of the stuff. So if anything, I do suggest you go check the other runners. I believe Fede and Hunt and even Jack Knights are all going for the curse ending. So they're definitely going to have more fresh ideas and strategies than what I could potentially show you here. The one thing I say that I would say like the biggest highlight on my end is the arenas, the battles. I think the way I do them, I wouldn't say like super efficient or anything, but at least it doesn't require you to get out of your way to get more stuff to actually increase your damage. I think that a lot of stuff that I showcase is pretty good in the battles itself, except that one fight with the Claw Maiden that I guess needs a better fix than what I showcased. But at least I showed you how to actually sort of DPS the Claw Maiden, which is like the claw line pogo into one basic as you're falling down. It's a really reliable strategy if you can actually get the claw line right. So yeah, hope that this helped, and I hope you guys get runs much faster than any of us runners who started ever gotten. So take care.